If the music makes you sleepy, wait until you have to listen to me talk for a while. What is up, one and all, and welcome back to Midweek Muster Tuesday. That's right, your go-to spot for all your Age of Empires needs throughout the week. We're back to continue and follow up on a bloody busy Monday. 9 hours booked to try and get through that bracket, and we still have so many games left. We're going to be opening up B versus Mio-Mika. Then we're going to be seeing the matchup between the winner of that and Dumu in the quarterfinals. On the other side of the bracket, we still have Korn and Avaku. We'll try to slide that one in as we can to see who's going to be facing up against Killjadi. And then after that today, we're going to have the semifinals between Wham and his opponent. It's Tuesday, not Monday? Yeah, we were literally just saying that we had a long Monday. We're live 9 hours yesterday, in case you didn't catch it. It was a very lengthy VOD. We went through, I think it's 7 series. Busy beast. But we've got a schedule to try to keep to here, so we want to get into the games fairly quick. Look at the draft, though. Is Mio-Mika evolving? Byzantines instead of Zhuji. That I did not expect. And also, what is with the Ottoman pick? I guess that's specifically for the Japanese as a blocker. I think it can make a lot of sense here. Nope. No, guys. The Ottoman pick is B's choice for Frisian Marshes. You did just hear that correctly. I am scratching my head a little bit. I'm a bit surprised by it. But yeah, we do indeed have an Ottoman pick to open this series. Reminder, every time we start Frisian Marshes. Also, this day is basically going to be chock full of best of fives. I just realized, I was like, yeah, we got a lot of games to do today. No, I'm not kidding. Because we have 23 games maximum to do. We might have to skip Korn and Avaku. I'm not sure if there'll be time, to be honest with you. Because we've got Anatan Nimadam. We're going to have to do the Dumu quarterfinals. We've got the Killjadi quarterfinals. And then we've got the Wham semifinals. God damn. All right, I may have I may have miscalculated with the day slightly. Might be another 9-hour day. Reminder, by the way, guys, this week grand finals is on Wednesday. It's a one-off situation where it just had to be on Wednesday today, and we can't see the cooler. Wait, why can't you see the cooler? Did I knock the camera slightly? Let me have a look here. Man, you guys are obsessed with that cooler now, aren't you? 1 second. That's interesting. I think the camera is slightly turned. It definitely slightly turned. Huh. It's because I really need to basically straighten the cable, because obviously when it was in the box, it was tangled up, right? Or like crumped together, so it's not like straight line. Yeah, like I just shuffled it a bit there and it went aggressive. Well, actually, what I really need to do, I just haven't had a chance because, we literally were live for 9 hours yesterday, is I need to set up the new... Dude, can you just... Come on. I need to set up the new stand. We actually got a stand specifically for the camera that will actually keep it in place. Whereas, like, obviously it's a little bit more free to do what it wants when you have it on a monitor mount. Oh my god, dude, I can't. I'm OCD about it now. I hate you, Camin. This is your fault, mate. You made it about the camera and now I can't get over it. Alright, there we go. Nailed it. So you're working tomorrow? Yep. Unavoidable this week. So don't know if we'll be coming to see you. Well, me, no, but Emma and the kids can. So I'll have to figure out if it's actually possible to come around earlier or if not. See you next week. Yeah, it might be you don't see me this week, but next instead. But Emma, Freya, still spend time with them. It's just a case of whether the scheduling aligns for a very early start. Usually we try to have grand finals for 4 p.m. UK time. So if we have a semi-finals before, we'll just have to see. But let's get ready to go, guys. Other club finishes this week? Yeah, I think she might just skip it for this week. Is what it is. Unless you agreed to have Freya a little bit early in the day, and then she goes and does that for an hour, and then brings Ezra and herself to you. I don't know. I might be able to, like, I don't know. It literally comes down. I don't know the schedule yet. So don't ask me a million questions now. Like, we need to organize the schedule first to know the exact start time for tomorrow. All right. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for what might be your favorite time of the week. It's B time. And you are seeing that correctly. We have got an Ottoman pick here on Frisian Marshes. Yeah, this is not your ordinary. I don't remember the last time I actually saw an Ottoman pick on this map. I mean, in theory, it's a good map for trade, right? So maybe that's what B is thinking, but me and Mike could be thinking that too. We actually have double trader civs. Usually French likes to play Chamber of Commerce on this map. And me and Mike are definitely no pushover, right? We've seen his capability to take games, take series even against top players. I mean, usually he just feels like he's fallen short of the mark against some of the best players we have. I think for me and Micah, really, the big value of something like Midweek Muster is an opportunity to robustify. Yep, that's the word I'm going to use. Robustify your pool of civs, right? Because I think he has some very, very good civs. French, Jean can definitely be amongst them. Zhuji comes to mind as well. But it's usually in the current meta, you're just not going to get often. It's usually banned. In fact, B got it for this draft. Mongol's another one. Mongol's not really the go-to pick right now. So for me and Micah, you know, his goal for 2025, he really wants to compete at the absolute top level. I think part of it is diversification of strategies, but the other part is most definitely diversification of civs. Looks like we are going to be getting the military school opening. We did see him pull for the stone early on. Sheep Hall looks pretty even so far. Actually, it looks like me and Micah may be in a perfect position to yoink a lot more away. And B, what are we up to here? Wait. Okay, we've actually got the fishing strat. Remember, the docks are only 100 instead of 150 here. And B is kind of infamous for this, chat. If you haven't watched him before on this map, he'd do it all the time. I still remember casting him versus Anatan, where he would basically sneak out the Abbasids and set up docks everywhere. You know, part of me for a second thought he was going to slow roll tier 2 with one villager and build the network out here and then trade to this corner. Which would have been some next level Gigabrain subtlety, but no, we should just be safely trading at home. The cool thing about this, by the way, is that if he gets harassed on trade, like, you could pseudo-protect yourself with archer ships. It's probably not going to happen. I don't think the pond layout is good for it. But with the right spawn, in theory, that could be a viable strategy. So we'll hang around with the shoreline fishing as well. It does have the fishing boats coming out. First spearman is already on the way. These spears are always nice, right? Like, especially against French, you can poke them off their gold. You're going to need spearmen anyway against French knights. And then afterwards, you can always bring them back and shove the deer in. So in the Ottoman-French matchup in particular, this military school opening actually has a lot of utility. Overall, Mio Micah is pretty good on food himself, though, right? Yeah, 18 sheep overall to the 21. And there it is. Wait, oi! Oi! He'll probably be able to marketplace it eventually, right? Right? Probably. Maybe. All right, be honest. One's in chat if you're getting OCD right now about the fact he didn't place the Chamber of Commerce against the edge of the map. It's just like right there. There is a good reason why he didn't, by the way. This guy. Oh, just got a kill. Are you kidding me? No. He actually got a kill with a single spearman. That's ridiculous. Reminder, this guy only hits for 7 damage. It takes him, let me just do the rough math quickly, 9 strikes? He has to hit you 9 times to get a kill. I can't believe that. Me and Micah, that must have been a pathing issue. We've been seeing that a lot recently where villagers just shuffle around the wrong way on something due to the position of like an enemy unit. So unfortunately, me and Micah, not really as far ahead as you'd normally be with French here. And it is going to be the Sultan Hani trade network. Now, cool thing about this is there's a clearer scale point for the Ottomans, right? Because the Sultan Hani is going to immediately give you free traders. For me and Micah, he only gets traders once he has techs. correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, there's only one tech queued so far, right? Because he had wheelbarrow, he didn't have the forestry. So he's already queuing up the traders and paying for them. But his tech is a lot quicker, right? But that's to be expected. B did go fishing and a military school here. And also, reminder, like, B actually is tighter on the economy. It's just, fishing boats show up as military still. So always remember that. It's very confusing when you watch Ottoman games. You know, I'm kind of hoping that maybe with Ottomans starting to catch on the meta, we might actually see Catch Rage get updated, at least for that teensy tiny thing. As it is kind of confusing when you're watching a game. Especially when it's a game of B's Ottomans, and there's a lot of small puns. I think Mahodo said it perfectly. Give B some water, and he will place a dock. Doesn't matter where that water is, doesn't matter how far away it is. He'll find a way, just like he is here. Is he? Oh no, this isn't as much about the dock as it is about the follow-up. I kind of like that, though. If he's planning to actually dock here and then, like, outpost afterwards, right? You'll have an archer ship to protect you. The scout is trying to keep an eye out, but unfortunately isn't looking at the right location. So great read by B to go ultra wide here. Yeah, Micah. Wow, he actually just went straight into the archers. So, yeah, kind of be expected. Like, you don't have the classic sock build, right? With School of Cavalry, you just pump a knight anyway. But he's going to have to find the way into the stables. But when you go archers opening like this, it drains your wood quite quick, especially when you want to actively add in traders. And no, he's not even going to go for the outpost blocker. It's just going to be the classic wall, which is disgustingly effective against French chat. Like, you have to remember, for a start, me and Micah has opened archers. So, you know, it only takes 1,250 hits to kill a wall. The alternative is he's going to follow up with knights, which is also pretty bad here because you just don't have a lot of torch power. So really sick read, and the timing might be perfect for him to not even be seen whatsoever by the traders. Yeah, this wall's going to take long enough that the traders should be gone. There is an additional one coming in. The archers are starting to move up the north way. He's going for the quick wall. He has been seen. Uh-oh. I think there should be enough time here, though, right? Like, even 147 health wall should be good enough against the archer shots, but he needs to switch over right now. B? Does he think he's not seen by the traders? Because they're not blind. No, and me and Micah is already waiting. He's like, hold on a second. I'm not allowing that. Oh, no. Well, me and Micah likes quick games, chat. And this is about to be a quick game. That's the Imam point. He only has 3 archers. Okay, 4, but that's not going to be good enough to snipe out the Imams. He does at least keep the opening here, right? As the villager does go down. But this is going to bait me and Micah and be like, this is a good fight, right? And then the Imams arrive. He needs to get more archers here, stat. Knight is arriving as well. But the spearmen, oh, they're actually going to die quick enough. The Imam heal's going to start coming in here. And look at that rejuvenation. Needs to target heal onto the Imam. He needs to shift away from the bulk of archers here. Oh, no. Sipahi are in as well. Okay, so the spearmen are getting target fired down, but the Imams are kind of just baiting them right now. Knight still chasing. Spearmen are all dead. The Sipahi is here, however, and there's a lot more coming after this. And you have to ask the question, will we have enough knights to beat Sipahi with healing? Because if you don't have enough to protect you initially, what that means is that B can snipe the count down so the Imam never dies. It's very important that me and Micah blobs archers here. But because of the amount of Sipahi being vomited out of him, he has to take a balanced approach with his comp. What was this opening, man? Welcome to the B theme park is all I can really say to this one. There's not many players that I would have expected to play this map, this matchup, this exact way. So me and Mike, for the time being, still does have the trade. Up to 5. We never got active trading, actually, out of B, which is a little bit surprising. It's risky with the Knights, right? But I don't know. I feel like this is something I've highlighted before. I don't like how often Ottoman players don't take the wins where they can get them, right? And when you're putting all pressure on your opponent's side, max distance trading is a win that you can get. Just doesn't seem to think it's worth the risk. Sparky counting out to 10. These guys hit hard. 12 base damage. They're very chunky. Even has the ranged armor on to make sure that they just don't care. Like right now, the arch is attacking here, and they're doing 2 damage. And they're gonna die way too fast. Yeah, he just dives in. Ignores the knight. Drummer boy is being target fired, but that's just not gonna work. We also still have the imam nearby. He's gonna be able to pat the heads better. Oh, this is disgusting, man. Does he lose a single one? No, he just gets away. The imam heal comes in. Okay. We're really doing it like this, huh? He's just gonna cycle heal. Pulls the boys back. Chase is now gonna be on the way, but the pluses are real. And the Knights, what are they even doing? I guess they're trying to raid. Maybe they weren't expecting B to hang around. Big mistake there, though, because he definitely still wants to fight. So one of the Sipahi is going to go down. Should be a Knight dying in return here. Does find another Sipahi over on the flank. Okay, so things are kind of looking okay for me and Micah right now. I think the Knights are carrying him through for the moment, but we've got B going back into spears now. And there's not many archers left. No, there's a growing risk that me and Micah is going to get caught off guard by the switcheroo. Doesn't he be careful with the imams? Ends up losing 1. That's big. If he gets rid of the second, no more healing. Problem is the archers aren't target firing him down. Remember, this imam can't heal himself. These aren't dervishes. Knight is going to peel off and go chasing. Melee armor has been activated. Feels like it probably should have been in sooner. But the healing is gone. That's big. There's hope for me and Micah here if he can just get away from the fight now. Instead, he commits. Oh, no. No. This is exactly how you lose. 1 by 1, the Knights are falling. Mio, I don't think he really respected the amount of damage he took in that fight. It's like a vicious lesson in taking a win where you can get them. Yes, the Sipahi are faster. They'll chase your Knights down, but split them up, chase in different directions. Minimize their casualties, get chivalry, come back a minute or 2 later, because at this stage, B has drained himself, right? The Imam is a big investment to lose. But now, the result feels conclusive. It's 13 Sipahi, spears to assist. Arch is non-existent. Traders aren't trading. Despite a great effort by me and Micah to claw back what looked like it could have just been a pre-10-minute GG, it's going to be a pre-15. Trader's now just getting shut down. We have double pawns, right? And wait, does that actually work? Hold on. I think that works. We're going to find out in 10 seconds. This is more important than anything else happening on the map right now. We need to know. I actually think it works. He might have to manually drop off, but... Oh, come on! It looked like it should work, but no. Okay. I mean, like, you know, the corner is on the pond, technically? Cool idea, though. I always love how B's fishing for these weird, wacky, little wonderful ideas. Well, no count has rebloated for Mio. It's looking pretty good, right? Back up to 10. Melee armor is on the way for B. Something that he's just kind of forgot to get before, or didn't feel like he had the resources at the time. It's got the attack speed. I like this, right? You only really want the melee armor when you're on equal footing. When you're outnumbering, attack speed is just better. You can kill. And the trade is... No! Did he really just try that? He was going to try and trade diagonally against Sipahi. Just flood in, and that's convinced him. GT gets called. Game 1. And I never would have thought we'd get Ottomans on Frisian. Oh, man. Not in the current meta, anyway. So, swift start to the series for B. Where does Mio go? Coastal or Dry Arabia? And what do you pick here? Byzantines on Coastal does quite well, right? Japanese on coastal, I'm not so sure about. My worry is B could just Juji or Jean. Probably Juji. How is the win rate between Juji and Byzantines? Like, I can't imagine Biz is having a great time there. Like, we actually saw yesterday, if you guys missed it, you should definitely watch it. Incredible series. Mahodo versus Wham. Mahodo played Juji on coastal cliffs and showed you exactly how strong it can be. But instead, we're going to be going to Dry Arabia. And it's going to be Mongols Rus. I don't think you can pick Mongols when the pick diversity is still this high for B. Like, I'm not sure about Mongols against Juji. Maybe Mongols against Jean. I can see that working. But against Rus? Skeptical. Guess we'll find out. Comfort picks might be his downfall here, folks. Me and Micah, game number 2, he goes to his fabled Mongols, his most played Civ in Age of Empires 4. In fact, when this guy began his trek into tournament play, this was the backbone of every single draft he tried to execute. But it might be a swift execution upon him here. B has picked the Rus. This is the nightmare fuel of Mongols. A Civ that does not need gold, ergo, you cannot outpost rush them. Instead, you're probably likely going to have to engage in a Pro Scouts war against a superior faction. What's the way out here? For the Mongols, I think the route to potential success for me and Micah should be clear. It's Magadai. Pro Scouts is countered fairly well by Magadai play, if the spawn is good enough. It is going to be rough in that regard. B basically has a safe deer that he's almost already got home. And then he's got a wide flank deer on the north. But in fairness, if you kind of pivot around this north side of the map, you can at least block out 3/4 of the deer. It's just the problem you're going to run into is with B's infamous free scout opener, he should be able to get enough off the map. Right, in terms of sheep. Wait, is this his fabled? There we go. A little bit delayed. He is about to see the enemy Khan. Yeah, because they're about to divide the sheep. So this gives key information. What B can now do is he can take this scout around the back of his opponent's base, and then the third scout is going to go around the back of his own, down here, and pick up any straggler sheeps. We've seen B do this very successfully against a lot of top-level players. He's always just hunting for where you are on the map, basically. Cool thing from me and Micah there, it was a great reaction to just activate the arrow and then rush back to his corner. In fact, yeah, B is going to make him lose one way or the other, right? Because although me and Micah realizing what's happening here is covering his own corner, it means he left out down here. Now, you can see that down here actually has a healthy amount of sheep. I think we're looking at 3 or 4. And that means the overall haul should end up being 12 sheep to what? Probably 14? Credit to him, I think Neo got a lot more than you'd anticipate here. We do have a Dark Age Horseman play, though, and I'm not sure this is worth it to try and kill a hunting cabin. In fact, this is incredibly risky. I mean, you know one hunting cabin at least should be out of range, right? But if it's the one on the other side of the tree line, it's going to take too long to arrive. Me and Micah made Horsemen to try and intercept Pro Scouts, but also burn down a hunting cabin. I just don't think it's worth the hunting cabin kill. In theory, you could argue you slow your opponent's timing into Pro Scouts. I'm not sure that holds up, though. To me, I feel like you're going to be way too slow killing the hunting cabin to stop him from getting Pro Scouts anyway. And also, this is close enough. You could just pull a villager tap, 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 and then walk back. And that's exactly what B's going to do. And reminder, we are an English stream. So maybe try English. Golden Gate about to complete. Meow. This would be a good map for Silvertree. However, can you really trade against fast castle horse archers? In theory, if you get enough Magadai, it can work. I just don't think you can get enough Magadai without doing economical damage to the roost. It scales too slow, right? So yeah, we are just going to get the good old-fashioned deer stone coming in. Rough spawn as well, actually, for Mio. Both gold veins are not protected by the TC, kind of front facing. He's trying to burn his way through the hunting cabin. But does B just allow it now? You've got the golden gate. Like, you've got enough coming in off of the sheep gathering that you can just buy into pro scouts anyway. If you don't protect the hunting cabin, it is going to slightly hurt your castle age timing. Not too much, though. Not drastically. One cool thing about this for me and Micah, by the way, someone that maybe made it worthwhile in his eyes. Oh. Okay. Payday. Yeah, so one thing that at least made it worth it in me and Micah's eyes is he did force his opponent off of his timing to go for the scout pushing. And guys, just give me literally 1 second. I need to quickly grab something. Sorry, guys. I just got to take an appointment reminder. Should only be 30 seconds. Okay, yeah, it's nothing new. I don't know why they've phoned me. Okay, so, like, he has forced B to go into spears. Which, I mean, it's not bad, right? It slows down the timing. It's definitely not ideal for B to have to go this way. But he knows if he doesn't actually just contest this right now, there could be Keshiks following this up, and that means you won't get your deer. So it's necessary. You definitely hate it. It slows down your timing. And this I like from here. We said the win condition, right? Get Magadai. 4 or 5 should be enough to block pro scouts. What's important is he shouldn't overdo Magadai. If you build too many, it's very easy for B to just blob archers. And the more you force him to blob archers, the more archery ranges he has, the better his value is into horse archers afterwards, right? So you're probably looking at like 4 to 5 Magadai, and then make a switch. Build more cavalry. In fairness, I mean, there's some hope here for me and Micah. The opening game looked kind of brutal. What I can guarantee you is these games should be quick, right? B doesn't tend to drag the games out these days, if you can avoid it. And me and Micah isn't really infamous for his late game haul, right? Like, if you've watched me and Micah replays, you've seen games are swift. Like that, are going to be coming back. And he will be seen. Okay. So, yeah, no escape for the scouts there. He has to drop and run. Otherwise, you just die. Because remember, this is a moving, shooting cavalry unit. Cool news, though. Me and Micah may have just overreacted. He sent everything north. So guess what we get to do south? Yeah, this is the thing with the Magadai play. You kind of want to split them up into maybe like 2 groups, go to different locations, which is hard to do with just like 4 or 5 Magadai, right? Oh, sorry. Apparently I say the word right a lot according to a register. So now we're going to start saying left. Okay. Double archer range. So, archer transition force. This is where me and Micah should be looking to try and get to castle age. He's not going to be able to stop pro scouts now. It's going to be too slow. Your opponent already has 1 deer stack coming home, right? He's got like, what, 2 deer left to get here? He's already shuffling the north side with archers spinning. And oh, no. Well, he did at least whistle an arrow off before he died. But that was kind of catastrophic. And what are those basic roost flags? Yo, can one of my subs show him what a good roost flag looks like? Sorry, I love Lash, but you got to have someone waving those flags. More Magadai on the way. Me and Micah is genuinely just going to spam this up now. Does this work with just like Deerstone though? I'm not entirely sold by this strat now. We mentioned he needed a switch, right? Like, your opponent is going into mass archers. This is where you're meant to be going into Keshix. I guess it's tricky, though, because he already has so many spears. It's like, maybe Archerblob himself. The problem is, like, if you go Archerblob as Mongols, what's your upside? Your opponent has just got a better economy. There's no denying it. You've got the Golden Gate, you've got the passive gold, and then you've got 20% more wood, right? So, like, at this stage, realistically, Mongols don't have a clear picture. That's why I like that me and Mike is doing this instead. He's going next stage. B, never want to skip a beat, though, is already running towards the Mongol base. You can tell he's played the situation out against Mongols. He knew exactly what the way out was. We have problems. You know, I mean, he sees scouts. He just assumes they're just here to take his deer. Nothing I can do about that. Won't have to move off my resources, though, right? I'm happy as can be. Oh, no. And look at the villages. Mio, he has no sheep. He's out of food. He's legit out of food. He never shoved the deer on the backside, which realistically he could have done with the 2 horsemen. I think it would have been worth it. I mean, he's got nothing. You can maybe kill the scouts, but they're a little bit closer to your base, so you can walk out and gather yourself. That could work. If it wasn't for the fact that there's plenty here to guard against Magadai. He just needs to guard himself on the archers here. Need boar? Good luck. The boar is so far forward. The deer alone is risky as all hell here. Yeah, this is the thing. The spawn is kind of linear on the north side. You see how awkward it is to get the Magadai play right here. It's a small window of execution, big room for error. On this type of spawn, everything's like northward facing, bar that one deer stack you couldn't stop. That already gave enough food to B. Had all the deer been north side, maybe the Magadai opening would have been good enough to stop B getting any food. Now it feels close to too little too late and doom and gloom. Either way out of the hole, but without food, you're not going into Castle Age. Archers and spears are getting chased down. So this is looking pretty good for Mio right now. I mean, what, 5 Magadai? Against 9 archers, you understand why he doesn't want to take that fight. He knows more coming. This is ridiculous. Look at the economy of B. He's vomiting out archers, yet he's on the verge of hitting castle still. The economy of this civ is nuts in the Pro Scouts meta. Poke in. What do you mean John improved? She doesn't get an extra villager. Rogan? High trade house coming in. Get your numbers in quick. Because it looks like B is going for a very aggressive timing here. We've got Archer Clump up to 23 now. Steeled Arrow would be big at this point. It's the reason why actually Mio looks like he can contest the fights. He has Undermesh and Steeled Arrow, something that B is completely lacking. But we've been seeing more and more this out of B, folks. Really going back to StarCraft roots. You know, once upon a time when we watched B play, it was all about vacuuming the map, as every high-level Zerg player looks to do these days. But now it's like classic Zergling. Blob a crap ton of units, and then run. 44 trees in range. Should probably be about, like, what, 123 gold, maybe? He can intercept reinforcements, he just can't fight the main army. 144 or 145 coming our way. Deer has been blocked out. And not just blocked out, taken away. Neo, he has at least made the Pasha switch. So if he can survive this, maybe. Has got the step read out. Plenty of gold to vomit out. Unfortunately, what he doesn't have right now is an army to defend the gold. No, he needs to run. Backs up and looks to move away, but the Yamor isn't there, so the villagers can get chased down. 1 or 2 could die. B will have to settle for 1. Yeah, 145 gold. Not bad. Every minute, you can just fill the gaps of your blacksmith decks. Not bad at all. Was B the guy who done pro scouts the most before it was meta? Yeah. He was, in some ways, overly obsessed. We even cast games where B would do things like passing deer over walls, which is actually very possible if you get close enough to the wall when you drop the deer. Because then the scout could come in and just barely pick it up on the other side. Magadite upgrades to follow. So we've talked about this before with me and Micah. I don't know if it's always fair to call it cheesy, but the strategies he employs is very kind of linear. He has an idea of something that he thinks is broken and he wants to commit to, right? Like, this is a guy who done the mass bald monks. This is the guy who does the Jugenul all-in rushes with Juji. He's always looking for that way. Jeanne d'Arc, only knights. You know, for me and Micah, he has a strategy in mind and he really commits to it. And in some ways, that is respectable. In some ways, that is powerful. But in others, it can kill you. And this is an example of where it can kill you. Scaling Magadai into mass archer crossbows. Like, technically, you're already countered. You need to switch to something else. Men at Arms is at least nice. I'm glad he's bringing those in. But V's already read through that. I just think you kind of have to sack the Magadai idea. Keep a small group and raid, yes, but nothing else beyond that. Yeah, that's coming through as well. And we have an overextension here. Mio was in such a rush to defend the relic, he's about to lose the few men-at-arms he has. Nice dive in here. This is actually a really good fight because the Khan! Oh, B. That is poor micro right there. It's not worth it to go off the Khan. You could have killed 3 Magadai in the same time. It's a nice clean up there. Mio will take every little win he can get. Admittedly, without Khan for a while, and you might have liked to have that armor arrow. But at least there's less crossbows and archers to worry about. No Springer placement either. It's crazy how different the fight is with the Springald here. Instead, all Magadai just getting cleared up. Second group is coming home, but against this many archers? Oh no, he runs into the spears! Second wave's coming north side. That's it. He has nothing left now. Mio, he was trying to rush Imperial to get out of this, and he got ultimately punished. Unbelievable. You'd think after what we saw in game number 1, how relentlessly aggressive B was, and then in the opening of game 2, where he just kept committing, the one thing Mio Micah should have known he could have got no way away with is rushing Imperial. And yet the macro suggests that's exactly what he's trying to do. We've seen that guy get some phenomenal wins with Carganet Palace drops, but against B, you're going to have to level it up. What do you guys think? What's your opinion on Mio Micah? You know, is this guy capable of making it? Do we just need to see an evolution beyond these cheesy strategies? I know that he made a name for himself with that type of style back in StarCraft 2. Is it finally time to evolve? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was... That was, yeah. I don't know, man. I just think Mongols into Rus is hard anyway. Like, that's never going to be an easy win. Who cheeses the cheeser? Alright, so... that means we are going to be having Dumu versus B. I believe we're a few minutes away from that starting. So, that in mind, usually the best thing to do in this situation, because we're only a few minutes away from it starting, what I think we'll look to do is watch Dumu's game on the ladder he's playing right now. We'll speed up to live. Because by the time he finishes this, it should be time to draft, right? Because there's no way, let's say Dumu wins in the next 2 minutes, or his opponent wins in the next 2 minutes, he's going to switch over. Hilariously enough, he's up against a familiar face from the community, guys. Yep, you're seeing that correctly. He did queue into Nomad. 1 second, by the way. We literally have the wrong overlay on, don't we? Because we were doing team games the other day. There we go. Okay. Wait, we have a mind work gamer? Oh no. Well, we already have Sean. Form. Watch Reddit? Why are we watching Reddit? What's going on Reddit? What did I miss on Reddit? DC's become a fan of Mindwork 8. Dude, I told people, I warned them. I know B, we're ahead of the time. Yo, do you guys want to like watch this on speed up, or should we check out Reddit? Is there something good happening on Reddit for once? Something I missed? And I'm scrolling through now. I saw that guy the other day that hates me. Did you guys catch that one? Oh, so let me see if I can find it. Immediately got downvoted into oblivion. Last week. Oh, sorry, he went KP. He didn't even type out Killer Pigeon, did he? All right, guys, ready? Here you go. Let's do the drama. But KP talks a good game. He talks the talk, but has anyone ever seen him play? I mean, his AoE4 stats are abysmal. But last game was a year ago. Does he even play the game anymore? I just feel like if you're not top level 3 conk, I'm not interested in your opinion of what's happening in the game. And I'm sure everyone is interested in your opinion, judging by... Oh, let me just fix that for you. There you go, buddy. So, one, I'm just going to like go ahead and point out, like, what is abysmal? I don't know what my rank is, but I never played ranked. I played unranked, right? I don't know, chat. Is 1262 elo abysmal? Especially considering that I think most of our losses was when we done the Ram Rush only challenge, right? Yeah, it was here. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm biased on my own results here, but I feel like 1262 elo is above average. That's like decent. So, my boy Pathless straight away. Love that guy. KP is doing much to the community. Why such negative? Like, yeah, I don't get where the negativity came from, by the way. He exposed KP. Dude, like, this is going to be the guy who has to eat a shoe when we eventually crack conk when we do our challenge once we reach enough people watching. So, yeah. Gonna be laughing at that. Just watch a top 3 conk. Yeah, exactly. It just seems weirdly out of nowhere. If there's an option, I do watch another stream. If not, I mute it. Boy, oh boy, he must have completely missed the grand finals then. He talks in irrelevant analogies, and the way he contradicts co-casters, i.e. Crackety, baffles me. Crackety's a top level player, KP's not. I'd like to know how I contradict Crackety. Asking someone to elaborate or having a difference of opinions is not contradicting. Challenging ideas is how you learn new things, but please continue. Information is always best coming from top players, but also cast the game need variation. I mean, you can argue that, like, yes, it's always good coming from top players, but that's also a bunch of BS. Some of the best coaches I've ever seen in esports are like gold rank. I'm not even kidding. Like, I knew a coach who was regularly used on like top tier teams who the rank was like bottom 20% the way they played, but their rank didn't matter because they understood the game better than most of the high level players. What is irrelevant analogies? He just doesn't like when I probably say things like this is like watching a cat get into a fight with a great dash of hounds, right? But, you know, like, that's stupidly picky. Creative talking, mate. Like, try it yourself, right? Well, I agree he's not a good player. You wouldn't even know I don't play. He does have a lot of game knowledge, and I'm sure with a bit of mechanics and practice, he could reach Conk 1. There we go. That's no different than 10-4 Tim. Hi, Diamond. However, it kind of annoys me when he calls for balance changes and things being OP and doesn't play the game. Mind you, he does have regular contact with the devs. Right, so, yeah. So, I have regular contact with the devs. I was a developer myself for 2 years, software dev. Literally freaking trained to be a game designer for 3 years. But I wouldn't know anything about balance, surely. And also, You don't have to play the game to understand the balance of the game. Watching like crap tons of the game can also reveal that. I'm gonna go at him. Such he's a nice guy. Probably I'm thinking I'm a nice guy after doing this. This doesn't make sense to me. When I watch sports, I'd rather hear analytics from people who've been there. Let me dissect that for you, mate. I've watched plenty of high-level pros attempt to be casters, analyzing, etc. And a lot of them suck. And that's no insult on them. It's actually a praise of the job and how not easy it is to do. Believe me, when I started casting, I used to think that it was just easy. It came naturally to me. But I was downplaying the skill set involved. Yeah, I'd argue like some of the best sports commentators weren't pros. Maybe watches and analyzes more games at the pro level than literally anyone. Thank you, Invictus. It's kind of true. Like, per month, we're doing, between my channel and EGC and everywhere else, like 200 hours of AoE for. That's more than most people do themselves when they're full-time grinding, right? By the way, the game did finish. Sorry if you guys want to see that, but I figured this would be a nice mixture instead. So they should be starting the draft in a second. There's 1 million gold players with conk knowledge. Check BC stream. I mean, it sounds like you're projecting, but okay. He always talks about how he faces the new meta on ladder. I don't. Okay. Based on his game knowledge and the way he comments the games in his streams, I can tell you he's talking from experience that you would only be able to gain from playing the game. Okay. I'm literally like countering myself here. No, I don't. I just watch. I watch the games. I analyze the games, right? You know, like someone can review what LeBron does well and tell you why what LeBron does works if they dissect his gameplay and they review the VODs, etc. Right? Like, you know, the movie like Moneyball is a perfect example of that, right? Looking for the key point statistics that would inform who you should get on a team to make it worthwhile, etc. Like, yeah. Look at Tom Brady. I mean, I've never heard him, but yeah. Let's just go, yeah. I'm going to take your word for it. KP upload drama. Maybe. I don't think there's enough here, though, because, you know, hilariously enough, apparently people disagreed. Because it got 15 comments before getting downvoted into oblivion. So, guess we just didn't get the full opinion. But what was the other thing? I vaguely remember him saying that he's picky about frame rate in games. Yep, have said that before. On an old PC, like, we basically, like, I was not going to play under 60 frames. I've said we will start doing game streams of Age of Empires 4 once we reach a certain amount of viewers average. We're not there yet, though. Like, we're basically halfway there, I'd say. So, you know, it's a long-term goal, but we'll do our road to conk when that happens. The reality check is, like, even when we do that, something I'm going to dislike about AV4, for all the things I praise and love about Age of Empires 4, it's horrible for input. I'm very sensitive to input, man. Like, I play fast-paced FPSs. I play games like Dota 2, which are incredibly responsive. And unfortunately, Age of Empires 4's got really bad response time. And that's by design. It's upside downsides, right? Because it has really bad response time, it means that you can play with people in different areas of the world more feasibly. It's what StarCraft can't do, because it would just be unfair. But, like, the trade-off is, your input can feel sluggish or delayed, because if you click too much, etc., some of the clicks just won't register because of the tick rate of the server. And I have played against him. And you lost. Wait, I'm going to guess you were... Was it Wolfheart? Is that Wolfheart's account? Aggressive product? I don't know, guys. I feel like last time we actually done... Like, when the expansion launched, we were on a little bender. We never lost. We were unbeatable. We won't talk about the 2v2s. We had mixed bag with one. We done okay. And I think everything that was a randomer was like, a lot of these literally people just tap out. And then I just stubbornly wouldn't leave for like 10 minutes playing 1v2. Because I was quite rightly annoyed. I don't know. I think those not bad stats. Wait, I forgot we played a bunch with Crackety once upon a time. Mountain Pass? What are we doing here? Oh, that's right. We kept trying, and then people would realize that Crackety was high ranked and immediately leave the game. And I remember when we played with Nilly, we played some on the pop, and I felt so bad because he was doing like a mass great bombard strat, and I didn't realize, and I accidentally made the people GG the game. I felt so bad. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, there's no secret I don't play the game that much. You know, it's kind of like, if you spend 150 to 200 hours a month already, some games you can be like, yeah, I want to play this now. But sometimes you're just like, I need to play something else. All right, I believe we should have B and Dimu drafting in a sec, no? I think Dimu just went toilet break. What you hear? Wait, what? Remember having played against you in Battle Aces? That should be enough. Yeah, but like, I can't remember. You beat us, didn't you? But you were doing the cheesy shit in 2v2s. I remember that. Can't remember what it was you were using. No, wait, wasn't it when it was the stupid mortar rush meta? I hated you so much for that, man. I hated everyone who done like the more rush meta was cringe. Still remember that crap. Stinger's Wasp for a while. I remember moaning about that when Vortex done it to me on the ladder, because we queued into Vortex and we almost got past that stupid phase of the game. But I remember saying that, so my criticism of Battle Aces is Stinger rushes. Wasp rushes. Those who don't know, basically it was like the equivalent of, the best way to compare it would have been Age of Empires 4 release scout rushes. It was cheesy as all hell. And it's like, it was beatable, but my point about it is like, even if something's beatable, it can still be terrible for the game. And it was completely terrible for the game. It was boring. Like, the strategy was you had to stay at your base and wait. But you had to wait in a very tedious fashion that felt like it was anti-interactive. I never liked things like that. I think it's basically, it's punishing you for trying to play the game, shall we say. But yeah, we almost survived it against Vortex doing that and would have won. But I think after 8 minutes of having to wait on that Wasp grind, I got really freaking bored. I remember at one point we got to the stage where when we queued in, if we saw someone had Wasps in their deck, we just left. Cast a team tournament with full voice. Oh, I definitely want to do like a full voice-esque tournament one day. It's all about scale though, right? Because like when you do those type of things, there's a lot more organization that has to go into things. So you have to pay people more. You have to pay someone to sort production. You have to pay the admin more because they're going to have to do more tedious tasks. So it's like, it just conflates the cost into a ridiculous, like, whatever. And, you know, you can justify that sometimes when, like, the opportunity cost is high enough, right? So, like, people tend to, like, see it as acceptable burning money on a project on, say, like, a new game launch, right? Kind of like Stormgate and the EGC's tournament there, right? Like, putting 25k in and saying, screw it, because that wasn't funded by Frost Giant. That was generally EGC. Right, EGC put 25k in on that thing for the prize pool alone. And you do that because it's speculative growth. It's a new market and it might be worth it. But with like AV4, it's not to say you guys aren't worth it, but like, I know if I do that type of tournament, I'm not tomorrow going to have 3,000 people watching. So I have to weigh in what is the cost versus the potential gain. And if the numbers don't make sense for the risk reward, you have to take a more tempered approach. This is something that not enough people genuinely do in esports. And it's why we were talking about yesterday, esports bubble going pop constantly at the moment. You should do a drunk cast sometime, like a sub goal. I've wondered about sub goals and whether it would really incentivize people and what would incentivize people. You want something that's memorable, worth aiming for multiple times, but semi-repeatable, right? So you don't want to be like, oh, if we get 1,000 subs, I'm going to shave my hair. That's a one-offer. That never happens. Like, well, it doesn't happen 80 times. That takes a long time. Also, I think I've talked about this with things like that. I think I'd only ever do wacky things like shave head, shave beard, if the stream was quite big. And the reason is, like, I don't know what I'd look like without a beard. I reckon I'd look horrible. And that would impact my ability, and it's already hard enough these days, to get hired as like a presenter, you know? Because genuinely, like, people like or not, how you look is equated into the equation for like hirings, right? Because you're a presenter, you're on camera. If you look like shit, no one's gonna want to watch the stream. If you tuned into someone and they looked like a horror story, you're like, okay, I don't want to watch this. And the glamification these days is like extreme that out. High mobility was an issue since you can't leave your base. Yeah, it was just so boring. Which is unfortunate because like there are very fun things about battle aces. Don't think a drunk cast can be sponsored by WE? Pretty sure it can. Because to my understanding, the blockers from World's Edge would be taking alcoholic sponsors. Drinking is different. I don't think that'd be treated any differently to Twitch's general rules on drinking, like making sure it's not self-harm, right? If you were talking about, yes, you'd be correct in like if I was to go and get sponsored by, insert alcohol brand, that is against MS's TNCs for tournaments. How does Choose My Civ work? Can we request to play yourself? It was there from when we would basically, like, it needs to be, like, spruced up, basically. I need to get someone who helps me keep track of that crap. I wouldn't recommend using the Choose Civ right now. It doesn't have relevance. So it's there for when we play. Picking it doesn't mean I'm now going to go play. The other value it had a flexi value, which is before when we were doing, like, pubcasts all the time. It was a way that people like, I want to see a pubcast of this Civ. So then we go look for a replay for that Civ. Currently, it doesn't do anything. Upload this photo in one of these AI apps. Nah, dude, I think I've done it. I wasn't sure how good it was, but I didn't like the look of me without a beard. I hated it. I actually hated it. I was like, I'm not. Never, ever. That's when I knew I could not allow it to ever happen. Sorry, I just noticed the brightness went down. Didn't shave, not even like refreshing it a bit? I mean, the closest that would have come is taking the sides here off. It's always been at least this for many years now. I think at one stage I maybe took out the goatee piece to see if that would look okay. But yeah, there's always been at least that piece. For probably 8 years at least now, I think. Okay, so we do have our map picks. We're going to load those bad boys in. They are about to start Little Cave Draft. Okay, so Dry Arabia, Rocky River. Let me reset everything. Remember, these are best of fives, by the way. So Frisian starts. Dry Arabia. Rocky. Coastal. And finally, High View. Boom. BO5. China! Getting for HRE as well. Yeah, I feel like this is the most common split you'll see at the moment. Roost and Shuji is just an expected ban. What's up, Faplar? Thank you very much, mate. 18 months. What a legend. Appreciate you, bud. When I have a beard for a long time, at some point I just want skin to be refreshed. See, that's actually crazy for me. I mean, I don't know. I guess like when you say skin refreshed, do you actually mean that you worry about the quality of the skin under? I guess that's a thing, because like in hindsight, I feel like I should have been using probably beard oils or whatever the one would be, being balms this whole time, but I never have. But if you mean like, oh, I feel like I need to look different, I don't get that as much. I guess same with hair. Like hair for a few years now has been like extending to a longer and longer length. Can a gold player be a successful streamer? Yes. It's all about personality. Could you be a successful streamer in AoE4 right now? Probably not. The reason is you wouldn't do it via streams. You'd do it via things like YouTube and building an organic new audience. The problem you'd have right now is if, like for a start, you should... I never recommend people just open a Twitch stream and start streaming. Right? You could do it for the fun, but don't do it expecting success, because unless you have a way of growing that channel, it's redundant. So that's why if you can see this, actually the statistics support this, that the best platforms to grow on are YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Those are the top 3. And then Twitch, like if there's those ones here, Twitch is all the way down here, alongside like X. X is also now terrible for growth, right? But like you should never treat Twitch as the beacon for your growth. It's what it is it's a arrival point for the funnel. The funnel is things like YouTube, Insta, TikTok, etc. They push people through that funnel and get them to the stream side. But like if you do that well, if you do the wide well and funnel in, yes, you can be successful as a gold player, right? Like XQC comes and plays the game, plays like shit. He's like what I think maybe gold. Is it platinum now? I don't know. He's been going up a bit, but the point is he's not like Diamond Conk, but people watch him. Now, you can argue they watch him for other things, but sure, they still then come and watch him when he plays that though. You know, love excessive profanity. Excessive profanity is an amazing guy, but he's not an amazing player. He'll admit that himself. I think he's like gold rank maybe, but several hundred people come to watch him. They've come to watch him for him over time. So like the personality element. Do you think people watch 10-4 Tim because he's a really, really good player? Or do you think people really love watching Tim because of the way that he talks and the way he interacts? There's an argument that like we've had plenty of people who have been Conk Plus who have tried to stream, and because they just play the game and there's no personality coming through, no one cares. Sorry if that's like, if someone's offended by that, if that's a wake-up call, but it's a reality check, right? Why does Dumu do so well still? Because he's great at balancing playing the game with like talking with his chat as he goes, etc., right? Hope that answers it. So we do have the draft complete. We'll switch over now. The lad should be setting up the lobby in a second. Yeah, like, I mean, case in point, right? Before I got into esports, I was actually on an upward trajectory with my content. I kind of chose esports over content creation. In a long time, hindsight, I'm wondering if that was the right choice. Reason is, like, if you build your own channels, you control your destiny. When I'm just a full-time commentator and presenter, host, whatever, I'm at the whims and mercy of, like, who runs events and whether they want to hire me or they prefer their other friend instead, right? But, like, basically, before I got into esports, I was seeing really good growth with a game like Foxhole. I don't think I have the replays up anymore. It's probably cringe content if it still exists. But on Foxhole, what I was doing is I was running around. So Foxhole was a top-down shooter game where the players like do everything. They build everything in the world. They gather all the resources. They do everything. And they fight each other. And I would basically have personas. So I had Field Marshal Hans when I was on one faction. I had Drill Sergeant Haig when I was on the other, right? And I would basically just use VoIPs to get all kinds of mischief done. Now, the super hardcore Foxholers hated me because they were like spending hours gathering all these resources and coming up with an elegant plan. They were going to build a wall and they were stockpiling loads of guns for the push. And then I'd just show up and convince 80 people to run at the enemy making Mickey Mouse noises, right? So the hardcore guy hated me, right? The hardcore guys in those situations would be the comparative of like the conk level players that want to watch conk level players. The casuals freaking love me. You know, we're talking 200, 300 average people plus watching me, tuning in to want to see me. Because they were different. You were like a LARPer, kind of, right? Like, I've always had an ability to do a lot of impersonations. So I was leveraging that as part of my content creation. And people were eating it up. But the audience I built was completely different to the people that cared about the strategic, like, deep tactic crap that was happening in the war, right? I was catering to a whole new different audience. So like that's my lesson to you is, you know, rank really doesn't matter. You know, if you are funny, educational, skilled, like you've hit the jackpot. If you're one of those, you can still do really well. You just need to know how to leverage it. Sup, Court? How's it going, darling? But yeah, I never went like full slash roleplay slash LARP where, you know, it's like go on a GTA server or something like that. Yeah, we did. I still remember just getting a whole push into a town going to invade the place, and we had a guy driving a digger truck because you need him for building. It's not even for fighting. With Smash Mouth playing on his Void. We basically just created a rave in the middle of a war. That stuff is pure gold. And thank you, Court. Yeah, glad we're working with Elgato. !Elgato if you want to check out the products. We should hopefully have a discount code being sorted soon. I kind of rushed the announcement before the discount code was ready. So there should be a way for you guys to basically get your hands on the goodies and me get the appropriate credit for sending you their way. But the camera is Elgato. The lighting is Elgato. The Stream Deck. I reckon most people can benefit from Stream Decks, even if you're not a streamer. Even like part of our audio setup is Elgato as well. And nope, the mic giveaway is still going until the end of the month. So that is from sure, ! Giveaway, you can get in on that stuff. I rate Elgato very highly for the cameras, the lighting, Stream Decks, etc. The microphones are good for sure. But Shure itself, like I go with because the SM7DB is like kind of unrivaled. That's not really a flame on Elgato though. Like their microphones are in the $100, $200 category, whereas the one I use is a $500 microphone. So there's an expectation this should be better. But yeah, I've been a bit busy to start the week off, but I'm hoping maybe, I don't know if we'll stream on Thursday because obviously I stream Wednesday this week. So maybe on Thursday I'll look to get the sound absorption pads installed on the wall. I'm going to go with like 3 on this side and 3 on this side. And then I'm going to sort that banner out because you can see it's got quite wonky because it hasn't got a solid way of being held up. And then I'm going to look to put my other banner up on the wall as well. You have to make a Twitter account? Make a Twitter account, dude. It's like, it's a free and easy way to support a content creator you like. That's the way I look at it. They're in game? Thank you. Yes. It's because it's showing in lobby. It wasn't showing in game. Appreciate the heads up. Let's get predictions running. We get Suffolk cast. I don't even know if I can really do a proper Suffolk voice. Like, hello, boyo. That's Welsh, right? And if we go for a full farmer one, that's not really what I call an Ipswich one either. You know, that's more like Midsummer's. I have a weird accent. You wouldn't. No one would like any. I've asked so many people from England before. None of them would guess I'm from Suffolk. All right. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for what is going to be a fun day. B versus Dimu. Feels like a classic, man. Always an entertaining matchup to see between these two. This week in a best of 5 in the quarterfinals. Apologies, I do need to update that bracket. That's right, B able to beat Neo Micah 2-0 and get us through for this showdown. And it kicks off on Frisian. Japanese in the hands of B. This is like a signature pick for him right now. I think at this point, and let me know who your person is in chat. If you said, who do you associate with Japanese, without even a second thought, I'd say B. No doubt about it. Dimu is in the running for Juji, I'd say. But in this particular game, we've got him picking Jean. And that's because Juji will never make it through between these two. They know just how powerful it is. It's way, way too strong to let your opponent ever have. Hence why it has been banned on both sides alongside the Roos. Give us a Scottish voice. They'll take our freedom, but they'll never take our lands. It's all about rolling the R's, you know? Or you can go a little bit deeper, like, Lord Druid. Anyway, we'll look to go deep in this series. I feel like this is the one this week that I'd expect most to make it to 5 games. Especially with Dimu looking like he feels a bit better, like a bit more like himself, right? Last few weeks, he's looked a bit shaky, and that's because he has been feeling ill in real life. Jean is kind of okay here, right? Like, I think Jean has been ranking up in terms of the viability, and also on this map, you have got trade to consider. B's pick of Japanese is a little bit weirder. Against Jean specifically, I can make sense of it. I think it does work okay. But if this was French, I think you struggle a lot more. It's weird, right? Because it used to be Japan would beat French and Jean quite easily because mass knights of Japanese beats mass knights of French. However, whenever you add a defensive map in, which in fairness, Frisian is, the other one would be Lakeside, we were seeing a lot of favorability pivot towards Jean and French. I do wonder if we'll try Pro Scouts. In theory, this is a good map for getting away Pro Scouts. And he did go School of Cavalry instead of going Chamber of Commerce, remember. I like this. I think if you go Chamber of Commerce, as tempting as it is, the reality check is that the Japanese will raid you too fast without Samurai. This way, he could just rush Pro Scouts, hoover all the deer up, pull back to his base, and be safe. I do love this from B, though. This is a classic move. It was said earlier when we watched a game of his on Frisian, give this man water, and he will place a dock. You can pretty easily tell when someone is from England. The English and Irish have pretty identifiable accents. Well, yeah, but my point wasn't that you can't identify if I'm from English, in the English lands. It's that you can't identify the province I'm from. That's the thing that British people have struggled with in the past. My accent is a bit muddied. Because when I was a kid, I heavily mumbled, and then I broke through the mumbling. And then I think over time, it's probably become warped by my interactions with people from other countries. Australians, Americans, even Germans, etc. Like Birmingham, you're not even close to where I'm from. Not even close. Pro Scouts on the way. And yeah, Coca, it's a bit surprising in some ways, but not entirely. Like, B has all the fishing on the ponds. Remember, the docks still cost full price, but because the fishing boats are cheaper, he can afford to spam more to just get the return on investment quicker. And the thing about Shinobi is Shinobi can beat knights. Right? It requires good micro, and it requires a lot of them. But if you are starting to assassinate these bad boys, you can go back and heal. Like, it's not just they have chivalry, they win. You already have a form of chivalry. Outpost is on the way up. B is going to have to tank it to the face here, though. That butter knife is super effective. Nice shooting away. He didn't get the other strike out, though. But, oh, yeah. And that starts to feel bad. You might as well just got that extra strike in there. Because now, this Shinobi could also lose. Zumu is waiting for the recharge. It's coming through now. John is on the way. It's very important, actually. This outpost needs to go up now. Arguably, even when it does, it's not going to offer up as much protection as B needs. Mumbling Kid becoming a famous esports caster sounds like a movie idea. Pretty much. The only time I was clear as a kid was when I was full on raging on Call of Duty and coming up with those insane analogies. Like, analogies has not been a recent iteration brought on by casting. I would always, when I would completely just lose my crap, get raging at, like, video games, go into ridiculous cyclical analogies. So, funny thing about Shinobi, by the way, guys, if you get enough of them, Jean always dies. Right, if you get 6 of them, you shoot in, she's dead. It is a bit harder nowadays. Before they buffed her movement speed, going range Jean against Japanese just felt like a death sentence. I never witnessed a game where Jean won that matchup because of it. Nowadays, it's a little bit different. Outpost is coming up. Looks like this Shinobi have to be sacrificed here, but it is admittedly at least getting that second outpost up. Nice snipe bounce. So it looks like Shinobi are going to be dying. Yeah, I guess it's also like surprising I'm not illiterate, considering that when I was a kid, the education system pretty much told my mom I'd amount to nothing. I was just thinking about it because like the other day, someone was like, you don't say admittedly correctly. I also made up a word when I first started casting Desperosity, so... It's a surprise that I do this well, really. Surprised by how well B's doing as well. I mean, sure, you know, there's been some kills along the way on Shinobi. That's the first worker kill, though. He only got 1. He doesn't really have the firepower to kill these fishing boats either. B could theoretically build into an archer ship. He just needs to age up, though. He's got way too much food now. Not enough gold. What do you think about garrison units being observable to the enemy? In AoE2, it only shows a flag. In AoE4, enemies can click and see what's inside. I think it's fine. I don't feel like I've had it or seen a situation where like it made that grand of a deal difference. It probably does matter in some situations, kind of know what you're up against. But it kind of just feels like you're trying to encourage clown carring more. And I think we all enjoy the break we're getting from the clown carring meta that we're starting to develop in the past. Shinobi does have the Shin, but doesn't have the strike. Needed 2 more hits there. Yeah, at this stage, it kind of feels like B should have built an archer ship, right? It would have been better value for money. Maybe weirdly doesn't have a typical English accent. Exactly. And it's weird as well because the way I don't pronounce T's almost makes me even more British. Even though when I had this discussion with a colleague when I used to do Dota 2 a lot. Maybe said it proper there. So I used to always be on a cast like, welcome to Dota 2. And he's like, why don't you pronounce the T's? And it's like, because I think it's going to make me sound really British. He's like, that's the quality. That's the attraction. Everyone wants British casters. I'm like, I don't know. I just saw it as like weed. Which sounds weird saying it out loud. Because like not pronouncing T's is a British thing. But when you pronounce your T's properly, it's also very British. There's certain noises with different dialects that just give you away. I think for British people, it is the T's. It's the way that we pronounce T's that give us away. Right? Dota 2. British. Instead, we're American to be more like British. 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 See how like different that is to British. With South Africans, I think it's like oohs and ahs that give them away. It's like a well-educated South African can almost sound British, but there are certain words that their pronunciations overlap with Australians, and it gives it away. So I explained this to my partner the other day because she watches this vlogger who went to like the most fancy rich kid school in South Africa. The only way I can describe it is like no matter how hard you try as a South African, you know how Australians have what's it called, like a positive inflection, where that was really good, eh? Right at the end of sentences, there are words that South Africans, I think, can't help but do that with. And we've got 1 or 2 South Africans in chat, so they might be able to help with what I'm explaining here. The African. Yeah. So Royal Institute now coming through. Dimu hasn't really got many knights, guys. And B, he did open for Onimusha. Interesting choice considering you're up against Ranger and you don't sniper like if it was melee. My worry is like, where's Dimu's food at now? Right, he went Royal Institute, and he see I tried to say it properly there instead of Institute, and he only has 5 sheep. This is bad. This is really bad. B, meanwhile, has 16 sheep still because most of his food has been coming off of the ponds. What scares me for Dimu here is all B needs to do is get Kabutoya, which is on the way. Remember, that's what gives you the movement speed, so you can just kite around, avoid, and also dive into any exposed economy. Now, Dimu does have the deer stacks. He got a decent amount of it. I'm wondering what the count is, though. Okay, actually, no. I'm panic alerting for no reason. He has plenty left. It's so bloody annoying. I kind of want to have it changed so you can clearly see what's near the TC. Let the horseman play. So this now actually gets awkward then. B is going to be going back from Mount Samurai. Dimu. With Raw Bloodlines and Flood Horsemen, we've seen actually John and French can beat up Japanese quite well. John's riders would destroy Onimusha. Not as much as you think. John's riders get bonus damage against crossbow units. These aren't crossbows. John? Out for a stroll, riddled full of holes. Onimusha find the perfect time in there, so Dimu has to back away. Okay, so this is another key concern, right? His food is safe, but his gold is not. In fact, I'm quite worried because playing Maspero Knights, like 8k gold is not a lot. You're going to have to come out very far. Settle units only select sheep and deer that's killed. It's hard because deer don't have ownership stake. They'd have to recode something on the backside. You can check the sheep count because they have an ownership stake. Flash coming in. So I think 2 or 3 Mount Samurai. In fairness, though, you could actually just hold in these small choke points. A little bit surprised B doesn't go for it, but I think he's just trying to refresh the Kaburia and use that instead. He's basically... Wait, okay, this is sick. He's basically fishing the horsemen. Because the horsemen are quicker, right? So they'll always move past, and when they do, wall them down, and then you can fight. It's really well played, and the other thing is, when you're chasing like this, there's no charge. It means that he's going to get the deflective armor again. Sick read by B. Remember, these fights are difficult because they're raw bloodlines. Like, it's meant to be favorable for Dimu. Advantage is just getting thinned out. Sniper's going to come in. Jean's going to be pushed away. A little bit of an overcommitment by B, though. Does have the Kaburia now to try and reset. It's a lot of XP. Jean should be leveling up soon. He's more Mount Samurai. There it is, level 3 coming in. Tricky now, you can't snipe anymore. We do have the Jean's Riders coming out. Makes sense. This makes a lot more sense than champions here, right? But once again, these units, they don't get bonus against crossbows. Against Onimusha because they're not crossbows, rather. They still hit reasonably hard, and they do have an insane amount of ranged armor. And wait, he's actually... Okay, dude, this is nuts. This is such a Ben type thing. And I kind of love it. He's scaling into Jean Riders. Not something you really expect to see. But because your opponent has gone lofty into Onimusha, it makes sense. The upside here is you have 8 armor. Make it 9 when Jean is in range. Spinning the herd, man. Dimu, I'm liking the cut of his jib here. Companion's equipment also coming in. Makes sense because he's scaling into them further. 2 minutes of ads? Well, there's something you can do about that. Subscribe. Sorry, mate, but can't keep an eye on the ad rotation all the time. Twitch rams them down your throat, I'm afraid. You need to see tournament. I noticed in a game that a deer dropped behind by a pro scout behind a tree had the color of the player. Interesting. It might be, though, what you're seeing there is the player filtration. You see how the color changes based on POV? So this is what B sees on the coloring. This is what Dimu does. So I'm not sure. I'd have to check one of the modders, one of the coders. Getting a little bit worried for B right now. Military Academy just came in. Dimu's getting ready to flood him. Luminary 2 also coming through. Especially important with the Jean's Riders. I mean, percentile scaling as well alongside Jean. So just all quite beneficial to have together. Why no spears? I think he's trying to get there, but he wanted to remain dynamic. He wanted to try and raid. He's only now getting the spearman. It may be a little bit too late. Then we're diving even deeper. Jean's going to be farming up Storm here. The Riders go to the backside. So the Onimusha aren't even countering out the Knights right now. Love the fact he's got the Scouts here. Just extra damage absorbers. So Riders go down. Knights are now going to get mopped up. The Spoon placements are saving B from getting cooked here. To a ridiculous degree, in fact. If it wasn't for the Springald towers here, I think you just lose the entire army. Probably lose 5 or 6 villages as well. So props to him. I mean, it's something we've seen time and time again, right? Is for all the weaknesses we flaunt about Japanese and how they can suck, one upside they have is their ability to just spam a lot of Springald placements if the game goes long enough. Usually the problem is it feels like the game is one way or the other before that point. Maybe Twitch Turbo is better. That's true, but if you want to directly support a content creator, subscribe. Or do your Turbo and then donate them. Boom. Win-win. Spearmen are now starting to come out, but it's a bit of a trickle. We have to be really considerate of the fact that Jean is farming a lot right now. Probably like 300 XP already. Remember, you need 1500. So still a long way to go. But we're not even 20 minutes in the game. And yes, you do get compensated for turbo users watching your stream. It's not always as much, though. I'd be curious, like, if a turbo user watched my stream for 120 hours a month, I wonder how much how much money that would generate. Because of how weak Twitch's ad rev gen is, I could still envision that being lower than what you get from $5 on a sub. Which is kind of crazy. Chill pill moment here, but Dumu has insane amount of Jean Riders. They're so tanky as well. 9 ranged armor and almost 300 HP, and he finds it. He actually finds him out on the food. I mean, he could have been coming here to get the deer himself. Instead, he comes to reap some souls. The only reason why B even looks like he's still in this game is the fishing. Relics are also helping a lot. But the worker kills, some of these are fishing boats just dying, but some of them raw count of a villager loss. Oh my god. I think we just saw why people don't bother with Jean's riders. What happened? And yeah, I was about to say, he should be more villagers behind, but he Yorishiro dropped the TC. No way. But KP, you were just telling us how good Jean's riders are. I don't know what you want me to say. They should be good. They should feel good. They never do. At this point, it's just a more expensive horseman. Because he hasn't countered the spears, right? Reminder, you pay 200 resources for Jean's riders. Keep drop now coming in. Benny Boy needs this. Without this, he has no gold. And unfortunately, he's going to have no gold because he's been seen. The villagers, no! He should be able to rush it up. It's going to cost him, though. Spinman are following this up, so the rider's going to struggle. It's definitely enough villagers to complete. But at what cost? 10 plus worker losses there from that dive. A worthwhile investment for B. Just like Ron McDonald with his investment with the Prime Gamer sub. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Can't expect 15 riders to beat 17 spears. I mean, but you can like argue that you'd think it maybe a little bit closer, right? For 200 resources each. Because if I send one French knight in against 2 spears, he'll win, right? Or you might just beat him. That's where sometimes the maths of A4 is a little bit whack. Like, reminder, what you're paying for this Jean's rider is the same as what you pay for a Keshik. It's Turbo Plus sub, double rev, big brain. This game is getting... Wait, what? Huh? Well, that's new. What just happened? Server DC? Maybe. We're gonna restart the game, see if we can fix that, and then we'll speed to the replay. Whereabouts were we? Were we 15 minutes in? Yeah, no, I can see that Ben hasn't been booted off. Give us a second, guys. We'll try to speed in. I mean, it's not my internet, right? Because we are still live. So we'll just try restarting the game, see if it works. Sorry about that, guys. We can speed through, though. We'll have the 8 times speed, so it shouldn't take us long. Do you guys remember which minute we were at? No, he's... Like, I don't care what he's at, what we're at. Right? Because we'll come in where we were. That's the first time I think I've ever had AoE4 do that. Like that, anyway. So give us a sec, we should be able to. 18, 19? Yeah, I think so. No, the game didn't crash. We just restarted it because like it pulled the plug on the connection to the servers for AoE4. All right, we'll speed through. We were at 21:10, were we? Okay, that's not too bad then. Yeah, I've actually never had it do that before. That was very weird. Vortex got killed as well. Everyone's farming this content? Yeah, so someone with spectating tools, I guess. Interesting they didn't boot people in-game, though. 21 minutes, guys. Almost there. So basically looking for the keep drop around here. After this is about here. Okay, so back into apologies for that, folks. We basically had a server DC. We don't know what the hell exactly happened, but we're back into the action. So we'll go to 2x speed between the big fights just to try and catch up, but kind of a rough game right now for Dimmy, man. I mean, he did get the key drop. He has secured the extra gold vein, but he is miles behind now. And you basically have this situation where you kind of feel like you're up against French. Your opponent's got a faster producing TC, and you're still only on 1. You need a lot of worker kills, and that's a good start. Catches 7 there. Just when you want to count him out. Oh no, no, he fights more. We have an even game. It looked like it was going to be a GG. But in the last minute of gameplay, Dimu has unraveled the lead that B has built entirely. Absolute insanity. We have got Slaying on the other side, though. It looks like now it's B's turn to raid. He's moving into the ponds, and Dimu doesn't seem to notice. He doesn't have any other targets for him to raid onto right now, but it's B's turn. Good fingers, quick reactions, Dimu. Minimizing the losses. Still idle time. It's still going to be a lack of food. Jean is camping on the other stack, though. B all of a sudden creeping ahead again. Still has some fishing in the corner, so it's a little bit deceptive. The Sacred Site timers are ticking. Now, this is a very hard win condition for Japanese, remember. They don't have castles. Nice. Go full crunch time on the enemy samurai, but what I'm seeing is a lot of spears. Dimu has got the arbitrator coming. Slowly but surely. Crossbow strips also to follow. And the raids continue here. It's coming in again. This time it's spears. Not as easy to counter. Not for this comp anyway. It also has the bannerman there. At this point, Dimu, 3/4 of his economy is pinned underneath this castle. He's safe, but he's not gathering. And arguably, he's falling further and further behind. Time restoration is going to give him the pump to push through here. Now, B, this is usually where Japan loses. Crossbows. This is the best civ in the game at doing crossbows. Even better than the French, actually, because of what Jean becomes with the attack speed in level 4. So B needs a switch up. You could go on a Bagusha if you had a real economy. He doesn't. So instead, what I'm expecting from B is mech. Springolds will feel weird here. It might just have to be mangoes. And she goes in with the trade. The V-drop makes this very difficult, though. Love the switcheroo. Just go after the villagers. Every time he's like, well, I could fight you, but these guys look less armed. Wild game number one between these two. We had to reset and find the flow after the disconnect, but I'm glad we did. Because this one is absolutely delivering from both players so far. All's going up. B just trying to limit the options now of his opponent with what little cavalry has left. But we can see for Dimu, it's all about arbitrarying. They're both still playing on pocketed resources. Nobody has a mass farm transition coming in just yet. There's the 2 times speed to catch up just a little bit more. And no, these are best of 5s. We've leveled up the midweek musters. Quarterfinals are now BO5s. Part of me wants to make the grand finals a BO9. I don't know if that's overkill though. I'm going for the decap here. I don't think B can stop him right now. No, he needs a lot of horsemen. And I mean a lot. Like 4 or 5 horsemen is not going to do it here. So decap comes through. Wing condition removed. Dimu able to run away. Onimusha, of course, can't chase this. And it just happened. It's level 4 Jean. Jean de Blast. We have the late game in the picture for Dimu. Remember, he went Royal Institute, so he's kind of already in an elite form with these arbitraries. The Gatling gun mode is going to be the full level up, though. A key drop on the way. Has he used it? He has indeed. Valorous Inspiration is activated, so the Gatling gun on the way through. He's basically frontlining with them because of all the melee armor. There's no way you can stop the castle drop. Dimu is going to be able to deny it. Cannon's at least going to be taken out. Maybe. Yeah, repair's not quick enough. However, look at the lack of army from B. That dive cost him so much more. How did Onimusha trade with Arbitrary? Poorly. It's already rough because of crossbow stirrups. It's even worse now because of Valorous Inspiration. Add in the fact that you've got the Pavis drop to go up to 7 ranged armor. Meanwhile, these units that have the exact same health as you only have 2. You're never going to win that fight with Onimusha. It's impossible. You also have lower base damage. Yeah, so it just goes from bad to worse to worse. Alright, we're just shy of live, so we're going to take this opportunity to speed up again. Because we've got a calming moment. Both players need to get farms done. Sacred Site win condition doesn't exist for either just yet, right? Ben would need to push further in. Love this. Just going into sniping. The spring shots are going into Jean, so doing like no damage at all. We did have some trickled raids, nothing major. Onimusha is still shuffling around the back looking for new targets, but Dimu has pulled that economy home now, right? He's not going wider, he's not taking more risks on the ponds. Really hope they don't add one more hero save. I'm fine with it. I think Jean's unique. I don't think Jean's OP. People who think Jean is OP, probably the same people that still think a Great Bombard is OP. It's not anymore. Said this before. Maybe there's a controversial thing. People's hate and OP feeling on Jean is because it was different. That's literally what it was. It's different to what you're used to in Age of Empires. I like the hybridization of gameplay it brings. She used to be OP? She wasn't. I'm standing by this. She was not OP. People called OP way too early. Nice sneak here for B. Vlad the Impaler? Yeah, but wouldn't we basically do, like, I don't know, do you try and slot that into HRE? I know they weren't part of it, but you could probably try to slide it in there. It's like the raid didn't actually amount to anything there. Good idea from B at least. But seriously, people who call Jean OP, they just didn't understand it. No one understood Jean entirely in the early days. That's a fact. OP would be a stretch. You maybe argue slightly overtuned, possibly. But OP, come on. Though Free Jean was almost single-handedly winning games, she could extend feudal. If, and also to the point of that, people didn't understand it, right? Like, can we agree on that? Regardless if you think Jean is OP, do you think you understood Jean when she first came out? Or was she completely and utterly polarizing and completely different to what you played in Age of Empires 4 over the years? And Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires, right? So, like, that's the point. Some people, if you want to try to have your valid argument, you say you don't think that Jean fits with the theme of the game. Granted, okay, we can have an argument about that. That's different. Her being OP, though. MAA used to be unkillable. What changed? That's coming in, though. We've got rocket launchers. It's kind of funny, actually. The rocket launchers won't immediately kill these guys. And what is up, Mad Mike? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Appreciate you. Yeah, so you end up doing, what is it, 192 damage? So it's going to take a second shot to kill just one rider. Still expensive losses at this stage of the game. B is just blobbing mass horsemen here. Doesn't even have the Uma Bannerman, though. She's not different from AoE 3 heroes? I don't know about that. I played a little bit of AoE 3. I felt like AoE 3 heroes didn't really... I didn't feel the same scalability or anything. If you think about it, Jean is just a more damage-oriented concept of the Khan, right? Like I said, you can maybe argue she was slightly overtuned. I don't think she was outright OP, though. And we actually saw... we literally saw that when it got into tournament play in the early days, right? I still remember that game between... Was it Mister and Marine Lord? Where he basically beat Jean's Ottomans by just building a single outpost. He completely trivialized the Civ. And that's kind of a problem with Jean if you think about it. It's like she just doesn't have options. She's got a bit more option now with Pro Scouts meta. Historically, a problem has been she has to be this. Attack, attack, attack. Kanagashima Gunsmith now coming in. So B, instead of attacking, looking to tech. Himu's still playing the Age. He's even switching into the Archers now. JD introduced power creep. Yeah, like, it's just a different form of power creep. If you think about it, so Jean, I would say, was aggressive micro power creep. Whereas a lot of power creep already exists in AoE 4 in the form of economical power creep. If I, as a French player, come in and kill 2 of your villages, I now have a power creep. Right? My economy is going to scale better than yours. You have to do something. If we then just choose to both eco-scale, I can beat you. Right? If we both start mirroring TCs and I build more TCs, boom. And hello. Raid coming in. Timu's completely away from the base. And this is going nowhere anytime soon. No, Timu, he went siege. Right? He can't now just rush home. Because right now, B is holding horsemen in reserve while hitting the base. Is this going to be it? I mean, Dumu, it's over a 20 eco lead now for B. And that's only going to get bigger. This is getting ugly. He's not reacting. He's trying to commit to a dive the other way. But that involves going underneath a shogunate castle. Good luck with that. It's his only move left, though, with the amount of villages he's losing here. 30 villager lead. Soon. Possibly more. The only thing safe is the gold gathering in the center. And B, that slivery gear, that move right there might have just done it. Oh my dear God. There's nothing left of him. Redemption de place. So he continues to believe. Now, interesting thing here, folks. You can tank the Shogunate with Jean directly because she has range damage reduction, and a rocket launcher is not siege, it's ranged. But if B just micros and targets down the arbitrary, you're up Craps Creek without a paddle. We have, however, got the cannons which will outrange the Shogunate. This game is not over yet. Although, wait, no, he's going for a landmark snipe. Dumu, no, this is too late! And just like that, he's a 20 villager boy. Relics have at least been pulled out of their sanctuary. It feels like a landmark race, but this is hard. The Tanagashima gunsmith is the real threat. Your opponent will have cannons to counter your cannons. There are only 35 villagers left alive. I mean, you just go off the other landmarks, right? They're all on one screen. It's not going to be quick. But instead, maybe, I don't know, kill 16 villagers for free? Even with this army eventually getting mopped up, look at the military count. B is not weak, and he has hand cannons coming in. This surely has to be it. Hand cannons commit. John can force de blast. Hasn't activated the Valorous Inspiration just yet, though. And there it is. It comes out, it's activated. Gatling gun mode has been activated, but I don't think it's going to be good enough here. The backstab feels conclusive enough. Sure, the Jean's riders might still be alive. One cannon might survive, but Jean most definitely will not. And game one will go to the 3D clan member. What a game it was. I'm glad we were able to get back in and catch up after the weird spectator disconnect for what is clearly going to be a promising series. What a sick game one. That was incredible. So, Jean versus Japanese. There you go, guys. So we need to buff Jean. Yes. Japanese need nerf. Wait, hold on a sec. Leave getting his own Civ nerfed? Question mark? Let me pay out. So B game one. A laser picked up on AoE. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, Core? Huh? A laser did? He's playing now? Does a laser stream? He used to, right? Poogies? Well, I think like StarCraft reached that point where people are convinced it's dead now, right? So something really big happened. I don't know if you guys saw it. I don't know if these type of things are like editable into content. Like my editor's watching, so I don't know, maybe he takes it and there's something there. But a laser arriving into Age of Empires 4 wouldn't be that surprising. Because StarCraft is dying. StarCraft was already kind of on the deathbed in some ways, and here's why. The recent balance changes were not popular. There was already a growing tension to switch over to Stormgate, and that failed through. Right, like Stormgate has not been the deliverer of the next generation of RTS gamers like some people had expected. But then the other thing you have to keep in mind is something big happened this year. And if you guys have been looking on Twitter, you might have noticed it. We just had IEM. Where was StarCraft? StarCraft wasn't there, right? But the first time in many years, maybe, I don't think all the years, I think it wasn't always part of it, but for quite a while it has been there. At this point, what you're actually seeing from a lot of the StarCraft community is they are praying that they appear here. The final game announcements are coming out, right? Like Riot's just announced its participation with its games in EWC. But the thing that like right now, I think a lot of StarCraft people are praying is that it makes an appearance at Esports World Cup. And if it doesn't, it's probably going to feel like the nail in the coffin for quite a few players. Not everyone's going to abandon. You'll still have players that participate, right? Like, you always have that. But the reality is, at that stage, like, StarCraft 2, the amount of players it can support has already technically been going down, right? In terms of how many people watch the content and how big the prize pools are. If ESL aren't going to be active or as active anymore, that's already a huge hit. If Esports World Cup isn't there, guys, Esports World Cup was huge last year for StarCraft 2. It had $1 million prize pool. Well, technically over. $1,050,000 prize pool for StarCraft 2, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the biggest prize pool they've had in many years. No? Like, I'm pretty sure StarCraft IEM wasn't even that much. I think StarCraft IEM was $500,000. Yeah, $500,000. So, like, that's a lot of money all of a sudden gone. So I wouldn't be surprised if you've got people like Elaser and others taking another look at Age of Empires 4. Maybe we see the return of people like Sort of. Apparently, State has started to play Age of Empires 4 again. But that just might be because he's tired of Age of Mythology. It's hard to say. But let's look at this realistic. Age of Empires 4 is off to a great start to the year. Did you guys see my tweet? By the way, you should be following me at KillerPigeon. We tweeted the other day. Look at the numbers. That's not bad. We were in the top 2 rows on Twitch. The category for Grand Final Sunday of the EGC tournament, the first one of 2025, had 30,000 people watching. Now, I know some people like to argue, oh, well, yeah, but most of that was Gotaga, and I don't speak Baguette. Okay, but here's the thing, guys. This is going to be an interesting one for you. Age of Empires 4, go to most watched, go by average. Gotaga's average was almost 14,000 people watching. Do you guys see that? Almost 14,000. Click on his channel. His average across the month is 11,000. Now, we aren't hitting Valorant watch party, Rocket League watch party levels, but that is still a noteworthy spike upwards from Age of Empires 4. 19,000 people didn't need to come and watch him there. They could have clocked out and went and watched Valorant, which would be more in line with Gotaga's roots in Call of Duty, or Rocket League, where they've been hella big, as Rocket League has been in France for a long time. But 20,000 people chose to keep watching. They wanted to keep watching. That's promising, man. I think there's going to be a lot of players that left before coming and taking another look at Age of Empires 4. It's a promising time for our game. And hopefully, a lot of people are getting hyped as they shift the DLCs. Hopefully, 2025 is the turning point where we start to ramp up like this. I warned, games like Apex, if they can do it, we should be able to as well. Just have to find out if we can in the future. But for now, we need to get ready for game number 2. Oh, did I put game 3 on the previous one? Oh, well, anyway. Game 2, boom. I don't speak, but gets an amazing line. Clip it and ship it. I don't know if that was enough content for a video, Mr. Editor. Maybe. Maybe we'll talk a bit more after this one as well. Game number 2 of what is already a phenomenal best of 5 between Dumu and B. B able to get the lead early. Can he extend it now? We've got HRE versus Marlians. It definitely looks like the type of draft matchup where he could. Ladies and gents, if you've been watching HRE versus Marlians recently, you know exactly why this is a pain point for Marlian players. The march is already on the way. The spearmen have arrived, and the outpost rush is in effect. Dumu's reaction is, it's not that big of a deal. I'm sorry, what was that, Dumu? It's not that big of a deal. Dumu, can you say a little loud? I'm fine. Yeah, so he's just basically going to try to ignore the problem. Which is hard to do when 2 of your 3 viable gold veins are on one side of your base here. And this is a long walk out for the villager. Yeah, against marching drills, you could just get pinched. See? Let's go for the dive in. Quick reaction out of Dumu. But you can't come back now. This has to be a Saharan trade network. Which is pretty much what B is aiming for. If he can force you to Saharan, he can still build the outpost here. Right? That will still block you from actively gold gathering and getting the second gold vein, and you would have sacrificed 75 gold a minute. But Dumu says no. He refuses to give the trinkets up. It's going to go Mansa, but it's going to cost him his gold veins. That's an interesting question by Browning. Since we're on the subject, I've been wondering why you chose this game. You're a uniquely skilled caster. Why AoE? Thank you. So I think AoE, the timing kind of lined up, was part of it. I believe that this was the RTS that had the potential to be the next great RTS. I've always said that Age of Empires 4 had the potential to be, for RTSs, what Valorant was for tactical shooters. Admittedly, the potential was wasted. It was also an opportunity to explore the content art, because I was wanting to do more content, because I was doing less casting in Dota 2. Instead of walling around, I wanted to get active and create casting content. People don't really give a crap about Dota 2 individual casting channels because you have all these big orgs for it. Age of Empires games is a pristine example of being a content creator and being a caster, because you can just go spectate anything freely. So that open accessibility seemed logical to me. And at the time, there was also, I wouldn't say any other like esports potential art that I was seeing develop. So I think, you know, part of it really lined up to fortuitous timings. It made the most sense. I could have went to Valorant and competed with dozens of casters that have more FPS experience than me. Even though like I love FPSs and watched FPS for years. I could have went with like what? StarCraft 2 that's already oversaturated and you need to be a content creator anyway. Same with AoE 2. So Age of Empires 4 is when they give it a shot because it seemed like the best opportunity. And that being said, it was very hard because starting that opportunity, I started outside of the sphere. So I didn't have any early access. I didn't have any early exposure point like other people. So we had to really build from scratch. So I had to learn a lot. I had to learn how to be a YouTuber as a big part of it. Something I'm still very much learning. So, you know, I don't regret it. I do maybe regret not content diversifying. I think I've kind of reached the point where I'm like, I love doing esports, but does my content all have to be esports? Or maybe, just maybe, and this is crazy thought, I'm potentially interesting enough that people would watch me for things other than casting. Probably wrong on that one. But this is so right, it feels wrong. We have got the Mindwork Palace build. Yeah, B doesn't really need this in this type of game, per se. I think you could just comfortably get towards Castle with Pro Scouts and just get all the relics. But this is a B classic. We see him do this in matchups where you don't need it. Like, for example, you don't really need Mindwork in the Delhi matchup, but he does it there as well. This is all about aggressively ending the game as swiftly as possible, giving Dimu no hopes of recovery. How old is my kid? So one of my kids is almost 3 years old. The other one is just a few months old now. It's approaching 5 months old. Yeah, I've got 2. Thank you. It's very expensive on the bills. The maths checks out. I'm going to need a double Dimu sub count per month to feel safe. There we go. That's a high target. Surprised Valorant is still popular. I think it was the timing as well. A lot more people got into gaming across COVID. And Valorant released at that point. It definitely helped. Yeah, it's, you know, to the whole point of like, you're uniquely, I'm going to keep holding on, uniquely skilled caster. Thank you very much. It's why one of my long-term goals is to not just do AV4 content, but almost kind of develop kind of a watch party caster-esque vibe, if that makes sense. I would love to be in a world where we could have 4 or 5 different games where when major tournaments happen, we tune in and cover it. That would be incredible. I think that's the kind of, I don't know if I want to say control, but freedom that a lot of creators want. It's not that we don't love what we create around solely. Like, I love Age of Empires 4. But it's also freaking scary, right? Like, the opportunity for growth may be lacking unless you have a lot of new players coming in. You don't know how long the game's going to ever get support. You hope it's going to be for 100 years, but will it ever? You always want to, you know, be in control of your own destiny. That's why we've really made an effort to, you know, support raiding creators that we know who are, like, for example, going into different games. I think the other day we had His Watson, where I said, yeah, this guy used to always do Apex. He's trying to do, like, Marvel Rivals. He's trying to do Elden Ring. Let's go support that, because I can tell you guys, when you change your content type, it is so, so scary. Like, I would love to be, you know, I've said this before, but I'd love to be able to start casting some Rocket League games or casting some Dota 2 again on this channel. and then maybe have opportunities open up so that I can balance going to these big events and being here with you guys. But it's freaking scary, man. I think every creator goes through this. Sadly, we wish our brain wasn't as dominated by numbers, but because of the fact that that's how like money directly correlates and that's how sponsors choose who they sponsor, our brains always go there. His brain always goes to the numbers too, just a different way. We are getting the Zerg Spear that he's just become infamous for at this stage, but he's not skipping a beat, right? We have him contesting into the Pro Scouts. We also have him blobbing for what could easily be a gradual tech up. He has to block the deer from coming home, but in fairness, with this many spearmen, there might be a world in which he just shoves one of these packs back towards his base. What about midweek muster? It's literally here to stay, man. We are on week 13 of... I don't know if it'll be 30 in the end. Close to 30. I'll set a safe low bar of like 25 weeks at least should occur. The reason I'm doing that is obviously, you know, we might have... I don't know, actually, mathematically, we have enough weeks left for 30 now. Till the end of June. Someone who's career-focused, I feel like I see quite a lot of downsides to a certain extent if you're bound by the state of AoE4, which players are playing and going to... Exactly. And that's what I've said before. Like, I'd love for more people to care about just the low-ranked games or whatever, but it's a challenge to get to people at that stage. Isn't it going to be forever? Nothing's forever. I think in a lot of ways, the fragile nature of things is what makes them so special. If you knew Age of Empires 4 was going to exist for 50 years, you wouldn't relish in the beautiful moments that it's created over the last 3. So Demo is getting ready for a tech up. Despite the early aggression for B, I'm not liking his position here. Regnance is on the way, but this is Farimba. And I'm pretty sure Dimu got 3 stacks of deer. Right? Remember it is. If Dimu just goes and mass Mansa Musafadi, he has a really powerful timing here. Yeah, make no mistake about it, folks. This game is definitely not over. B, one upside, he does have the Mindwork build. Look at the prelate count already. He techs up, he already has 4 prelates. And he's looking to vacuum all the goodies. Other weird thing is B didn't go all pikes. This is going to be the mass knight strategy, right? With the steel barding. Still not convinced that beats Mansif Musafadi, though. Forest Scouts are at least going to be a nuisance, so we'll be able to deny one of the relics coming home. As it is currently a 4 relic pool, we'll turn it into a 3. But they're all getting close enough to the base. Wallow's going to come out on the flank. Other ones look like they're going to be making it home. So 3 relics already in the base for B. 1 is impossible. The 4th feels almost undeniable. He didn't go for the Musafadi. We've got Javelineer play here. I'm a little bit surprised by this, actually. So what's the strategy now for B? He's still playing only Spears Horseman. He still doesn't have any melee techs at all. Javelineers is going to make this awkward. In theory, the Spearman does work, right? And the reason it works is because you have marching drills. Normal Spears can get kited by Javelineers. I don't think the Javelineers work that well against HRE, though. I'm kind of shocked. I think Mansa Musafadi makes a lot more sense here, guys. Because Mansa Musafadi would have a 4 melee base armor, which completely offsets all pikes. So Mansa Musafadi can beat Spears, right? They can hold back Horsemen. They can make sure that HRE can't go men-at-arms, they can't go knights, none of it. From this position, B can flood all pikes type units, and then eventually potentially switch into knights with steel barding. Don't disagree, League has turned into Disney in my opinion. I played it for 8 years and I can only watch Worlds now, it's annoying. Yeah, people tend to go for like the big glorious event. It's always, that's the challenge is in a scene. You're trying to be the biggest spectacle because you will definitely generate the most audience, right? Like, look at how many people will tune in for Red Bull World Lore but won't care about the rest of the year. It's true of every game. TI has this as well for Dota 2. Apex Legends undoubtedly would have had it for LGS champs. So Bumper on the walls. Wait, is this going to be 5 relics? This army looks so small. Dimu seems reluctant to commit. I don't think he's sure that this is everything. But he's going to have to make his move. The relic's being picked up. There's no way you get this home. Warlord's going to come out very early, but the Javelineers will just snipe him down. He just has to run. Tuck, tail, and hide here. Farm transition's coming in, but reminder, this is mine work, not Arkan. It's weak. Not sure if you saw this, KP, but Relic CEO gave an interview where he talked about how they plan on innovating the RTS. They spun up a team called Relic Labs to release new small RTSs in RTS-like games. That's interesting. I don't know how feasible it is to make small RTSs. I think RTSs is one of the harder genres to develop unless you have a reliable, stoic engine that's designed for rapidly vomiting out different concepts. But I do agree with the idea of making smaller games. I think we're kind of reaching a point where developers are going to start appreciating that it's actually moronic to spend $500 million on one game with no conceptual proof that it's worth it. Now, it's different if you do like a smartly designed live service that you develop into costing that much over time. But even live service games, I think, are going to shrink in their count. Like, you actually can already see this. You guys look at Sony. Sony had, I can't remember how many plans it was, like 15 live service games. They cut it down to like half that already. There's a very big shift coming in the gaming industry. And yeah, I mean, I don't think it's obnoxious to say or arrogant to say I am the most experienced caster in Age That just comes with the territory. Like, the thing with Age of Empires is Age of Empires historically is not a scene of professional casters, it's a scene of professional content creators. The cast. Now, that's not a flame on them, it's just a different style. Dimu. Showing you just how much of a pro he is in this one, by the way. 32 javelins. We do have that night barding night switch coming. Is the poison going to be too strong? I mean, it's a lot of Donzos is my bigger concern here. This is a very difficult hold for B. Very strong timing for Dimu. He's 4 relics home. In theory, if you can get these outposts up, if you can get some spring placements in, very difficult for even javelins to dive. Just doesn't have that layer of control over his own base yet. Only watch Dota now because of the community's toxicity. Well, we talked about this as well, right? Like, the reason StarCraft has continued to do so well all these years is because the audience stopped playing, now they watch. AV4 doesn't have that yet. AV2 has that. A lot of older games have that. The generations don't have time to play, but have time to watch. A lot of 4 is still embedded in people that play the game because we're so young. High raids are great on the interception now. I like that from B. He can't directly fight. And due to the slow-moving army, Dimu's just kind of forced to do this weird dance, and it's buying the space necessary for these outposts to start installing emplacements. Those games people are playing are from before 2019. Yeah, like, what are the biggest games in the world? Apex Legends, League of Legends, Dota 2, Counter-Strike. Actually, Counter-Strike 2 came out, right? So it's like a newer version, but it was an updated version of the older game, basically. And those games, by the way, baited this concept of making 1 million games as live services products. Which just doesn't work. It's weird because while you have these very successful games, all the new ones are stuck in a seasonal nature of things where people don't really commit to new games anymore. They hop. You can see it in ARPGs. Path of Exiles 2, all the Diablo creators go there. Diablo expansion, bunch of Path of Exile 1s coming to Diablo. Now, these bulky boys are not going to die easily, by the way. They only take 4 damage per strike. They're very expensive, though. But the Landsnake idea is cool. The issue is just how easily you can get kited. Like, this is basically mass range versus mass melee. Flash coming in. Knights, you just have to brute force this. Donzo count is low. Only 11 on the front line. The Knights' health bars are depleting fast here, though. There's a growing risk that there's not going to be any cavalry left for the push. Yeah, and another big problem here. B, forced to fight before Inspired Warriors came in. There's not going to be many warriors left to inspire at this rate. Second wave now arriving for Dimmu. Donzos have been removed from the defense force. There's a handful of horsemen and knights pushing this back. The Lance are cleaning up against the Donzos. But B needs to get back in the house. You've chased him off of your garden. He's off your property. Don't be the guy naked in his boxes at maximum that chases him down the street like a madman. Because then you've gone from self-defense to indecent exposure. You're going to be the one in trouble. See? Those are the weird analogies that random person on Reddit was complaining about. Probably because his brain can't process an analogy. Dive coming in. We do at least have Springald placements now. And we have a lot of them. We got double Springald, we got archer shots as well. Springald's over here, right? Springald here as well. It's just made his base full scorched earth feeling, right? You can't walk in without feeling like it's a bad trade. We do have the siege engineering coming. Dimmu, honestly, just go 4 rams. Don't mess around on this. I've seen too many times people skimp with 1, maybe 2 rams max. Against E-repairs, it loses you games. Do I know Basil faulty? No. What's Basil faulty? Wait, you mean, is that from, you mean, from 40 Towers? Yeah, yeah, 40, yeah. Of course. No, he's done the 1 ram. Someone just needs to make a One Love remix song for 1 ram. It'll just be a replay of all the games lost because someone only built 1 ram. 1 ram. The times we acquired 1 ram. He's gonna stay alive. Oh, if I had 4 rams, he wouldn't survive. This just doesn't feel it. I mean, admittedly, B is being very lackluster with his villagers' lives there. Allow them to get sniped for free. But this is what I mean. Like, not even a single outpost down. And all of a sudden, that big military lead doesn't exist anymore. I'm confused right now. And Dimmu, yeah, the raids are at least going to fail to hit there. He does block the attempt. We do have ranchers getting added in, so he's inflating his lead. He could have easily had enough wood for multi-ram here. He has 3,000 gold. My World War II analogies always make you think of him. What? Dude, the Magano line is a bloody good reference point. And as an Englishman, it's always very important that we criticize the ambitious choice by the French to think that sort of defensive strategy would work. Okay, that was a very diplomatic way of saying an Englishman will always look to criticize a Frenchman, but yes. That's her academy coming in now for Dimmu. Now you think, why doesn't B just build mangoes? Doesn't really work against javeliniers. They have good enough range to just dive and kill you, but also they move so fast, they'll dodge you. It's not until you're Imperial that it makes sense. All right, here we go. 1 ram. Sing along in the chat. You guys know this song now. Probably don't. I made it up on the spot a few seconds ago. For Dimmu's mother's life, 1 ram. For the times we cried, 1 ram. His base will stay alive. If I built 4, he wouldn't survive. Okay, so we're halfway there. God, that's kind of catchy, actually. 2 Sacred Sites now locked in. However, this big break in the push has given B an idea. What if I could raid him? And this defense force is very underwhelming. The timing couldn't be worse for him. He's not even in the base yet. Dives in. Risk of losing villages. He's going to clean up the military units first. Need to get more troopers here. Instead, he's just going to shuffle the rams in. But wait. You need to guard the rams. Uh-oh. Dimmu? Well, that's one. We're back to 1 ram. Raid on the other side found 6 worker kills. And a lot of idle time as well. This is just kind of awkward, man. There's just so many towers. I mean, his military is definitely bigger. But he needs these towers gone. The problem is they're daisy chained in. The E-repairs is there. Torches are out. Sprint placement coming in the additional tower. Reminder, these are buffed, by the way. The relic does give 25% more damage and more weapon range. This is just toxic. At some point, Dimmu has to be thinking, just build a siege workshop and get some trebs here, right? In fairness, he's keeping B in his base. And the reason that's valuable is we do have a ticking win condition. What Dimmu needs to do now is go Imperial. And you're probably looking at Fort the 100. No! I love the weird horn when you fail to hold a sacred site. Like when you give the wrong answer on a quiz show. All of a sudden, he gets to take that chill pill. Although we already have another raid coming in. Textiles at least minimize the losses. Only 1 worker kill so far, but no, we're doing it again. We're actually doing it again. He's already in range of 3 Springald emplacements. This is so toxic. You may not like it, but this is peak defensive base layout. Oh my god. Even over here. It's kind of crazy just how many emplacements he's got with such little stone. In all boar map where you place all the sheep with boar. Ah, I see you really don't want the Delhi or the Abbasids to play the map. Or the Ottomans. Or the Malians. Actually, no, Malians good. They have Gal. So Fort the Huntress is coming. We do have the age up. Meanwhile for B, he's too busy enjoying a TD game to play an RTS game. Night raid. No. Oh! What? Are you kidding me? The timing on that from B. And wait, no. The gate's gonna take way too long. Practically all the villagers should be dead from this, right? But he gets away with 2. Army is reacting, so we'll get the tech up now. But B delayed it for quite a while. He knows about it, and not just that, he's coming! It's 38 land stacked! With javelins you can kite, but here you have to stand your ground. It's cleaver time. That is a lava hot knife straight through the butter. Trying to rush the age up. The villagers haven't been reached yet. It's starting to ripple through to them though. The massacre is real here. Tech up complete. But the price is high in Malian blood. 34 military to 53. B will have to back away from the landmark. But all of a sudden, what felt like a cut and dry level up and move ahead is no longer so simple. B still has his own issues. He has to either go home, Imperial, or he needs to go in. And you better believe it, B, if he's gonna have to go back, bare minimum, there won't be a clock ticking against him. Good God. What a series this one is cooking up to be. Knights are going to try to raid again. Don't think we have any gaps for him to sliver on through, at least. We do have a Musafadi switch coming out from Dimmu now. Interesting choice into Mass Landsknechter. The B is going for his patented spring ults. My charge is going to be coming in. Landsknechter, oh my God. He's trying to contest the Sacred Site. It's not possible right now. He needs more damage, needs more upgrades. Triple Mangonel, triple Springles. Surely this isn't working. Good call making this a best of 5. I mean, it is delivering. I don't know if we'll be good on schedule though, right? Like this series started hour and a half ago. We've still got potentially 3 more games after this. And then somehow we need to slot in the other quarterfinals and the semifinal. Oh my God, it's going to be a long day. Yesterday was a 9-hour stream. I thought this one might be shorter. Grev's now arriving to deal with the Fort the Huntress, and he's getting ready for a tech up. I don't think we're going to be seeing Els back here, right? It'd be kind of nuts. Now, this is why he went for the Musafadi, by the way. Remember, they are Mansa. So, like, you know, I wondered why you want to do this. In theory, it's not the worst of ideas. You need something to frontline, and these things are about as tanky as Sofas, it feels like, right? Sofas have 7 melee armor right now. The elite Mansa Musafadi have 6. You're hearing that correctly. They get 4 melee armor in Castle, 5 in Imperial, and it is an Elsback. Of course, the entire game so far for B has been survived because we have emplacements. So why not make everything a bit more tanky? And wait, did he not see that? He must have. There's no way he doesn't know this. Problem is, it's mostly just the javelins, right? He peeled the Mansa, they're not here. There's no way you're stopping this. It's going to be going up. What a series this is leveling up to be. The series of the tournament, I think. I'm not sure if anyone's going to be able to top this. L's back up. Should be hard to dive. It's not going to stop Dimmu, though. Just go straight in. The Sofas are unanswered here. B, he doesn't have Spearman for this. Oh my God. It's kind of crazy, but so much of the comp has so much ranged armor. The javelins, the Sofas. The only thing that dies to the L's back, really, and the Mansa Musafadi. And the Zerg is real. All seats removed. All right, B, let's get back in that base and do what we always do. We're going to do what we do every night, Pinky. Sit under outposts and not die? Yes, that's exactly what we were going for. Not sure it's going to let us take over the world. But it will make sure that Dimmu struggles too. When do extra villagers become null, considering pop cap? I mean, he was close to 100. It can kind of make sense. I think he just needed the extra defense more than the economy. Because it's already becoming suffocating. And, well, I think the pillow is about to come down on poor little B's face. He's getting smothered. We're at a stage now where Dumu's army should be big enough to just kind of dive with impunity. The Spirals are definitely going to eventually kill him. But his economy should be good enough to just regurgitate an army again. Especially when you consider that B's entire economy is now just shutting down. At least where it matters, the food. Oh my God, for real on the food though. Like he finds the second wave. B didn't pull the villagers early. He was just hiding in the corner praying. Even more worker losses. And reminder, this is a Elsback Palace build. No Palace of Swabia. AKA, any villager losses are going to feel permanent here. How the hell does B win this now? Massy? That seat in theory can make sense. He has got 4 relics. He's got big fat tree line still to work with. Dimu. Oh, yes, he's going to slow things down. Yes, he didn't try to vomit out a new wave. It is always tricky. You have to remember you haven't got Fulani, so your feeding comes a bit weaker. And there we go. That's the big issue. I think that might be the first or second cluster of farms. Yeah, that is literally the first farms that Dimu is building. So he basically played this as long as he could without having to make a farm transition to make that play work. And now we're also going to be seeing him set up the marketplaces, because against 4 Relic Regnants, you're going to need some way to compete with the gold. Alright, 1's if you think Dumu's going to win this. 2's if you think B's going to take it. Because look at B's comp. Look at what Dumu is researching. If you're not typing 1 now, I'm a bit concerned. Elite Mansa Musafadi already have 5 base armor. He's about to give them another 4. You just heard me correctly. These units can go up to a maximum of 12 melee armor. With 150 HP, and all it costs you is 80 resources. And B's entire strategy in this game has been build melee units. Even with the all pikes, the 15% DPS increase, it doesn't quite match against what his opponent has. It's going to be hard. He does have some more scalability on his spears, admittedly. He can get elite army tactics. Benny's bombards are trying to move in. The Elspac is just so obnoxious. Reminder of what this landmark does. 50% more health than standard keep, and you reduce the damage all buildings in your influence range take by 33%, which at this stage, if he just adds in a lumber camp or 2 here, he could daisy chain it to affect his entire base. He's got to pop a relic in the Elsback. I think he might have just forgot at this stage, to be honest. I do love the fact that he went with the Inspired Blessing. Like, I think he needs everything he can get here. The damage mitigation difference is too big otherwise. So we have got to return once more to the farmland area. He's only behind by 20 villagers. Only. 20 villagers and 18 cows. Notice that Dumu is just doing everything he can to avoid that Elsback. He's just bundling only spears now. Bombards slowly making their way through the emplacements also. These are kind of irreplaceable at this stage. Tithe Bonds can give you a little bit of stone trickle, but you don't have as much active access anymore. And the clash comes in. And the tankiness is real on these things. Mansa bloody Musafadi, taking 3 damage per strike, it feels like. Lance Nectar are going to do a little bit better, but even the AoE damage gets mitigated by a lot of the melee armor. They're only tickling. And that looks like the break point. Dumu still with 88 military. B down to just 20. Oh my dear God. You can barely see the purple bodies there. It felt like maybe Dumu lost 10 units while B lost 40. Oh, good for him, he doesn't need these houses anymore due to the losses. Not so good for him. He won't be able to make a clean sweep in this series, no. Because this feels like we're going to have 1-1 at the end. Good raid in. Finds the culverins unguarded due to an actual lack of anyone existing. Villagers are being pulled for the clutch repair. The next wave is on the way. If Dumu just stops A-clicking as much, I think he's won this. His javelins are hitting buildings a lot. But now they're catching up. And the tower's maybe about to fall here. If it was cannon emplacements, maybe. Just maybe you could believe. He's going to have to fall back temporarily here. Yeah, kind of weird, right? If Dumu had these 30 javelins attacking that fight underneath the Spinal Towers, I don't think B gets this resurge. But because he was discombobulated with his comp, B does get a second wind here. Still, behind this, Dumu should have what? Traders coming in now? Yeah, 6 so far, he's scaling. Elite Army Tactics is finally on the way for B. I wondered how long we were going to be waiting. You'd think he'd be able to afford it sooner with the 4 relics, but no. It's taken this long. Doesn't have biology either. Just a lot of missing techs, it feels like, for B. Has the Elsbach influence? No, he does not. The Elsbach hasn't been daisy chained in. You can see, because if you click on it, it tells you what's in range. Just like if you click this, we see the pluses all the way through. So B actually messed up big time here. He's missing 1 lumber camp here. If he has a lumber camp, it daisy chains. Dumu needs to keep pushing now. He does still have all this room up here to expand into. In some ways, he kind of needs to for more wood. His tree lines are starting to run out a bit. Stealthy boys are going to look to move in onto the farms. Outpost is going to reveal them, though. The problem is, B has basically played this entire game trying to just defend his way to victory. And we're starting to reach the point where that hurts. Dumu just has too much economy left. He's got all these struggler trees in the center to work with, and now trade control. B needs to break out soon. Could this be the moment? Dumu. Been a little bit overextended. Remember, a lot of his Musafadi went deeper onto the farms. So B should be capable of winning this fight, but the next one might be a bit more concerning. Yeah, he has lost a lot of economy. Javelins are just so damn fast. Basically, that's the front line now for the bombars to keep them alive. Second wave of Musafadi is arriving, though, and I think he played that so well. Could have been a lot worse. Eva has to break away, let the bombars be sacrificed, or throw the javelins away normally. He's not able to get enough damage done there, not without the biology. I would be mind blown if B wins this now. He has got 4 relics. But Dumu's just been unharassed for the last, what, 10 minutes? 16 traders now. Swabia would have been useful. Yeah, but if he has Swabia, what stops Dumu going down the center? Nothing. Right? The Elsbach is the only reason that I think B survived that transition. Rush comes in again. 12 armor Mansa Musafadi. Just don't die anyway to quick enough here. Just a small trickle is holding the entire army in place. Love the sofa mixed in as well, just for the free leadership. This is kind of crazy, actually. Javelineers almost move as quickly as heavy cavalry when they have a sofa nearby. What a game. What a series. I like how we just had the EGC finals. We're here in the quarterfinals of our weeklies, by the way. And I don't know, man. After game 1 and now game 2, it's almost like these two are trying to compete for Tournament Series of 2025. In a weekly. B once again able to shove him out of the base. But immediately afterwards, lacking the additional military to push further. I think the way this is trending, if it continues this way all the way through, and we had made this a BO9, I want to just bluntly say it would be on par with the Marine Lord Beastie finals. These two have delivered quite the showing already. Japanese against Jean, a matchup where you'd expect Jean to just roll it. Malians against HRE, a matchup that usually HRE takes by 15 minutes. Yeah, every time, the expected is not the outcome here. So I guess for that reason, if we see Juji versus Ottomans, we're saying Ottomans win? Ooh, that's an interesting matchup to think about. So that would involve Juji not being banned ever. Backstab in, Horseman. He does fish for the bombards here. We've switched attention to the Elsbach. And reminder, this thing is not easy to kill. No, because it's not 7,500 HP. It's more like 10,000 HP because of the damage reduction. So its effective HP is insanely strong. Put a Relic in here, it gets even more armor. Moon is coming in though. Battering rams are getting targeted. Lines are going to be spreading out. He's basically just using culverins to answer rams here. The horsemen are going to be able to reach it soon as well. And genuinely, what damage? We also, by the way, do now have the influence everywhere. I think that's why Dumu switched targets. He saw that the outposts had got the influence and they weren't going to die. I mean, you've got to be thinking, surely at some point, handgun is, right? It's risky. It's difficult for Dumu. Like, he's got 25 traders, but each of them worth 53. I think you can afford hand cannoneers now. He's making the jabs because they're just good poking units. They have great movement speed. They have poison damage, good base damage. But like at this stage, gunners would make a lot of sense. The crazier part though is that he's prepping for elite archers. With no wood. This might be the weirdest point in the game to do archers at. Remember, you've basically just got straggler trees now. "46 minutes in the game, and it's still not clear who's taking this." Absolute insanity. Oh, true, actually, good eye. Well, yeah, he has got 8k wood. The thing is, like, do you think you can end with archers quickly? Right? Because, like, it's 50 wood per. 8,000 sounds like a lot until you're vomiting out archers in late game for 5 minutes. Just a reminder, the only range units this guy has built all game is culverins. Oh, mangoes and sprinkles. Basically siege. Welcome to HRE life. Sorry, HRE no lifers seems more appropriate. Also, culverins do benefit from the inspired buff, by the way. A little bit more damage, not a crazy amount. Kind of matters though, considering it's siege type against battering rams. He's gaining ground. He's going to reset, right? Like, you know, no point pushing if you're not at 200 pop right now. The fact that he's competing while... I don't remember the last time he touched 200 pop, right? Like, it would have been before the raids hit the south side. The fact that he's competing while being this much behind on population kind of says it all. You go Landsknechter instead of Men-at-Arms here because Mansa Musafati can't you. Like, I'm fine with B's play. So the comment in chat, like, you do not go Men-at-Arms here. Mansa Musafati, look at the damage they do. If you go into Men-at-Arms, your opponent is going to over double his damage with his Mansa Musafati. Landsknechter will fare better here. Higher DPS. And because of the difference in damage taken, the health is comparative to an MAA. What gets scary here is now your opponent's going archers, which not only counts the spin, and it does count the Landsknechter. notice that he's kind of pausing on the idea. He needs B to stop building horsemen first. This was why I was reluctant about the archer idea. Because you've still been building javelins, your opponent is inclined to build a lot of horses. Speaking of those horses, Rohirrim riders are going to shuffle into the back. And ironically, Dimmu is building Springalds against the man who's had a Springled Ivy drip attached to him for the last several months. He's built up an immunity to this play. Dimmu, rough time to stand your ground as well. B, he's cleared the keep. He's gaining more ground. It's now a double military advantage for the 3D clan member. And Dimmu is about to get hunted down and scalped. He's running out of space. Remember, he needs to be out here to gather the wood. I mean, admittedly, he's got 9,000 wood in reserve. But the more important thing is that means that villagers are on the front line. This is absolutely ridiculous. How did this game turn into a win? Dimmu looked like he had the time in a dominant position on the map after a rough start. But B... I mean, you might as well just extend his name to say Beastie. It's like old school, I want % chance, but let's find a way through defensively. And on the HRE of all civs, the whole theme fits. Trade now about to be hit as well. This looks done. What's that? Culverins are perfect for sniping traders. Don't mind if I do. Goes to the Springles first. Unbelievable. And remember, Dimmu, his eco situation is deceptive. 25 of them are not going to be giving him anything anymore. The traders have been cut off. Like a spoiled rich kid that annoyed daddy a few too many times. And daddy is indeed home. B, about to go 2-up in this best of 5 series. And even if it ends up being a 3-0 sweep, you better damn well believe it delivered. If this series was an Uber driver, you would have given it 5 stars. Kept me entertained the whole way on the ride. Didn't do anything to annoy me. Even had mints. We're still reluctant to wave that flag. At this point, though, last of the trades coming in, right? You're not going to make the return trip. So your gold income's going to, what, half? Mustafadi, Javelin's not possible. He has 1 play and 1 play on his archers. Wood is the only thing he has left. He still hasn't cleared the horseman, though. B is struggling a little bit on wood himself, but he just gained the center of the map. And there is a lot of trees here. Coastal deceptive, really. It doesn't look like there's that much wood, but I don't want to say it's on high view levels. It's a lot closer to it than you'd think. I think the wood levels on this map are closer to high view than Dry Arabia. All those straggler trees really do add up. That is the trader's cut off. Next up, let's hit the farms. He's just grinding them down, man. Mass melee is being mass ranged at this stage. He does need to reset. At this point, he's slightly overextending. B doesn't have that much full production. So he might calm down for a moment. But he'll leave a tree in his wake, right? We've got outposts just moving up. I mean, we'll get a moment of reprieve here. Military bigger. The B now with a healthy lead. Headed by 20. Would Spear Hand Cannon be better for Dimmu? There was a time where maybe he could have, but like now, you don't have the gold. I think earlier on when we started Javelin spam, he needed Hand Cannoneers. The problem is Javelineers are so good at not dying. And that's kind of a problem sometimes. Because if you want to change your range backline to be higher quality, you're not losing it unless you do something really bad. It's almost like in an ideal world, you're losing the Javelineers, but the Mansa is surviving. That world doesn't really exist, though. I can't believe this. E-Repair is still in range for this outpost. And that's a cannon emplacement as well. The Bombards will be able to get through it in time. Just about. B has equalized on the military count, though. And yes, Elsbach does extend the E-Repairs. It doesn't have it itself. It needs to be in range, or was it changed? I think it's changed, so it has it itself, right? But it is shared with the other TC. Well, kind of feels like a miracle that Dimu's not dead yet, but the reserves are running out. Remember when he had like 8,000 wood? We're down to 3. Did it not get changed? I'm pretty sure someone said it got changed recently. It at least allows you to use the influence range, right? Because that outpost is really far out. I think that's the more confusing thing, right? Is like a TC gives a range out to here. But for some reason, the Elsbach, if it's not repairing itself, it does at least give a range out to here as well. Griot Bara could have been useful. Yeah, but if he'd gone Griot Bara, he would have died to the dive from before, right? It's just so hard to now push further. We only got double bombard against an Elsbach. Said in chat earlier, you need like 5 of those things to deal with it. And every time in this game, every single goddamn time, you'd think that Dimu can do something. He arrives at the outpost. Awesome, now just gonna go for the snipe. Okay, he might not get the bombards, but he's gonna find the range just standing still. And one horseman. Ooh, almost gets the kill. Second wave is arriving though. B's army is smaller. However, it feels like it packs a bit more of a punch. Especially with the Landsnip laid in there. Just needs to find that clump target. Fortunately for him, Doom is just doing a good job of being staggered here. We'll force the retreat. And we actually have sofas now from Doom. Interesting. Okay, he's going to give him the movement speed on his full comp to get in quicker reinforcements to push farther. The core runs are the scary point, though. You're in a little bit of a rough phase here, right? Because whoever has more cannons can dictate this push. At this stage, I want to say maybe trebuchets. God, it feels weird to say, but at least you wouldn't have to worry about the fact your opponent has more cannons than you, right? And yeah, the thing about all pikes at this stage is it's +2 in the early phase, but when you get to this deep in the game, because elite army tactics is a percentile scalar, it's actually more than 2 in the late game, right? Oh, she's all going to raid in the back again. Been a while since these farms were hit up. They were beginning to know a peaceful life. The only thing that might kill us around here is a sea mine. 5 stars for you if you got that reference. If not, we may need a movie night. Horseman. Nice interception. Gets rid of the bombards. Now, Dimu, he does still have traders. He's back up to 20. So he can afford to replace those. Do I have to wake up at night to pee? Nope, that's what the adult diapers are for. Where are the spears? There's like 8 there. That sounds like enough to take on 40 horsemen. game is not going to end. How many trees? Oh my god, he still has trees here. I think Dimu's out of trees, though. Okay, no, he's got some as well. I warned you guys. I bloody well warned you. I need a select all trees button. I'm curious actually what the count difference is between this and high view. I just don't think it's as high as you'd think. Reminder, by the way, these two did draft high view as well. This series on its own could end up being like 5 hours long. We've been here before so many times on the south side. Oh my god, he's just sending it. So many horsemen. Not enough Donzos. Spears will just party on the backside with the few Donzos left over. Good stab in with his horsemen. Can he get enough kills for it to really make a difference, though? At this point, killing archers is worth more than killing javelins, by the way. Because of the lack of long-term trees. Oh my... Yeah, all pikes is OP, guys. Look how good all pikes is. I mean, it's good against in favor of building spears, right? But a horseman, I don't know. I feel like all pikes is better at an early phase of the game. Just like we do have Musafadi sneaking the flanks. Smart move there, actually. You could creep in on the tree lines. Then again, there's just so many straggler trees still left. Or is this game and why is it not over? Yes. Late game Age of Empires 4. I need to get my sound cues back on my stream deck. Oops. And yeah, the game you're thinking of in Borderland was Dimu Malians versus Numidan HRE. It was a long, long game. That one didn't have all fights. It also had, I think, less reliance on static defenses to survive for 2/3 of the game. Kind of surprised, actually. Dimu, it's kind of interesting, right? Usually, Malians would go adjustable crossbars at this stage, but because your opponent has been spamming horsemen non-stop, you don't feel confident with that play. Understandably so. Both sides also have too much mobility. Spearmen moving at 1.38, Javelineers at 1.38, if not more, with the Sofa aura. Mangoes just feel like on both sides they would miss way too much. Once more into the breach. I feel like we've tried this before. Should be able to get for the cannon placement. Looks like actually, yeah, the lumber camps never got replaced, so there's no E-repairs here. I'm just trying to raid now. To be like, screw these fights. This is pointless. B, we've been here for an hour. I'm an old man. I need my naps. That nap is going to be late tonight, Grandpa. Goodness gracious. 2 games into a BO5, and we're already going to be at 2 hours plus on the broadcast for this series alone. Musafadi are going to be raiding the farms. Decent hit here, actually. Oh my god, he's down to 65 villages. But wait, what if that just meant he could build more military? Bits around, backstab comes in with the horseman. Musafadi are trying to assist, but remember, they don't get bonus damage against the ponies. These bad boys last a long time. They need to right now, considering that B is behind by almost 30 villages. Trade is starting to be reached here. Not easy to kill with the 112 health now. We need a nuke super weapon. I've said it before. Some people are like, Age of Myth is too hard to follow. Okay, but, you know, wouldn't it be cool in the 5th age to say, hell, I want to drop a meatball. Where's the meteor? People were moaning earlier about hero units. What if we just introduced new hero units in age 5? Leonidas just appears. Hurls a spear so hard it just blows up a giant chunk of the battalion. Actually, why has no one done like an anime style RTS to the extreme, you know? Naruto RTS when? Don't like anime? Okay, you don't like anything. You're more negative than my diabetes test. Thank God for that, by the way. No real raids hitting the backside anymore. Duo's economy has gone down a little bit as well. Is Warcraft really that different from anime? Sort of. Different style animations, you know? I think, like, Dota and League of Legends animations, even though they might have originated the idea from Warcraft, its style was probably closer to anime in some cases. RTS audience is largely old white dudes. I don't think anime captures their audience. Capture a new audience. God, we've been over this. Yawn. Stop going for the same audience time and time again. Do you guys realize why Apex Legends is so popular in Asia? For some random reason, Japan loves it. A country that historically doesn't give a crap about FPSs. Let that sink in, how big of a deal that was. There you go, Anatan, his opinion matters. I'm taking his over the rest of the anime haters. IAR anime coming in. Where's Faye when we need her? She'd support this. You know what? Like, when people say duck and weave now, I feel like the appropriate response is, screw you, news watcher. Grandpa and his freaking NBS news station radio. Be free, cows! Be free! And they immediately try to get back in a ranch. And that's quite smart. Dimu's like hid them in the ranch. I mean, it doesn't really matter without Filani. You can just rebuild them anywhere, right? How is this game still going? And we do at least finally have gunners, so there might be hope for Dimu if it wasn't for the fact that B has 26 Landsknechte again. Good God. It's okay, though. Landsknechte are very easily answered, guys. You just need to get 20 bombards. Very good at sniping them. You have 100 damage, they have 100 health. It's a match made in heaven. Sadly, Dimu only has 2. The melee mosh pit is real, though. Landsknechte, there's only 10 left. They will be able to break through quick enough. I don't think there's going to be many of them left to finish off that back line, though. No, so he breaks away. Oh, my giddy on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, let's have an Avatar RTS. I don't know about Dragon Ball Z RTS. Asymmetrical Attack on Titan RTS. Code Geass RTS. Basically a Mecha RTS. Is this it? Has he finally done it? B looks a bit spent. His issue isn't food, his issue is wood, guys. There's not many options left here. And the gathering is getting wider and wider. At this point, I'd advise if you need a toilet break, just like turn the volume up so I'm obnoxiously loud in your house and then just go. You're probably not going to miss the end. Can't believe we've got 2 more best of 5s after this. I was like, wow, today could be a very long day, guys. We might have like up to 23 games maximum. We're only 4 games in. Stuff coming in here, but shouldn't really do too much damage. What's that? The only RTS you play is the League of Legends RTS? Please, Dota 2. Dota 2 is actually like, you can get RTSs made in there. Someone started to basically remake Warcraft in the Dota 2 engine. It was hilarious. I respect that. That is definition full circle. Well, I was like, hey, maybe today's stream's quick enough that I can tuck my daughter in goodnight. There goes that plan. It's down to 55 villagers. Oh, God. So the gunner numbers are growing, right? I don't think B can win fights directly anymore. You've basically built mass spears against gunpowder, which is a recipe for disaster. Even as the first strike triggered. So reminder, first strike basically gives you double damage. So as you can see, the first shot from the tank cannoneers is almost going to one-hit spearman. It's 82 damage to a 130 HP unit. Used to be with Elite Army Tactics, you might be able to barely survive that. Not anymore. Diving comes in. Horseman are going to wrap around the back. Bombards are looking to deal with the keep before the emplacements come in. It's a full rotation to backstab those. So he's looking at those bombards. But he's clicked right on them instead of just trying to get through the range line. He gets blocked at the last second. Demu is going to lose a few hand cannoneers, but overall most of them still alive. Frontline has been mopped up with the lance net, but the keep is dead. If you just trickle in for... okay, no, he just calls it. That's enough. Finally, that's enough. An hour-long game comes to a conclusion. Dumu had to work this hard to get 1 point on the board. It makes you wonder what the rest of this series is going to look like. Let me know what you guys thought about this game. Possibly one of the most epic games we've had in Midweek Muster. If so, what is it with Marlians always featuring in these insanely crazy late-game scenarios? Let me know what you think. I'll catch you in the next one. Oh my God. Dobby is free. Dobby can go. Dobby himself. I can't remember his exact voice, actually. Yeah, Dobby can go to game freaking free of this best of 5. Oh no. Somalians, Holy Roman Empire. I get that in. Left side win. And we march onwards. Next game. Oh my God. Let me just go ahead and choose predictions. Benny Boy with the win. I cannot believe that game. That is ridiculous. Oh God. China Aber next game? Leave. Might as well. The game won't be over. What was the consensus on the anime RTS? I don't know. Kind of felt like a mixed bag. Everyone should be on board with it, though. It's a solid idea. One sec. Send a quick message. So, next game, where are they going? All right, they're going to Dry Arabia. I'm going to do my push-ups. Oh, okay. A Gundam RTS. So I'm trying to think of worlds where, like, the factions are different. Very different, right? Visually, mechanically. So, like, a perfect example would be... Do you guys remember that anime that the Attack on Titan creators made while they were taking a break from AOT? The Iron... Was it Iron Train or whatever? Basically, it's like a world where people are infected and the survivors live on a train. You could create an asymmetrical RTS out of two factions there, right? The zombie-ish infected type people and then the ones that are, like, surviving on the trains. All right, just waiting for the lads to get in the game now. It looks like it's going to be Chinese versus... No. There's no way he picks Abbasids, right? Maybe he picks Ottomans? Surely not. I'll start predictions to let you know in a second. Let me get tight. Not really. Okay, no, I was right. It's going to be Chinese versus Otto. You cannot call that a push-up? I can when I got a broken ankle. If you disagree, we can meet up. You'll let me break your ankle, and then you'll have to do push-ups in front of me. Okay? Let me know. All right, lads are now getting the game. Let's hop into it. Oh, bloody hell. No way I can catch you a broken ankle? I mean, just shoot a crossbow bolt into your ankle. I guess technically that's like breaking it. You know? You also have an injured ankle, and yet you're trying to get me to do push-ups and complain. I have no pity for you. Especially because I see a Prime icon, but I don't see a sub emote. Alright, let's get ready to go. This series is going to be longer than all of the people's watching's workday. It's Ottoman Chinese. No, okay, we might be saved here. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for game number 3 of this one best of 5. So far, this series has collectively been 2 hours long. We have 3 games potentially ahead of us. Bare minimum 2. Used to be you'd be thinking hyper late game, mass great bombards, Chinese hand candies, farms, etc. Ottomans, I don't think you aim for that timing anymore. You're probably looking to be more aggressive here nowadays. So we might end up with the first quick game of the series. Don't hold your breath, though. Currently your workday, they pay me, I watch KP. That's a damn good deal. Should keep doing more of that. So, look at the spawn. I mean, we know there's going to be pro scouts. The split is quite funneled, which is really good for B. It means he can try to contest a little. Probably not going to be going pro scouts himself, but he can just try to blob spears, get a few Sapahi in, deny what is the clear and obvious win condition of the Chinese, which is, have you ever eaten venison before? I just hit the realization, I don't think I've actually ever eaten venison. I'm not sure if I'm missing out. That's like those fancy people's meat. I don't have that type of money. Oh, good idea, actually. I'll run a minute of ads now to protect you guys when things actually happen. Sorry, forgot to do it a little bit earlier. But we're talking opening players here, right? So we do get the military school beginning. That's going to allow them to start shoving the deer in. Dimu's going to want to scout that and look to just lame the deer so they can't be pushed back. Imperial Academy is going to be coming in. Look at his spawn. It's good and bad. A lot of gold in the back, but also the tree lines aren't very naturally defendable. Right? You have to do a lot of moving out to actually get that covered. And what is up, M7? Thank you very much, mate. 13 months now. Appreciate the sub. We are going to get the Sultani trade network. This has kind of just become the bread and butter of Ottomans. I want to say 80, 85% of games at least, we see this. Used to be Madrasa was full meta, but ever since they just allowed this passive gold gen, they increased the amount you got. I feel like people have just been leaning harder and harder towards the trade network. You had time to do groceries, you come back and G3 just started? Yeah. So the original plan was like, hey, we'll complete this series and then like maybe we'll have enough time to check out one of the other quarterfinals before going into the semifinals up against WAM. That's probably not going to happen now. I feel like at this rate, we're probably just going to end up hopping straight into the WAM series. All right, what was the predictions like from you guys? 75%. Yeah, it's China. Then again, if there was a player you trusted with Ottomans right now, I wonder if there's a way B can just make this about feudal age. It's just so difficult against pro scouting China. It's Rus, China, Zhuji. These all see if they can just fast tech on you with very little food. Food to begin with. 9 sheep, more than enough to work with. Brilliant micro over there. Gets the shivs out, gets the kill. And he's going to begin the deer shove in, but you already see what's happening, right? Doom is coming over. He will look to just lame this, right? No? Okay. Doesn't want to risk it for the biscuit. Which means over time, B will be able to safely remove at least 1 deer stack from the map. Makes his position in this game feel a little bit better. Meanwhile, in the land of Benny Boy, there is only one play for the Chinese. Every single goddamn game. It's so innovative and different. Isn't Ottomans a bit of an underwhelming sieve at the moment? I think they are situationally viable. If they have the right matchup, they can be quite lethal. We saw that just yesterday with the Delhi matchup in particular. China's a bit weirder, I think. To me, I view it like Ottomans' late game got nerfed, and China's didn't, right? China's early game got buffed. So arguably, the window where you're favored is worse, like is weaker than it was before, because your opponent's early game got buffed up, while your late game just kind of got put out into pastures, right? Most people don't really believe in the plan of the Great Bombards anymore. And you get 24 gold per trader sitting inside here. It's not bad. Honestly, this is a great spawn to actually go active trade. It's just, we haven't seen B do that, even when he picked Ottomans and Frisian. So I'm not expecting it here. I think we all just need a moment to mentally reset after that last game. Oh, the trade network charges you full price of admission. You have to pay the 60/60. You don't get a discount there. So if you wanted to just spam them for the passive income, it's going to take you like 5 minutes to return your investment. Technically, it takes you 5.5 minutes because you have to wait for the thing you invested in to actually spawn. So deer... most of the deer made it home. And then presumably he's now going to try to intercept on the secondary stack. Yeah, Dimmer just took a very defensive alignment here, right? And this might punish him, guys, because B did go pro scouts. Despite what we expected here, he went for it anyway. And that makes sense of the Sultani trade network. It gives you the extra gold pump to get into your timing here. So what? A double deer stack split each way? This pace? I'm wondering if maybe B can contest Demo. Seems he's more focused on just protecting his gains. So it's probably just going to be a 14-14 deer stack split. Barbican is now going to be coming in. So Dumu just going to start hunkering down. Unlikely we see him pushing feudal. This is actually one of the hardest civs in the game to push feudal. The reason isn't just because Ottomans get all these vizier points that makes them better. Like, we even have the Imam point already. The other problem is this. You guys seeing that right there? Wow. Feudal all in for China. You want to mash Yiganu. It'd be a shame if your opponent had Sipahi, which is a better horseman, and then +1 armor, and then another +1 armor. It's just not ideal. So B is going to be rushing Castle Age. Dimu is going to have to mirror. Timing should be very similar, but Dimu should be quicker due to the build speed. Which is kind of crazy when you consider the fact that he also did add in an additional landmark along the way. But the trade-off is B does have passive gen right now. Right? That's actually most of the difference, is each of these military schools being 250. The Barbican was 600. So you build 2 of these military schools plus the blacksmith, you even Stevens. Does anyone get the feeling that we might be going into the late game again? I'm kind of stroking my chin on this one, because we did make a bold statement that Coastal Cliffs might have more wood than Dry Arabia. I think it's quite possible that that holds true still. Maybe not. There's lots of tiny tree lines. I think it's a lot closer than you'd expect, though. Pure pass now coming in from Dimu. It's going to be a pass guard flood. Smart choice. You don't want to build Lancers against Ottomans. They have got those infamous Janissary to just gun you down. So, pass guard, flood, good movement speed, gives him map control. It is going to be a race for relics. The problem is, B has an edge there. He went for the Vizier point. So his boys should already be moving out for the goodies. I say, but I think he forgot about them. Yeah, he's so busy just harassing around the map, he forgot to move out the maps. That's interesting. So Dumu didn't even go PG, just went straight spears. I guess you have to answer the Sipahi. Probably knew that his opponent was teching. Usually you think PG is a lot better if your opponent's slow on tech. Because obviously Castle Age units much better against field units. And he's got to be assuming that B would go Lancers. That's what most fast Ottoman castle builds do. And he'd be right. It is on the way. Meantime, Imams are moving out. Just kind of unfortunate he didn't do this on time. B could have had 2 relics already coming home. Almost like a pseudo Delhi effect. Good luck with that. I don't know about this one, dog. Wallaw's gonna come out. That's gonna scare him away. Vizier points also stacking up. First Lancers hitting the field here. Talk about subscribing to a B build. I feel like if you covered the names of these 2 players, you'd assume that B is on the Chinese. This is usually how he's been playing a lot of games recently. Lob, so many speeds, your opponent can't even register it, let alone contest it. Proven to be pretty effective, especially when you consider how much food he still has in reserve, by the way. I don't know if you really want to rush Yuan here. If you have relics, yes. So this could be a really sick build for Duma. If he gets 3 of the relics, just go Yuan for the pagodas. So far, he only has 1 relic. Second one looks secure. I think third is definitely going to be. So pretty decent split for him. On top of that, he should have the Vizier points soon to go for the third military school. Yeah. I mean, if you could. I highly doubt it, though. It would take quite some micro to make that one happen. Crossbow switch now on the way for Dimu. It looks like we are going to have a brawl over that final relic. Has got the melee armor, which is why the Imam is basically still alive. Flash is going to come in. Has got his own spearman layered in, but remember, he never vetted them. The veterancy is still, what, 15 seconds out? The Imam heal is helping a lot here, though. It's not a lot, but it's good, honest living. And there's nothing left to contest that now. With slow-moving spears, crossbows, he's going to have to back up. Looks like he was holding on to the opportunity to go Yuan. I don't think he can rush Imperial here, though. Well, Timu does need to consider some layer of defense here. But I don't think this is for defense, folks. This looks like a 2TC ploy. Kind of makes sense. You just want to start scaling here. Hunker down. Like, this isn't exactly your strong point in the game. Ottomans at this stage will be vomiting out a lot of additional perks with those Vizier points. So in some ways, it's just kind of better to get a step ahead. We don't have fancy double PC production, so we're going to do this instead. So Anatolian Fieldworks. He's in a rough spot. This should just be Military Campus next. And then after that, maybe Advanced Academy would be worth going into. Just to prep for that late game. Oh god, that was weird. Made me feel like I was tripping balls the way that the UI freaked out there. Thought my game was going to crash. And there we go. It is just a bit of overgathering. It is going to be the second TC. Remember, with Song, this is going to accelerate his lead quite healthily. But don't worry, guys. B can mirror him. He just needs to go for Pax Ottoman. No, I'm not going to finish that statement. I think the way you can make Pax Ottomana good is if the ability was activatable with a cooldown. So for those who don't know, the Pax Ottomana, it makes your TCs 50% quicker for 5 minutes. That's it, though. Like, 5 minutes, and then it's done. No more. So you use these very valuable Vizier points that, remember, are limited. You can't get infinites of them. And you get a 5-minute window, and that's it. I think what maybe would make it more tempting, I still don't know if it'd be enough, but if instead you had Pax Ottomana, you activate for 5 minutes, it goes on cooldown for 5 minutes. And then you can activate it again after those 5-minute cooldowns, right? So, you know, 50% uptime every 10 minutes. Which means collectively in the game, you get a 25% increase to your production speed of TCs. That's kind of tempting. Basically Song. But it's burst Song, right? So it's all about how you play around those timings. And remember, it's only going to be lots of more villagers if you build additional TCs. And yes, we do indeed have the spirals coming. Janissaries as well. We should have, yep, additional military school in. Timu just needs to get to Imperial now. Granary transition comes first. After that, it should be pretty good, though. His spawn is very good for this timing. We talked about the back spawn of golds. He got the walls up. So he's got the gold, got berries here as well. Plenty to work with. How about after the 5-min uptime, the CD is actually 10 mins rather than your suggestion of 5? I think that is way too long of a cooldown. No one would take the ability. You have to remember, you just have such limited amounts of points, especially considering that not many people go for the other tier 3 landmark, right? The one that gives you additional Vizier points. Most people are going to go for Memory Imperial Armory. We do have a march forward here. He seems to be aware that Dumu might be hunkering down for the hyper late game. He doesn't want to allow it. He's going to start marching in a pretty big army at that. Dimu's trickling troops back to try and defend, but that's going to leave it harder to do so, actually. Military lead now building. Ben? Do we not have a gate? We do. Instead, I think that might have been an accidental A-click command. Every troop matters here right now. Dimu is trailing by, what, 30 military? Scary. Nesta bees are coming for him, but those are not tanky Nesta bees, remember. He did not get Yuan, and he chose Imperial Palace. Love the fact he's just burning this down. Removing the vision. It's going to make Dimu feel pretty naked. Watch the vision. Boom. Doesn't know what's coming next. He doesn't know if this is a fake out where his opponent is actually teching behind. He doesn't know if it's the all in. Ben lacks the gold vision that we've been gifted with. Demu, very little wood to work with now. With the double forward tree line, it's a great defensive strategy, but if you get pushed like this, you don't have anything. B, we talked about his obsession with mass spears. He's doing it again. He's just trying to get the Nesta Bees together here. Spring shots coming in, the mangoes as well. This could be big. He also does have the melee armor. TC now on fire. Nesta Bee shots are coming through, but they don't seem to be good enough here. The only upside for Demu is the Imam heal. Yeah, it's not on the full formation, but it's coming in now. The town center is down. And I think he's done it. I'm sorry, what was that? Ottoman trash Civ, Chinese best in the game. Move over, B's got something to say. A display of power right here. He timed it perfectly when Demu was most vulnerable, when he needed that granary transition. Villagers, they're lining up. The spiritual shots will massacre them here. All he needs to do is target them. And that is Benny Boy dead to rights in game 3. Surely. The meat blob is dead. It's only Sprinkles left. Demu still has 5 Nesta Bees. But the target of fire did come in. It's a 23 eco lead. B isn't able to put the final nail in the coffin just yet. But at this stage, Demu is on his deathbed. Even so, even if B wins here, it won't be a victory in the series. It will just open the door for a win overall in game 4. Demu has problems. The wood is the biggest of them. He needs to secure more while he can. There's a lot of gold he's sitting on also. He's slowing down might be problematic here, actually. I mean, he does have Sacred Size. I guess he's just going to take the in-play. There's no way Demu can mirror you. Not with 44 economy. So he's just going to go into Imperial Age and then look for the final push. I mean, at this rate, you could even consider just getting adjustable crossbars. By the time you tech, you'll have at least 3 mangoes. And adjustable crossbars destroys Nesta Bees. Especially non-clock down knobs. And yeah, no, this isn't 2TC. Oh, honey. This will be a long wait for it to be 2TC song again. So now you use Pax Octomana, right? No, please don't. Second TC in from B, though. That is a little greedy. He doesn't have a farm transition yet. Not a single farm built. Only the first one's coming in now. And the berries are running thin. Remember, this Civ cannot eat boar. Well, I thought for once we might have a quick game. Last game, when we said it looked like it was over, it was, what, 37 minutes in the game? Went on for double that. So I guess this game's going to be ending 40 minutes. Close to 30 at least. Got 7 minutes on the timer. So guys, what we can really dissect from all of Anatan's talk is that he wants B to win because he knows he can definitely beat B. He's already done that last week. Demu, though, what a wild card. You never know what Benny Boy's going to do. I'm scared of B. Didn't you 4-1 him last week? Let me just double check my own tournament there. Sorry, 4-0. 4-0. He's killing China with Otto. You better ban it then. Maybe let Zhu through. I hear it's a weak Civ. And wait, we have a decap. What? Okay, you need to get Imperial now. Stop faffing around. Istanbul Observatory now on the way. You're going to need to keep pushing. going to be Quadra Mangonel by the time he's teched. That's actually a pretty big deal. With the gold gathering as it is, I think you just rush adjustable crossbars. It sounds kind of wild, but like, what does Dumu have? You just need a way of killing the buildings, killing the siege. Second TC is now back up. But Dumu is still only a 1 granary stack. Second one now coming in. Probably looking at 3 minutes before Dumu is ready for Imperial. Because his tech timing, he's going to have to reinvest, right? Like, B will be able to attack him. Let's see, moment of truth. Do we just rush the most lethal tech in the game? No. We choose Greed. Hive Barns, Wood, and Food Tech. Interesting choice on the Food Tech. 20 farms, we're not really at that crazy late game economy yet. Ever feel like B has reached that point where he's gone, Dumu's been streaming for a few hours now. If we just drag the day out long enough, is it better for me? It might be better for me, right? It kind of feels like that, doesn't it? Granary's coming in. Look at his gold. He's almost ready to pull the trigger on age 4 here. And that Sacred Site time, had it not been reset, I think it's cruise mode for B. I've given a bit too much wiggle room here to Dumu, allowing that decap on the south. Alright, 1s if you think Dumu's going to win this game. 2s if you think B is. $4 p.m. time for Dumu to go to bed. He's like, Asta, I got Chinese. You take over. This one's easy. The upgrades are on the way. When you tech, B should be capable of fighting, which means Great Wall Gatehouse almost feels mandatory here. 7 nested Bs. I just don't think you really care as much about Spirit Way first. Likely just Great Wall Gatehouse down here. You've got to keep dropping the north. This is an exposure point that I'm a bit worried about. There isn't an 8k gold you can really sneak out onto with the landmark drop. Flash is going to begin. Yeah, this is inviting the Great Wall Gatehouse. It has to be in this area. Yeah, no, that... You're playing with fire, boy. Are you kidding me? This is kind of like one of those games where the more you just defend, the more you lose. Great Wall Gatehouse and Yuan? Are you... Alright, if you guys ever see Dumu at an event, ask him to buy you a beer. He can clearly afford it. He just spent 5k on tech. Right. 3,600 resources and then another 1,800. The mangoes are coming. However... Has he waited too long? Upside is, at least it's not a Great Wall Gatehouse on a sacred site. Downside is, it's a Great Wall Gatehouse. Six minutes until B could win by sacred site. He hasn't secured the north side properly. South side is being secured now. We do have Great Bombards arriving. Vision is a problem here onto the Great Wall Gatehouse. Means it's not easy to snipe. Great Bombards do have the 11 tower range, right? So like, if you did get Vision, you could just simply take this thing out. That's what makes it so crafty. Dumu's placement of that Great Wall Gatehouse is genius. We saw him doing one similar to Lash, but it felt more meaningful. This one is very strategic. Knock, knock. Time to open the way. Oh, we've been here before. A lot more troops were lost last time to get it down, though. Elite Army Tactics is on the way, but that's being mirrored. I'd say count is reasonable. Remember, they have got the extra damage from the trench guns. So 25 base rather pretty good. But this is much better. Pyrotechnics hand cannoneers. The true power of the Chinese late game. 5.5 tower range on these bad boys. And the movement speed to make sure you always get kited. STBs are starting to lose a bit of value at this stage. Great Bombards can't really snipe them too quickly, though. Yeah, it still takes 2 hits. However, we are up to 3 now. Keep is going to flop. Pagoda's now getting added in. Of course, in these situations, all China can think about is, ooh, I'd love to get some more resources. Interesting strategy here. If you can just take out these landmarks here, you do put Dumu in a precarious situation where, weirdly enough, against China, a landmark victory is real. And while he's trying to repair his base, you can sneak the south side. That Great Wall Gatehouse is still the big question mark. Hasn't been answered at all. Yes, very strong, very good. What's Dumu's answer here? I think this is still the polarizing thing in the late game against Almonds. This is the thing that used to make this comp completely utterly unreasonable. Build Horsemen to counter these? Oh, I've got Janissaries. Okay, so, like, yeah, but they're Janissaries, right? Yeah, and Janissaries kill cavalry quickly. Spears to run in? Sipahi. Even Palace Guard, Sipahi are tanky. Weirdly enough, though, B is just going to start retreating. Loses one of the Bombards. Oh my god, he's fully invested in the Sacred Site win condition now. He's forced him to reveal his hand. And he'd rather not fight right into it. That healing is actually coming in clutch here. B. A lot more Sipahi on the way. We do have the Great Bombard cannon emplacements coming through. Not quite in yet. Chemistry also being researched. A big deal here. The Great Bombard play. Dumu, his best bet is north. He doesn't know what we know, though. But all he knows, for what he can assume, B should have a castle on every single sacred site. It's the only logical reason he would have backed up like this when the clock is ticking down. Vision-wise, like, you have no confirmation otherwise. You can't see any of them. Start marching out. Sipahi are looking for that cheeky backstab. Minute and a half to go. Dumu's out of time. B just dragging him in like this is actually really bad for Dumu. He wanted to shift south side. He's going to have to go through the center. The center where there is plenty of production, which is being buffed up by the blacksmiths. Men-at-arms coming out every 11 seconds. SB's going to shuffle in. Good hit. Cuts the Janissary count in half. Great Bombards are just trying to trade with that backline of hand cannoneers, though. Both of them still neck and neck on military, but the Sipahi are in. Fortitude activated. And the Knobs can't do it anymore. Does get rid of one of the mangoes in return. But the ring of the bell has to be the knockout noise for Dumu here. He has no front line. He's going for the decap. The villagers, they're going in. Good blocker. Army is on the way. He's pulling his own villagers. B is 100% invested in the Great Bombard. Shuts it down. Civs that should not win, continuing to do so in this series. We open with JD losing to the Japanese. We follow up with the Malians slaying the HRE, and we now, in Game 3, see the Ottomans wreck one of the most powerful civs in the current meta. But we're not done yet. That is only Game 3. 3 points to win here. Still more to be played. B has opened the gate to end it in Game 4. But he still needs to get a win there. Unbelievable series. Guys, I'm going to run... I guess we'll do the 3 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we get into this game, because God knows how long it's going to be. So, for God's sake. The auto ad ran for 30 seconds. I wish you could increase it. Sorry, there will probably be an ad at some point in the next game. I can't avoid that. Blame Twitch. When are we going to get KPMM replays? When I have 2,000 average viewers. Alright, that might be an extreme, but like... So, I'm a one-man army right now. Please, be reasonable. Need to hire additional casters. Cal can cast for free. Not sure about quality though. Yikes. Woof. Poor Cal. True though. It's the reason why we keep him behind the mics. Behind the camera. It's torture for viewers. Oh, bless him. We just need to get Anatan some fancy elocution lessons. KPMM LAN when? Yeah, when we're like a 6,000 viewer streamer. I mean, I keep trying to point out to Marine, I'm like, dude, get Gataga, get the gentlemates to do a LAN. And he's like, I don't know about that. It's like, pussy. We'll do it. We'll get there one day. Neely's apartment becomes KP's room. Or are you just trying to say Neely's stuff is better than mine? Look at that spawn, it's oil. That does kind of sound like him. Also, that's unfair to me. I haven't been able to, like, scale to the point where I can do a big fancy LAN. You'd be surprised what I can do when I've got a budget. Anyone who watched the Raise the World First for Diablo might notice that. We do things when we can. All right. Let's get ready. They're hopping in. It is going to be Rocky River. So game 4. Start the predickies. French Deli. Might be over in 4. All right. Dare I say a quick game? Ladies and gents, this has been a long series, but it has been a hell of an entertaining one. And I have a feeling we're not done yet. French up against the Delhi in game number 4 of this quarterfinals round between B and Dumu. Benny Boy has got the Elephanto fun time. But B with the French, well, we all saw what BC was able to do against Marine Lords Delhi with a French-oriented Civ. We've been seeing a rise to the rankings. This Civ powering up. I think about a month ago we said this feels like an A-tier Civ. If you guys saw the most recent tiering lists from BC, I think Vortex done the same thing. Put him as an S tier. It's definitely no pushover of a Civ. Delhi, on the other hand, has been kind of, wow, underwhelming. The worst performing Civ in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. In the EGC tournament had 11.8% win rate, I want to say. It was sub 15%. Opening-wise, sheep count is at least good for Dimmu. That's going to be important here because he's not going to win the Pro Scouts race. It's what French is so damn good at. You can tell he's already going for it because he's got the mill up. I actually went for the early wheelbarrow. Some players choose to not do this, but I think the difference is when you play French, because you want to follow up with knights, you're going to be pushing more and more villages out to the gold. Ergo, the idle time adds up from no wheelbarrow. Wasn't everyone complaining about Delhi 2 weeks ago? But you can still complain about something. I think we've highlighted this before, that something can be counterable but still not fun and toxic to the gaming experience. Right? So we talked about battle aces earlier today. And there's a strategy in that game that was easily, not easily countable, but it was countable. But it was boring to counter it, how you had to play. I think the way that Delhi play is boring. Right? Chill mode, stack more troops than anyone else, force the win condition. I don't mind the force the win condition. That part I think is kind of cool. I wish other civs had different ways of doing something similar though. But you vomit out troops, then you age up, and then for a moment, you drag your face across the keyboard. You log 500 APM on your counter, and then you go back to vibing. And then you get elephants, you get free text. Like, there's just too much. What's what I'm for? There's an optimization on the order in which you do things with Delhi, like, let's get this tech before this one. But it's not the same as other civs where it's like, oh, I'm making a very conscious choice to invest in Pro Scouts now. Or I'm making a very conscious choice to go for horticulture. Because it costs me something. It's only time with the civ. And ever since the Dome of Faith build came back in the meta, that problem has only been amplified. Anatan is like our biggest hyper in the chat. Can't wait for KPM and 14. Dude, I'm buzzing for it. I mean, it's only a few days away. It starts on Friday. We've got some interesting map shuffles coming in as well. Playing Delhi was fun last time I remember. I just don't think it has much diversity and choice, if that makes sense. The trade-off used to be, this is going to take a long time to tech, but ever since the Dome of Faith build, that's out the window. It doesn't exist anymore. Everything just comes in so quickly. So, Pro Scout's on the way. This is the one point in the game where you at least can't rush it, right? Pro Scout's going to take him almost 4 minutes. The French just get it so swiftly and so efficiently due to the costs. He's already starting to bomb out the scouts. Interesting. So, didn't even go for the initial knight to try and harass. So there are things about Delhi that are OP, really, though. The most obvious one is the way elephants function. Elephants feel OP. If you think about like the cost of them, the damage they do, etc., I can see why the feeling is that they're overpowered. It's very weird with elephants as well. I feel like we just go through phases of elephants being irrelevant, and then anytime they're in the meta, they look broken. Which kind of makes sense for a unit that has like 800 health on a civ that has a lot of healers, right? Compared to a knight, which costs, compared to war elephant, what, a quarter of the price? More like a third. Losing a knight is very easy compared to an elephant. If they're so OP, why was the win rate low? Because the current meta doesn't favor them. I really believe once we move past the Pro Scouts meta, once it gets nerfed, Delhi's win rate will surge upward. The weakness is Pro Scouts. The current meta has a lot of focus on the first 5 to 8 minutes of the game. You can't rush Pro Scouts, so you have to block it. You can't really block it that well on a lot of maps because there's too many options. mark my words, like, once we have a change to this meta, let's say scouts move a lot slower, for example, or they increase the costs, you're really just going to see Delhi get back into the groove of things. Didn't the Pro Scout meta and Delhi change happen at the same time? No. Delhi became a force for dominance around, like, what, August? Pro Scouts meta didn't come in until Season 9. I still wonder if we were responsible partially for that. Because ever since the week where we had Scarguard as a default map, things have been a bit Pro Scouts heavy. Spearman coming in. Nice micro with the Knight, though, by B. So denies both of the Spearmen. It's got a lot more coming. Pro Scout timing isn't too far away now. Just 1 minute left. Problem is you have to spread so wide when you play Spears on Rocky River. I think there's maybe one Civ that can cleanly play Spear counter, and that's HRE on this map. Because you're just spreading fully entirely across the map. Good micro. I feel like right now, the thing that made French and Jean masked as not apparent, very obvious strong picks is the thing that's always kind of been subtle about that is, like, you need to micro. If you are not a micro player, if you micro like a goldfish, you probably should not be picking these civs. Because the early skirmishes at a high level will just kill you. You're seeing what B's doing so well. He's baiting Dumu into terrible fights. Not a single knight has been lost so far. And he's already killed, what, 6 spearmen? And he's going to continue. Dumu is just stuck in an overthinking process like, oh yeah, injured knight, let me go for that. And B is immediately on it every time. Archer switch now coming in. We're also at a stage where B could very easily justify chivalry. Because he's got a lot of injured knights, right? Some of them pretty much at death's door. Dumu is at least doing a good job of getting sacred sites behind this. I like the walls. French players hate walls. Not just because it stops the knight's raiding, but because it takes way too long to get through them. The biggest strength of AO4 is that it has many options and ways to play. It's proved pretty good at balancing itself in many cases. Like people calling stuff OP and then someone finding new play. Yeah. Like over time, we talked about this with Jean earlier. Jean, people are like, oh my god, it's OP. And then over time, oh, okay. Juji, oh my god, they're underpowered. Wait, oh, okay. They're actually pretty good. You know, Order the Dragon, oh, they completely suck. Order the Dragon didn't really fundamentally get changed too much. Oh, wow, they're actually pretty good now. What got changed there specifically for the Order the Dragon, by the way, was the meta. And something I'm begging the devs to do is instead of just taking the approach of let's nerf this civ here and nerf this civ there, if you feel as if certain civs are weak, they're not performing, it's underwhelming, boring for you to play, etc., instead of nerfing a civ and driving players away from the game, because that's what happens, by the way. Whenever you hard nerf something, there's people that only play that civ that now won't play the game. Instead of doing that, rebalance the mechanics. Add new food types. Add new interaction points on the map. Take a different philosophy in the way you design maps. I find those to be much more refreshing ways of balancing the game than just tripling someone's civ choice. That doesn't mean you shouldn't make changes along the way. It just means when you make these type of changes, like we saw the Pro Scouts, instead of drastically having to overhaul certain civs, you can realign the balance off of other mechanics. So we had a little bit of poke back and forth here. It's kind of hilarious that he's so obsessed with this point in the map, considering it's the only wall that exists. But he wants the short route for the archers. And archers just got revealed, so Dumu. Problematic. He was basically trying to do what we see B do in most of these games. Lob infinite spears and nothing else. Yeah, outright punish. We do have the double arch range stables as well for the Archer Gazi switch. He's just been so good at minimizing losses. We still don't have Chivalry, which is a little bit surprising to me. I think it would have been justified at this stage. Sure, so like you can buff things instead of nerfing them. The thing you have to be careful of is there comes a phase where you then have to ramp everything up. Otherwise, what you've done is power creep, right? Where everything is just broken. There is very interesting design solutions to that. You actually see it most commonly in, for example, RPGs, ARPGs. The 99999 damage meta. You guys know what I'm talking about? Where, let's say you had a game that released, maximum damage per hit was like 100 damage. 9 years into your ARPG development, maximum damage is now 2 million. So it's weird because it can kind of desensitize the importance of numbers. In some ways, it's proven to be quite good, though. Because bigger numbers, more fancy, more flashy. Let's be real. Some of us continue to play MapleStory for years because we got into the billions on the damage charts. They even gave us fancy skin overlays for our numbers. Push back from Dimmu here, but the spin count is not great. No, B's kind of at a point where he's close to being able to just A-click the fight. The reason he's not rushing is because he's blocking Sacred Sites. You are going to be better off economically over time. Nice sneak over here, though, by Dimmu. This just doesn't really feel like it's working for Dimmu. He has equaled the Archer count now. The Spearmen are definitely suffering for it. Even the melee armor now on the way. We're not at full A-click point. B knows that would just equal the fight. He's just looking to keep his opponent pinned. And we do have Knights now sneaking into the base. But the Scholars will be able to sustain for a little bit. Eventually, he should end up dying. I love the fact he moved away to try and minimize the attack speed of the Knight. So full army comes home. B will get the decap over here. He got the decap on the west side, but he forgot about the east side of the map. What's scary for Dimmu is every time he fails to kill a Knight here, every time he fails to bait B into trading his mass Knights to kill the enemy army, we get a step closer to Royal Institute, which is the real win condition for B. Now, most players would have just thought about teching now. Back away, don't just keep harassing. I love the fact that B is relentless in his pressure. He doesn't want to give Dimmu anything for free, like a Castle Age that would get you War Elephants, because War Elephants can eradicate the French Knights. What scares me more for Dimmu as well is you can see he's trying to find a Castle Age, but now because his opponent's so close to his base, doing it will kill you. You need double the Spearman now. Kind of overextending with his own archers. Spearman late on the reaction. At this point, B has enough archers to trade out all the Spearmen and then dive. But he continues to play this so elegantly, so methodically. I think that was the first time where I'd say like careless micro from B. Most of the time, he's been very clean on the pull away of the Knights, not losing anything unnecessarily. A small gap there, but it's still only 11 spears. Chivalry is finally on the way. 14 minutes before he thought he needed it. Kind of wild. But this is very reminiscent of long feudal China versus French. You're doing the same thing, it's just these aren't Juke, these are worse. So over time, this is the exact build that French can win with. They know, especially with Chivalry coming in now, this archer damage is irrelevant. The return fire is easily capable of getting kills before the Scholar can heal. Looking a bit bent over the barrel here. All food has been reinvested. He's going to be shuffling out to the berries as well to try and extend his life here in the second age. Finally, there we go. I was wondering, it's been quite a while. Demi admittedly getting a lot more gold than he ever should have been from that play. Too much buffing ends up making the time to kill too quick? No, because what you do is you then increase the health. You see what I mean? You increase the numbers. You make it fancier. The example of MapleStory is like when MapleStory came out years ago, 2,000 HP was a hell of a lot. And then, you know, hitting for 1 million damage was insane, unheard of. But then nowadays, you'll see people with, you know, 80,000 health and hitting for almost 1 billion damage. You see my point? It's all numbers. And all numbers are scalable. Up to a point. Some engines have, like, raw limitations on count. But I don't think we're too close to that. Poke in here, Knights. He's going to commit. I don't know if that was worth it. Is this really happening again? B, up to this point, had played these fights really, really well. But Dimu is creeping up on the archer count. Kind of reach a point of like, crap, I'll get off the pot, right? But he doesn't feel confident about going H3 here without losing something critical. Dimu's starting to get better and better trades. That military lead is actually getting concerning. I think B has to go H3. It's not a winnable fight anymore. Dimu now has to understand what's happened here. B has been relentless attacking him. There's only one reason he'd back up. This might be the moment where Benny Boy tries to sneak Castle Age. And there's still more deer coming home. Dimu just has a raw military lead now. It's getting scary. Just a few guards he keeps muddying the water as well. I actually love that Dimu done that. It's so the archer fire doesn't straight away go into the spears. It's why B hasn't been able to get the trades he's been looking for this whole time. So we're not going to pull back far. Stealth Forest is also a little bit worrisome. Good that he actually has the scout here. Dimu just riding a little bit more blind into that Stealth Forest. For B, either go H3 or send a few knights on the flanks. At this stage, you're close to losing the main engagement. Arguably, you have been losing the last few trades. Soon to be 30 Royal Knights. Same when you consider how many have already died in this game. Spear count only 13. Okay, if you're going to A-click, now's the time. The problem is the wall. The wall creates this little choke. Good read there. He was overextended. We do have the knights rippling around the back, though. Dimu about to start losing villages here. Perfect time for a distraction as well. The knight does move in. Finds the workers. Good quick reactions out of Ben at least. Should minimize any losses here. Probably one worker to die. Crazy, by the way. With the way this game has gone, it's 19 minutes in when the first worker dies. On either side. B. Has he decided we have reached a click point? I think so. He's had enough of this dance. This vuvuva. It's time to commit. Put a ring on it or leave the house. And it looks like B is going to put a ring on this series. And leave a ring in Dimu's ear. A 3-1 victory is on the verge, on the cusp of being grabbed by him here. There's no spears left. Dimu down to just 6. It's going to be a cleanup on Isle Dead, and that is it. A 3-1 victory for B against Dimu. He will make it through to the semifinals for a showdown with either Anochad or Numa Dunn. Which one? We'll have to find out, but this series alone delivered in droves. Insane performance out of the two. Maximum entertainment, especially those first 2 games, were mind-melting. Shows when you put these two in the arena, you always get delivered something special. I think we can all agree. Oh, yeah. Well played. GG, Benny boy. A valiant effort, but a 3-1 victory in the end. So, with that in mind, we have got about an hour, if I'm remembering correctly. Because Wham didn't use the time zone converter, but he did say in GMT that his next series is live at 18 GMT. We've got like an hour and a bit. So, we'll see. Because it's going to be up against the winner between... I guess we just spoil it. Sorry, guys. We won't have time for the Core and Avaku one. It's going to be between Core and Killjadi. We'll update the schedule there. And we're going to have Core versus Killjadi. And we'll see if we can get through the entire set in time before WAM Series live. Because you guys aren't going to want to miss... It's the semifinals. Sorry, Core. Sorry, Anavaku. Anavaku did have a really cool week, by the way, because he beat Avali 2-1 in the round of 32, which is really impressive. But yes, it was... I believe it was 2-0 for Core. So what we'll do... We'll type that in. And then we just had 1 free. So what we'll look to do is we'll look to do this series, do WAM series, and then we'll squeeze in Anatan versus Numidan after that. And then tomorrow, it'll be B semifinals that we cover, and then grand finals, okay? Because remember, this week we're not doing grand finals on Thursday. It's a bit of a rare exception this time. So there you go. There's the outline so far. Let me get the draft, and we'll switch over in a sec to Core vs Killjadi. Okay. So Frisian. Rocky. Coastal and Cliffside. That was a bloody crazy series, though. Oh. He always just delivers so many entertaining games. Alright. Let's get ready then. So, Core vs Killjadi. And game 1. What are they going to give us? Oh, one sec. I forgot to... Need to label at least that game. I've been weighing up whether I'm going to keep uploading full series versus individual games, which are really entertaining. The reason is just full series. I think viewership behavior, right, is like if you're coming up with something like this blah 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 strategy, people just watch that game and then they click off. So it might be better to shift back to individual uploads. But anyway, let's get ready to go. So game 1, it's actually going to be Mongols versus Abbasids. Do YouTube Reels? I mean, that's the goal we're aiming for with our editor to start getting into. Is we're going to try and do more short form, more edited content, etc. Alright, you guys ready? Let's get into it. But yeah, the goal is to start doing YouTube edited content. I really wanted to start doing like more news, general gaming, vlogs, etc. There's a lot of things we'd love to be able to do. Hopefully, most of it will be possible. Oh, blimey. Ladies and gents, it is that time. It's Core Watch. With the Abbasids up against Killjadi on his Mongols. Welcome back. Midweek muster number 13. Quarterfinals are upon us. Winner of this will be going up against WAM. A crazy week we've had already. Could we get some shocking results here? Killjadi has looked unslayable on his Mongols. This is the most comfortable pick you could even imagine from a Frisian. Core, I think, historically has been quite a big fan of the Abbasids on this map. I think it's kind of hit or miss these days, though. We've already seen how WAM can make this work really well with a TC build. It used to be that you picked up Abba on this map, though, for the Trade Wing. Trade Wing being freshly nerfed, I don't think we're going to be seeing it in this particular game. He goes Military Wing. Now, that is very surprising. You can at least stop Kiljadi from getting more than the initial goal to try and tech up, right? Roughly. Maybe he gets one Keshik out, which you can counter with 2 spears. But, I mean, Mongols having to switch into Archer straight away isn't exactly what I call a negative. Mesopotamian will be a starting map in KPMM soon. I don't know about that. We'd have to revisit it. We're looking to bring some new maps in. Of course, it's all about timing and getting the right flow of things. I'm hoping we have a patch soon, because it would be nice to be able to maybe pivot things away from having to avoid maps that have deer on them, right? And no, apparently Core is not here to cheer himself on for once. Bit of a shocker. So, Silver Tree in. And this does at least mean you're going to have the military units to start blocking, but you're going to have to flood additional. I wonder if this is going to be the 1-1 build from Core, where you build into the stables to get horsemen as well. Because remember, you've already got archers, you've already got spears. The only thing missing is the ponies. Boys are going to be marching across. We'll stick with the 2 times speed until about like 5 or 6 minutes, when we start to see some action. The final score between B and Dimu ended up being a 3-1. Bloody crazy series, though. Oh, what? That's bad. That's really bad. 11 sheep on Frisian at 5 minutes in. As the Mongols. And Core, it's not even his double scout signature play. 1 scout got him 28 sheep. That's an insane advantage for a Civ that also is very cost efficient on its food usage in multi-TC situations, courtesy of the fresh foodstuffs. And we are indeed getting the multi-TC. 2 TC build coming in here. That's crazy. It's very rare you see a Mongol player this far behind on sheep, especially at this skill caliber. You know, if you think about these two, if you were to line them up, point them and go, okay, which one of these is going to go deeper in ST tournaments? I don't think it's controversial right now to say it's Kiljadi. But Mongols, it is one of those civs that really is meant to be on it when it comes to the sheep rotation. Absolutely wild. Means other scout didn't scout. I mean, it can feel like that way sometimes, but I think the other scout got intercepted seems more appropriate. Especially when you look at Kiljadi's vision on the map, where he's been. I'm going to see the Keshik trying to shuffle around the back. But we have got the racks on the way. Now, it was a little bit slow from Core, maybe a little bit greedy. Looks like hesitance is going to be there, so Kiljadi not willing to dive in. He does, however, have traders coming. And trade should beat TC. The return point is just so much more valuable. You're already getting 72 gold, 7 food each way. Meanwhile, TC going to cost you 32 food. Yeah, it's very cheap, granted. But a villager can gather, like, what, 45 resources a minute? Maybe buff it up to maximum, I'd say, 60 with all the different buffs you can get in Feudal Age. So still behind what a Silver Tree is going to give. And remember, this is a snowball-oriented build for the Mongols. More traders, it doesn't just mean the more gold, it means the more food, the more wood, so on and so forth. That's why Core is going to the Horseman. It's so tricky, though. Like, Horsemen here against Keshiks, right? Without the Silver Tree economy, you could argue that Core can just bloat Horsemen to contest. The problem is you wouldn't need Horsemen to contest trade if it didn't exist. Silver Tree is just very cost efficient on that scale point early on. If it was Deerstone, I think this could make sense. You'd be able to, you know, delay the timing your opponent would go into traders long enough that you'd have good enough economy. Not really the case here. Wow, that's very generous of you to share with YouTube, where the comments do actually get stockpiled and saved, etc. as well. And yes, hello YouTube, we do see you. Oh, I didn't see that at the start of the broadcast. I think that was what you think about Aussie Drongo. He's very Aussie, but I don't know if I'd say he's Drongo. Has he been lying to us? You guys ever realize if Aussie became a porn star, all he'd have to do is drop the R from the second word, and he's got his name. Catch it, dive. Caught. That sea shelter is cursed. Nice strike in, 2 worker kills. Other side of it, return fire though. He actually snipes the villager. 1 tap of the hammer away. Well played. More horsemen are on the way here as well. No Keshiks responding just yet. It's just a continued dive. They're both just trying to kill each other's economy. That's no garrison on the TC. He's not going to kill it quickly with the burn, but he is going to heal himself up to full off of this. Meanwhile, instead of killing the extra traders... Okay, he is paying attention. This is really good, actually, for core. It's not good that you can't really get villagers out of your new TC, but love that. Garrisons with the spears. That's going to force Killjoy back now. Well, I appreciate that, Sunday. Most people wouldn't come in and apologize for something they said before the internet. So, you're a big man for that. I respect that. Yeah, I think quite often people make very weird and uncomfortable assumptions about interactions with other casters, etc. Other people. I still remember, I don't think it was many people, thank goodness. A lot of you are sensible and have a brain. I still remember when do you guys remember Jessiology when we had in the scene? Some of the inappropriate comments that got made about between me and her was baffling. Basically, like, to really just very simplify and not make it the focus of the cast entirely. It was more or less some assumption that because we were talking to each other on the internet, I was flirting with her when we were casting together. You really could tell there were a few individuals who have never talked to a woman in their life. So cool, a lot of spear and horsemen now. Love the phalanx following this up. Killjoy really got set back a little here, huh? 11 traders. Not a great position. He got slowed down quite a bit. Also, the idle time of not being able to trade because he had to wait for the horseman to get cleared. I can't give it. Of course, they're doing a really good job with just budget Keshiks, it feels like, right? The horseman, by comparison, just terrible. Well, thank you, you fuss. I'm glad a lot of people are really enjoying the midweek musters. Hopefully, we can continue to grow them. You know, it's going to be a while until I have a full picture from Microsoft's side of whether it's been seen as a success. I feel like it's a success. We still have a lofty goals we've set ourselves. I think I've let you guys know about like what my hopes are and what I feel I'd say worth it / expected success by the end of the circuit. But I think we're making decent progress for sure. The culture wing down the way from core. Interesting. Didn't go back for the eco wing. He's almost out of sheep, so he's going to have to play out into the ponds. This is a weakness. You're playing against Mongol trade. It's great when you can keep them dancing around their own base, but once that stops, the Keshiks are going to come across to your side. And we've seen people try to wall this map recently. It's no longer easy. I'd argue it never really truly was, but it's so much more difficult now since the nerfs to build speed on walls. Difference was between being given a hammer and being told to build a giant wall, and now being given a fork and being told to build a giant wall. Like, you might be able to build one, it's just going to be very, very hard. Ah, map pool has been released. Very good. And an old friend is making a return. Culture in 20. Killjoy's not too far away from Castle himself. I think his army has maybe more value once he commits to the age. Debatable. There's certain players that have been making Spearman look broken at Castle Age. The most obvious being B. Will Core make a similar move? Will he, for example, just spam Spearman and rush across the map? It could just kill Kiljadi before he's ready. You like Chum? He seems like a good guy. Oh, that's nice. He's not. Just not providing more context than that. Has Kiljadi added in? Yeah, I was about to say. Why is he not falling behind? Why does it feel like he's going to catch up? He has got double trade going now. Spimman is at least going to scout it out. Camel Rider's on the way. Love this, if he can afford it. And without Eco Wing, that might be a bit challenging. Composite Bows is a pretty logical, organic choice. It is admittedly going to be into Keshik's. Interesting thing as well about Composite Bows, you get a 33% increase in attack speed, but you're up against a 20% damage buff. So it's not an outright wash. Even more so when you consider the healing, which sometimes does kind of trickle in and matter. Didn't patches normally come on Tuesday? Do the devs ever make up their mind entirely? I'm trying to think historically, haven't we had patches on almost every day of the week, bar maybe Friday? You can probably guess why you don't patch a game on Friday. Out of all the days in a week a dev can choose to patch their game, it's the dumbest one. Am I involved in the one Civ only tournament? Haven't even heard of it. Kiljadi, instead of going for the fishing comment, this is kind of crafty. Of course, gonna defend it, right? But there's so much vision, you should never get kills here. However, that Seek Shelter coming in again! Every goddamn time with that ability. At what point do you just start manually sending villagers to safety? Nice raid in. We'll just to bypass on the tree line. It's going to be a lot of auto time here. The counterattack is underway for Core, but he's not in position yet. And that means a lot more villagers to die here. Trying to shuffle around, trying to buy more time. The heads are being claimed. Core now taking an even wider angle to try and approach this. We also have Yam on the way. Smart move by Kiljadi. He's going to need it for his infantry army to react. And the pack-up tech, I assume it's already... Yes. No superior mobility. Improved, but superior mobility. Wait, cool. Do we really want to stand still here? Oh, you don't even have textiles! I wish he did now. He has it coming in, but... Remember, before that attack, there wasn't really any substantial losses. So Core, of course, didn't think he needed it. Counterattack is now coming through, though. The camels are a big problem. Kurotai's on the way, but nowhere near right now. Archie's going to have to start a step back. Keshiks can't really fight if the camels exist. Core has so many spears as well. Technically, like, in theory, crossbow should win this over time. But what's the damage done by the end of it? It's adding up. Kurotai still unable to unpack. Oh, Core is just cursing this. We'll finally get the deploy. And I think that's going to be a cleanup. So in the end, he definitely got his worth in terms of trader kills. Kiljadi now down to 14. And he forced all pressure back to Kiljadi's side of the map. Core did lose any ounce of premium he had. The camels are dead. As the final one flops down. He's still just mass spears, though. It's kind of funky, because at this stage, you really want to be massing even more archers. Considering your opponent has now gone for the full switch into crossbows. Makes sense. You might be wondering, like, can Kiljadi afford this? He can. Traders, right? You want to be on things that cost gold as much as possible. What's better, Keshik or French Knight? French Knight is not even close. If you offer me a Keshik for 200 resources or a French Knight for 240, I'll bite your hand off for the 240. Best of Magadai? Alright, Gali, I'm looking forward to your Byzantine arc with the Trapos. OTD Best Knight. If you gave me the choice between a Gilded Knight or 2 French Knights, I'd always take 2 French Knights. 2 French Knights can do a lot more than 1 Gilded Knight. In theory, Gilded Knights just shouldn't die. You can micro them away after a very long fight. I get it. But in reality, think about what Knights are meant to do. They're meant to raid. That's a big part of what they do. If I have 2 French Knights or 1 Gilded Knight, I have double the opportunities to find villagers and kill them. Speaking of villager kills, cheeky little raid coming in. The Gilded Knight looks cooler. True. I think I've said he's had his RuneScape armor trimmed. Wearing the full mithril. Camel Lancer beats a French Knight. Does it? Because at that stage in the game, I'm going to have Royal Bloodlines and Cantled Saddles, aren't I? I'm not sure about that. Even if let's say I'm not Royal Institute, I'll still have Cantled Saddles. I think people quite often forget Camel Lancers have 20 less health than Standard Knights. That's a pretty crippling hit to your tankiness. He's just making sure his opponent is not trading. I think he's also looking to rotate under the fish. We do have an Archer Spin Dive in. Hello. Well, why go to the other side of the map when this corner's closer? He's in the base. Backstab is coming, though, and all of a sudden, Core may have overextended here. Uh-oh. Well, there's no retreat from this. You have literally walked into the land of the Yam. Anyone else just find the Mongol outpost aura fascinating? I'd personally say I'm a yammered with it. I can't. I'm sorry. That was terrible. Trade wing down the way. Core is actually trying to go Imperial off the back of this. He just threw away 30 troops. And he's going in. Nice. Also getting in on the villagers now. Do you actually have the food for this? Long term. Okay, he has got farms coming in. So we're seeing at what? Probably 12 farms? 15. However, have you met my good friend, the Kurotai? The Kurotai? Kurotai. Yes, that was a Muffin Man reference. You're going to have to get over me today. I'm insufferable. Just like every day. Imagine Mongol Taz. No, I thought about the idea of Mongol Taz being able to move. Don't do it. What if, though? What if Siege... Guys, what if Siege Towers could move and deploy? And when they deploy, units can stand on top of them. Boom. If you're a spearman, the only thing you stab from the top is elephants. So the Mongol shuffle in here is going to be blocking a lot of the food. And you can already see Core in the panic is running off. 24 villagers in the center of the map. Good place to gather the tree line. Other tree line. About to get a little bit harassed here as the Keshiks are wiggling in. We do have the signal arrow on the way. There's a dive coming. Put your scuba gear on. Because we're about to go into the depths of the Abbasid economy. And it is not going to be pretty here. Core, only 15 food workers is not great. It's got plenty of gold for his techs, though. And remember, he went Culture Wing before, which means it's cheaper. He'd try to raid with a small group, but the men-at-arms should be able to hold that out long enough for the Skrill to win. The Kurotai is on the farms. Hey, honey. Don't mind me. Just want to share the base. And take from it. Raid bounty is on the way. He's going to look to burn it all. He's not ready for the fight. He's trying to hold for a wall low. That should reset things. Killjoy will back off. The Kurotai is getting neck deep in it, though. Baits him in range of it, actually, for the trade. This is ridiculous. Killjani has double the military. And at this point, I mean, he has no room to make more. He's starting to stockpile. Pressure into Imperial feels inevitable here. And due to that Kurotai, it's almost like Killjani already has Imperial upgrades. Backstab from the Keshiks as well. Hand cannon is slowly coming out, but it's not a lot to work with. And Core is out of food and out of time. Killjani looks to strike while the iron is hot. Give Core the cold shoulder in game number 1. Yeah, there's not really much hope here, to be honest with you. I'm not seeing the plan. The villagers are pretty much recruited into the army at this stage. He's down by over 20 eco. The frontline army has been wiped out. But instead of actually committing to the tech, Killjani is coming back with a second wave. Wait, hold on. Whoa. You're gonna give me a heart attack here. He's legitimately gonna try to just block all trade. Wait, but in this... No, you can't trade across map. I was about to say, in this situation, do you not just go to the south side? Maybe he can skim by the keeps. But Core is looking to strip away 21 of Killjani's economy units, which admittedly would get them close together again. And no, Kurotai can not unpack on top of any buildings. So you'd have to remove them. For example, Killjani's like, hey, I don't want to have to kill this TC, but it's in the way of my Kurotai. So I'm going to buff my Rams with my Kurotai, and then you're going to Kuro die. Okay? Doesn't really feel like causing Imperial, does it? He has got the camel support coming in. That's actually a big deal, as long as the camels don't insta-die, which I feel like they are going to against 30 crossbowmen. Oh god, he's taking the relics as well. Yeah, funny that there's just one relic no one ever got in the end. The question now is, will the game be over before these get taken by Killjani? I love the optimization. The Kurotai, there's room, move it in. Always move it a little bit deeper. Gotta get closer. Dive into a very ambitious choke point here. Mangoes, I feel like Killjani's are better. And they are. They're buffed by the Kurotai. Just needs to hit that back line. Instead, he's just opening the way. Gets a bit deeper now. Archers are going to try to start a step away, but you've built mass archers against mass men-at-arms. He only has 2 hand cannoneers, so ignore the sound of guns. It's really not saving him here. His bacon is well and truly cooked. Respect to Killjani for the double down. Instead of just taking the, I'd say, more strategic angle of following in tech, he goes for his classic type play. We have got a backstab with the villagers to take out the mangoes at least. So well played there. However, Core is now behind by 30 economy. Killjani, 22 of that is at least traders, sure. The trade is about to open up again for him. So where's Core's counterattack here? He has got incendiary arrows coming in. He's not really in a position to attack, though. And Killjani is ready to go the next stage. It's kind of hilarious, actually. Killjani probably could have just attacked again, and the game would be over. But where's the fun in that? We want 3 units. Plays like, no Magadai, no win. Guess what? We could get Magadai. Wow. Let the trade commence. Watch the number. Oh! Play it cool. It was only 1,200 gold, guys. No big deal. Keep down. Eco no longer harassed. I think we know who got the better exchange on worker kills there. Trade to the other market. He doesn't know it's secure. He doesn't know if it's open or not. And also, in fairness, like this trade route could have potentially ran him into a keep. Also, is it not more demoralizing to beat Core by unraveling all of his intended plans? Polls say yes. Cool. We do have silk bowstrings. Okay. I'm willing to smoke what you're cooking. We have armored caravan? No. No, cool. No. No. Oh, God. This is not the time for trade. You don't have any traders. Oh, wait. No, sorry. He does still have the 5. So silk bowstrings is a great tech when you're far enough away. It's not so great when there's cavalry right on top of you. It's like bringing a sniper rifle to a CQB engagement, you know? Everyone else has got submachine guns and shotguns, and you're like, check out my Barrett 50 cal. When I shoot it, the recoil sends me flying in the opposite direction. Yeah, sorry to break it to you kids, but in real life, you don't get to no scope like we're playing Call of Duty 4. In fact, Core won't even get to dab. Game 1 to kill Jardy. Making mass traders, dude, there's no way you can convert mass traders after that. That's how you get battered more than a British fish. All right, so game 1. Win on the board for Kill Jardy. How do you know if you've not tried? Oh, yeah, true. We should just try 8 marketplaces next time, right? So, game 2. It's one of Kiljardy's favorites, guys. Byzantines up against Jean. Who won between B and Dimu? It was the fabled B. He'll either have a showdown with Anasand or Numidan. We will likely cover that quarterfinals after the Wham series, which is coming up after the Core Kiljardy one here. So buckle yourselves in, boyos. I told my partner that I thought we'd be done by maybe like 8 o'clock. Not so sure about that anymore. Kiljardy said it's a free win. Kiljardy also told us he was a Chinese main. Wait, but he is. Oh my god, he doesn't lie to us. Oh, sorry, let me fix that. Core fans like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Well, not quite, guys. He's in trouble. It's Kiljardy's favorite map and favorite matchup to be Jean. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for game number 2 between Kiljardy and Core in the quarterfinals. He's on Jean d'Arc. Core with the Byzantines. We've watched what Kiljardy can do on this particular map, the Civ. Is it going to be the fabled bait and switch? I'm making knights. Oh my god, panic. Build a million limitane into mass archers. Or has Kiljardy got something else in mind? Let's find out as we delve into coastal cliffs. So that old strategy made sense before Pro Scouts. I think here for Kiljardy, he might just consider blobbing knights simply because of how good the food is going to be. Usually the way this matchup goes is Byzantines have to try and block the Pro Scouts play. Coastal Cliffs is a bit linear of a map, but Jean is a really big buffer point to early defense. And you typically go melee Jean here. Do you guys know why you go melee Jean instead of range Jean up against Byzantines? It's actually the type of decision where if you lean range, it can lose you the game. Because if you don't have melee Jean, your opponent can go javelin contract and kill you. So yeah, most of the time, you usually expect to see melee here. Unless you wait long enough that your opponent has made a merc choice, which I just wouldn't expect. Of course, a W gamer. What, because of the spawn? He's buffed everything with one system. Wait, why are we gathering that lumber camp, though? No hippodrome deer stealing? I feel like when you do that on the stream, Faye, you just need to have the full, like, Attack on Titan music playing. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, as you then just come out of the fog of war with 10 scouts to pick up all the deer. Oh, think about how glorious it'd be. All right, what do you reckon, guys? Are we going to get a Jean win in this game, or are we going to get a Byzantine win? One's for Jean, two's for Byzantines. What is your favorite position? I have a feeling that we're on the wrong platform for me to answer that question. Oh, POS 4. POS 4 is my favorite. You either get that reference, or you're now looking in your Kama Sutra trying to figure things out. If you want to be generic and not let people know what you're talking about, would it not make sense you just say mid? Because that can mean like anything, right? So what is the plan here for Core? Has he got something refreshing, different than just spamming Limitane? Because my problem here is if you do Limitane Javelin, I really do think that Jean could just beat you by going Spears. It's obnoxious, actually. It's easier for French to do because they have a better economy. Cheeky Wolf's coming up. Killjardy is trying to keep the entrance open. I love this. Goes to the Knight first. Level 2 Jean should be coming in a second. We do have Pro Scouts getting queued up. This is my favorite build order. Royal Knights coming out before Pro Scouts being prioritized. It just gives you harassment play. Because if you rush the Scouts, your opponent can rush the Limitane out. If you rush the Knights, your opponent has to wait to bring the Limitane in. You could argue that means that your Scout timing's worse, but your Pro Scouts isn't there yet. You still got 50 seconds to go. You might as well have something to keep him pinned in the base, so then you can grab the initial deer freely. My favorite position on the map. See, that doesn't even make sense. You've tried to shuffle your way out. Like, I was being a saint. Grandma was going to kiss me on the forehead at Christmas because I'm always such an innocent boy. But, like, what does your favorite position on the map even mean? The maps are randomly generated. Yeah, my favorite position on the map is when someone's barber can drop my TC and I'm reeing about it for 10 minutes. Or do I just be really pedantic? Yeah, my favorite position on the map is right here. This spot rocks. Jesus Christ, I hate myself today. Wow, Killjardy actually went range form. Oh. No, no, why Kekix? Is he going for the Sippy Cup build? We've got Gulpers. No. Against Shaw? This was like a jackpot win. All you had to do is get javelins, right? The dream. I guess Pro Scouts muddies it, but basically, guys, the reason why you can't do range on is javelins. They just munch you down straight away in the fight. Limitane Keshik? Yeah, but why? I don't think he's even going Limitane. He's legitimately just trying to fast castle this. We should have known by this wall. It was kind of a dead giveaway, but wait, there's already a knight in? Kind sir. We also have Night Poke on both sides of the base, so you can't just shove the Keshiks one way. No Akratoy even. Okay, so the Keshiks should be able to clear this up. This is a lot of idle time, though. And the second wave's coming. No, 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 no. He will at least get the outpost up. There is a snipe opportunity here, and yep, the injured villager doesn't even shuffle inside. There should be divine arrows as well. There we go. First one came off cooldown. He can get another villager now. Maybe? Wait, that was a bit awkward. It's not everything, though. Remember, he has got the deer coming behind this. And now he knows exactly what Core is doing. Imagine if Core just built double racks now. He's not gonna, but just imagine it. Longbows and Javs don't do anything against Knights. Yeah, but the Javelins completely destroy Jean. I get the thought process from Core. The idea is if you have heavy cavalry, Jean dies in either form. The problem you have as Byzantines is you should never really have more heavy cav than Jean does, which means you can't sniper. Same logic in a French matchup. In a French matchup, your goal is to get more Knights than Jean, and you can do that because you have got access to Knights all the time, and you have more economy. Hence, over time, a French player will get an opening to kill Jean. In most occasions. Typically, the JD French matchup basically comes down to who wins the first micro fight. What's the trade post, Merc? Nah. It's all ranged. Wait, so does that mean with Core only building melee units this game, and he had Merc options that could have been ranged, the other contracts would have been ranged. He chose the contract that has no range units until Imperial. He's not going to get Imperial in this game. Does that mean his build is technically deranged? Ah! Funny wordplay, Mr. Pigeon. System of the first still now on the way. My question is, what does the brother of the first hill look like? Ah, oh, I'm sorry. I'm in a jokey mood today. It's a Core series. He does this to us. The Keshiks are at least slowing down the grab on deer. I mean, overall, actually, Core's position isn't bad in this game. I thought he'd be a lot worse off than this. I say overall, he has lost 5 workers. It's pretty rough. But the Sistine buff makes you feel better about it all. Nice or Knights? See, I'm going to keep doing this all day now. Well, the Keshiks are tasting sadness right now, but don't worry, soon they'll taste the sweet, sweet nectar of guzzling. Of guzzling. What, not even 1 cup? Of guzzling, there we go. KJ idle villagers? No, he didn't. Maybe 0.5. Remember, he's got Jean, so he has 1 less villager than you normally would. If you are perfectly building villages in this standard like matchup against Jean, you should always be 1 ahead. So congrats, we do have a cataphract. I think Core's going to learn why usually people build longbows in this situation. Longbows would have worked quite well against Jean, actually. We've seen that she struggles against LB because she just gets sniped in the fights, right? So the reason why longbow cata can work very well is you have the swimmen getting cleared out by your LBs and then your cataphracts go in. I get why Core didn't do it here. It's Knights in Age 2. LBs are going to struggle. But you're playing defensive anyway. Like, I'd argue the point, did the Keshiks really do much? In fairness to him, Core did avoid building Limitane with this build. That's why he done Keshiks. Problem is, now what? You've kind of got a one-dimensional comp. We often talk about the Eastern contract being the worst because everything gets countered by crossbows. In some ways, this contract choice is even worse than this build because now everything gets countered by spears. This is a good start, though. Nice raid. And oh, we're dying. Let's just turn around and run back into the guy killing us. Oh my god. Oh no. Is he doing it? Is Kiljadi falling for the sippy cups here? It's starting to look like it, actually. My, oh my. Okay, we may have talked too soon. Counter raid coming in. The gate isn't up yet. No, 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 no. What? What is that? 6 shelter? He tries to shuffle the villagers. It just cost him more here. The wall was redundant. That knight is dead. What was meant to be an economy lead is now an even game again. Oh my god. We still have Kata's raiding. Finally, it does go down. A lot of damage done on that gold line, though. I think core... This is awkward. Like, what do you switch? You could go Veteran Limitane. He's not going to, because Veteran Limitane doesn't feel like great value for assisting the first kill. But he needs an answer to this. So maybe you just go archers to support. Crossbows could make sense, but do you have enough time for crossbow blob? I guess you could argue in favor of it, because archers would need veterancy as well, which slows you down. Sandwich coming through. Doesn't quite get the spinning in time. Guzzle count is still good. He's got 6 flasks to work with here, but he doesn't have many troops to utilize it. And that's a big problem. Cooldown is 45 seconds. Spam mango tiles? True. It's only 200 stone. All we have to do is... Oh, that's pretty far out. Yeah, this map is not friendly to Byzantine mango spam. Remember, Avali intentionally designed it so that stone was spawning further away to stop greedy TC builders. And apparently it had a knock-on effect for campy Byzantine players. Jump in here. Jean has to be getting close. Maybe not. Right, Core tried to minimize his involvement in fighting here. But that outpost is gone. That means no gold access. He has got 600 in reserve. Congrats, though. That gets you 4 cataphracts. Might be a bigger problem here, actually. Where's the food? Core is out of food. He has the 4 groves, and that's it. Cataphract rate is at least going to be good here. Spinman Knights are going to be reacting. Meanwhile, this looks more imperative of a dive. Core is hiding his economy in the corner right now. And he's about to get housed. So remember, guys, when you panic and you're about to lose the gulping, just stay age 2 and build more spears, apparently. Who would have thought it was that simple? When in doubt, stab more people. Wait, no, that's bad. No, don't clip that. Don't use that as evidence. I didn't give you that advice. Feels like a poster you could just stick up everywhere in London. I believe we're about to have a bit of a sandwich here. And we see this a lot where people go and take out the cisterns. These cisterns, not this one. 5,000 HP, and for what? He's gonna lose the sippy cups. Okay, no. This looks over now. I don't think you can fight with this comp without gulps. I'm not sure you can fight it with gulps at this stage. Oh dear. Well, he's going for a counter raid. Wait, can you still use... You can't still use the flask, right? Maybe you can? I've never tested that, because usually the game is over before that matters. There's no auto gulp, right? Oh my god, why does that still work? I guess they filled their flasks full already. But he's going to get no more flask charges. So what he has left is what he's got. First time I've actually noticed that in a game. We don't really see too many gulpers more recently. It was kind of memeful and then it passed away. And usually the game was over before the landmark went down. So it's kind of funny. You have a lot of landmarks that work that way. I guess it tracks. We've seen, for example, with... It's actually quite funny with the Kremlin. You can't use the tickets, but it generates its final ticket, even when it's dead. Then you have things like, for example, the Regnant still gives the bonus gold even when it's dead, right? The question now is, how is Core not dead? What's the play out of this? He's stockpiling a lot of resources. It kind of seems like he's not sure what to build right now. He was looking for the crossbow switch, but that got intercepted at a perfect time by Kiljadi. And now the only thing really left for the Finn to do to fin this game is go castle. It's just kind of allowed core to exist on these flanks, by the way. But yeah. He can have all the resources he wants. It kind of doesn't matter if you don't have anything to build them from. Level 3 now in for Jean. Maybe he's looking up another meme build for game 3. I don't know. Do we just argue both of these in their own special way were meme builds? Eh. Is it a meme build if you win? Wait, no. If a meme build wins, does that not technically just make it cheese? I thought that's how that works. Because then you feel cool. You're like, yeah, I'm losing because I'm memeing. Or I won because I cheesed. I feel like that tracks. We're Institute now on the way. At this point, I think Core just straps a tiny flag to his sheesh pipe and goes, yay, while waving the flag. Is Core getting under mesh? I guess maybe he's expecting arbitrary. It's very important to reduce Jean's damage by 1. Kappa? We've got an archer switch. Isn't it a little late to go archers? That's a lot of spears. But archers counter spear. But they counter spear. I was lied to. A warlord could turn this game. Wow. He has got a relic right there. Right in that building. We just need him to pull it out. Kildadi definitely doesn't have a unit that can one-hit him. Wait, why did he put him? Oh, yeah, he got 4 relics. 3 relics, though. Has he got 5 relics? The other one hasn't come home, right? Where did he put it? Eh? Ah, there we go. He's done it, guys! 5 relics. You now assemble them into Exodia. And then alt type. It's time to do. And usually by that point, you've spent too long all chat typing in the game, and Kildadi has killed you. Screw this particular game in this open field. Core just trying to solve world hunger right now. We have got Limitane coming in. 20 minutes in a game against Jean. That's how long it took before we ended up on Limitane's capacities. Rough though, because now when you want to spam cheap crap units, there's nowhere to house them. God. This is so much torch damage. At which stage is Presidium worth toggling? Now is when Presidium is worth it. Kildadi is tired. He wants to go next. Do you want the good news or the bad? The good news is this is BO5s. The bad news is for Core. This could happen again for the 3rd time in this series. Ooh. And I'm looking at the draft, and I'm noticing there is a Zhuji pick. How did Zhuji even make it through? That's kind of wild. I'm not a big fan of the Ayu ban. I think Ayubids has fallen off the side of a cliff in the meta. It's kind of funny with the French ban on the other side, but like I think French is worth it more than Ayu by a mile. Which sounds weird. You'd be like, yeah, but Ayu count as French. Sort of, yes, but Pro Scout's weird. Game seems so quick now compared to P&2. Wow. I can't imagine why. Oh dear. All right, so next up we've got Cliffside. It's a good old-fashioned English Malian matchup. French JD are back on the menu. I feel like they were already creeping on the menu. Maybe people just give up more merit now because of what BC done in the grand finals for sure. But I don't think it was a Civ that people were sleeping on. Like, I'm actually curious. Let me quickly check the stats on this. So, if we look at... Yeah, let's just... We'll put it a bit in the past. So we'll go... Tournaments, we'll go to Midweek Muster number 12. Here you go, guys. I'll take you along for the ride. So, statistics... 62.5%. 5 wins, 3 losses. Which, when you like compare the amount of wins and losses in the other Civs, it's not bad, right? When we go for Midweek Muster 13, okay, what happened? What happened that week? Holy crap! What a switcheroo! Yeah, English is trash, by the way. Like English, I think, might be the most unvaluable Civ in the game right now. I think Ottomans probably has more value than English. Oof. Talk about that for a turnaround of fates. All right, should we get ready to go? People always picked French on frizziness, meh? Yeah. Like, with the pro scouts, maybe it feels a bit more justified, but yeah. Alright, let's get to it. Might be the final time that we're seeing court in this week of Midweek Muster. English up against Malians. Okay, so this matchup has been a bit of a roller coaster in the last several months. It used to be insanely Malian dominant. You just spam javelins, English lombos, take the L. Then come the Abbey of Kings days. TC, easy peasy, no way to harass it. 2 TC beat Malians, that's just the way of the game. And then came the Pro Scouts meta. All of a sudden, Malians on top again in a matchup because English can't play Pro Scouts. Now, admittedly, English can still go 2 TC. However, doesn't really feel like a win against Fast Castle for Rimba, does it? In fact, if you do go 2 TC into Greed as English, there's not really anything to stop Kiljadi from just going for his FC Freeborn. Because Freeborn perfectly counts the English here. The TC will do nothing. The villagers can't even shivs out. He has to basically choose attack. Oh, and we're going to flip the scores. Yeah. You guys. I'm keeping you on your toes. I'm making sure you're keeping your eyes out. No, Core hasn't beaten Kiljadi once. I got you? Really? Sounds like you need to get here early on the streams to make sure you see what happened before. No, Game 1, Core looked like he was getting some good trades at first. Game 2 had an air of human toilet about it. Game 3... Does Kiljadi have 2 bathrooms in his house? I mean, what's upside here? It's a back gold vein. You can't harass it. I don't think you even want to try to harass it, but I'm getting this weird feeling. Yeah, he's going to go for an old school council hall rush. I guess you just kind of have to here. We just already highlighted the issue of the other build. There is one build I think maybe English could pull off here. It might actually be your best shot. And that would be the Abbey of Kings Horseman build. Big bait and switch. What, you think with Forged Stone he's going to go on the stone? LB's in the Mass Horseman. Yeah, but you won't have the healing. I mean, I get where you come from. It keeps your opponent off of Donzos. My problem is if you don't at least open with enough longbows to kill the scout, you're going to be revealed always. It's a cheese? Yeah. We saw how the cheese worked in game number 2. You know, last time I checked, Finnish people, they're not as receptive to the cheese as the French. Similar to Dragon's proxy base. I mean, the weird thing that always confused me about Dragon's proxy base is, like, I don't think it ever feels good to have to blob horsemen in the early game and not use them. You know what I mean? I've always said this about cavalry. You're paying a premium for the movement speed more than anything else. So, like, building that and just having it stand there doing nothing feels bad. It's the same logic as why I hate it when I see someone with knights defending. Knights are not designed to sit in your base. In fact, most of the losses we've seen French, AD, etc. get in these weeklies recently has been because players may have the mass to go do something, but they're too scared they're going to get attacked. So, Kiljadi. And he sees it. He knows it's a longbow rush. So as long as you just don't go pro scouts, you should be fine. We kind of saw similar from Dumu up against, I think it was Scatterbrained, where Dumu went for an English longbow rush against Byzantines, and with enough, the Byzantines done pro scouts that killed them. You've got, what, 11 sheep? That's more than enough. Manticore's up. Archery range is going to get built. Core needs to pivot right now. Wood is being stockpiled, and this just needs to be an immediate play into stables. You could, in theory, do spears. The problem now is, could you actually blob spears quick enough so early? Kiljadi, did he get one more teensy piece of wood? No. So he's going to have to shuffle out to the west side. Kind of cursed for core, right? Potentially a very different game if the pit mine is forward spawn, not back. This has always been the shaky thing about the cliffside rushes. And in fairness, because you wait until feudal, you had enough time to scout the layout of the land. You knew it was a back gold vein. Or should have, anyway. Those javelins coming in. Okay, cause up to 10 longbows, you could just go blacksmith. Blacksmith's pretty competitive at this point. In fairness, once you're at like 10 longbows, you can just kill villagers easily anyway, without blacksmith. Catch the mines off guard with longbows, you can actually snowball them. Yeah, but he hasn't caught him off guard, right? I guess that's my reservation. But this used to be the logic. It's like English on this map should theoretically be OP. I think when they added Cliffside first, we talked about this a lot at the time, is that English to me would be S tier on this map because the distance is so short, right? Not just that, but because of the ramps and the cliffs, it's very hard for you to get backstabbed. And what makes it worse for Marlins is they definitely can't backstab you because Warrior Scouts don't have bonus damage like Horsemen do. So your only play is Javelins, which is slower. However, the Javelin count looks good. Core has been forced to spread out quite early. This is not ideal. Does at least have the worker kills. Is he trading military momentum for worker kills, though? What is working well for him is that Kiljadi is kind of just sending everything in one direction, right? I mean, you either go Horseman or Blacksmith. He's just blobbing more longbows. Okay, look, to expand on what Johan's saying where he says it's okay to spread out, lose only a few units. Yes, if you find worker kills. And I guess the logic there is if all the javelins chase you on one side, you dive on the other. So if you can set up on 4 different angles... Whoa, villagers, calm down. He wants a bit of a more permanent foothold. Makes sense, you definitely need that attack speed aura. I mean, at this stage, you could have just went for the blacksmith with the outpost being hard to commit, but no, he's going for it. Okay, so Kiljadi about to get blocked off the primary tree line. We have 0 unit diversity here. This feels like watching someone build... What, Ghazi against French Knights only. And these are the French Knights. Javelins are doing something ambitious. What is Kiljadi up to? he's looking for the longbow on the backside. Scout is going to reveal it, so we'll be able to chase that down. That's a big gap for Core to try and expand into, but this is always the depressing part about Lombo rushes. It's really hard to pull these LBs. Chill, KP. We're not going to sprint. We'd be exhausted. Just calm down, Killjardy. He wants to gather the gold. He needs to spam more javelins here. Jabs. Oh, they get rid of the scout. Core can't get a tip off on what's happening elsewhere now. Just imagine this fight if he had Steeled Arrow. He has got the attack speed, but it's only on 2 of the archers right now. He's building a new outpost, but is the outpost going to be quick enough? Remember, it's not 19 versus 7. It's 11 versus 7 right now, which is why Core is losing this fight. Killjardy does have his own issues, though. He's out of food. Okay, yeah, so he's rushing the gold to get the cows. Core does still have a lot of Lombos. If he can idle the gold, maybe. We still don't have Blacksmith, though. No, he's not even trying for it. This is like 2021 release English build. Just go a million Lombos, and then eventually maybe we build a ram. Reeks of it. However, Killjardy, yep. Wait, really? I wonder if Undermesh makes more sense than Steeled Arrow first here. Mathematically, Steeled Arrow doesn't change the increments, if I'm not mistaken. Because you do 12 damage, it's an even number. And 70 health, right? Even number. 13, 26, 52. Yeah, it doesn't change the number at all. You still would need the same amount of hits with Steeled Arrow to kill a Lombo. Credit to him, I think Core... This is closer than I've maybe given him credit for it. I thought this could be a bit more of a route. Killjardy has definitely struggled with the food issue. That cow is ambitious. But the outposts are now up. Like, this is the stage where you have to go Blacksmith. There it is. It's so much later than Killjardy's, though. His army's definitely bigger, sure. Steeled Arrow, Undermesh. It's a problem. We do have more outposts creeping in on the back. I don't know if Core will ever be able to reach this point to use the aura. Just have the javelin looking to stab around the back here. Yeah, ambitious. Very ambitious from Killjardy. Yeah, it's got the outpost up though. Love that read as well. Switching the Mansa over to stone. Has got the arrow slits. Don't worry, guys. It's only going to take 750 shots. We got this. Our attack speed has been buffed after all. There's going to be a bunch of idle villagers here. Oh, found the villager. Outpost going up there. Surely just one stables. Like, Dad, can I have ice cream? No. Dad, can I have horsemen? No. Might be a good match up with a javelin lamb up. Makes sense. Interesting idea. I think if you had a forward gold, I'd agree. I'm not sure it's necessary in a back gold, but a forward one, you'd be blocking the short ramp and protecting your gold, right? So it's a double win. Uh oh, wait, cool. Well, they're dead. That's a no wheelbarrow play. Oh no. There was a villager sneaking around from Killjardy, so he's up to shenanigans here. But the boar to the north as well. If he just glimpses that, it's on the verge of being revealed. The villagers are going to die, but they at least don't snitch on their fellow villagers. core needs damage now. He has got Steel Arrow coming in. He doesn't have Undermesh still. Villager is still shuffling around. He's about to run into the waiting arms of the Lombo, though. The Javelins. Oh, no. He might just be coming back to check the deer again and then go towards the base. But instead, what he's going to find is Core's Lifeline. This is half of his food income. Was half of his food income. And that's it. He calls it straight away. Killjadi. It will be a 3-0, guaranteeing him a date in the semi-finals up against the Canadian. Wham versus Killjadi. Let me know what you guys are predicting for that one. What is the outcome of that series you think we're going to be seeing? Because we're catching it soon live across on Twitch TV. /KillerPigeon. Oof. Okay, so we should have a draft coming up in a second. Let me just double check something. Ad time? All right, I'll give you guys the 3 minutes of ads. And then hope that'll protect us on the hour, okay? Because we should have live draft of Killjadi versus Wham in about 2 minutes, okay? Gives me time to just check a few things as well. Okay. I'm weighing up whether we'll have time to do the Anatand and Numidan series as well. Because we've been live for 5.5 hours. Realistically, Wham vs. Killjadi could take us up to like 7.5 hours already. We'll see how it goes. As I haven't eaten dinner. As is the classic. You know, I just realized recently that every single day, bar Wednesday on the weekdays, I'm eating cold dinner. A little bit of a funky realization. Killjadi should just play Deli and win with elephants? Nah. That's old school stuff. Got to get the new stuff. Filling in my night shifts with some great content. Thank you, thank you. Love to hear that. Seems to be a lot of people's go-to habit in the early days of the week. So, do we have the lads turning up? Yep, Wham just added him, so we should get the draft kicked off in just a second. In fact, let me take this moment to also update the overlay. Love a good KB stream always have. Love to hear that. I was thinking, by the way, Fridays might be a good day for like a variety stream day to check out new like strategy game title releases and whatnot. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, are most releases on Friday? I think like most releases are Friday or Thursday, maybe. There you go. That one's now okay. That was terribly spelled. Yo, by the way, I see you there, Marv. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the 6 gifted subs. What a legend. We reached the goal. New goal starts. Whoop, whoop. 380. Can we crack 400 for the second month of 2025? Up and at 'em, mate. Gotta keep rising those sub numbers. Appreciate it, mate. Hope you're having a good day. All right, so I think I fixed it now. Yeah, weird, actually. Like, if it skips on the first thing, it skips on all of them? Oh yeah, we use the stream alerts now. I don't know how to re-trigger alerts with the Twitch alerts up, as opposed to things like stream elements, etc. I have to look into that. But thank you, Marv. Appreciate you, mate. So yeah, we do have... There you go. That is what we're going to be cooking with now. In fact... hoping they'll start the draft any second now. Let me rename the stream as well. This is going to be semifinals. Hey, thanks for the support. Appreciate everyone who's consistently been supporting over here. All right. Seeing as I've got a second while they set up. Is the old man here? Well, he should be, because Killjadi was just playing on the ladder. In fact, let me double check if he's on his duck account. I always get that feeling that it's just someone sitting in a pub game. Sorry, you guys can't even see what I'm doing. I don't think he's in a pub game. Oh, there we go. You're correct that these are underdog wins. Not really. I wouldn't say so far. Anatan Numadon would be if Numu wins. Beats Dimu currently. Wham Sass, Wham definitely beats Sass currently. And Core Killjadi, like Killjadi definitely beats Core. So far, I'd say things have been going according to the plan. What I'll do, by the way, guys, AX speed. So reminder, we're just checking in on this pub game that Killjadi's playing in, because he's going to be up next in his tournament series up against Wham. But we, of course, can't do that draft until he's finished this game. And of course he picked Chinese. Usually the way he plays them is a bit more aggressive. It's not just... Das is campier. Game is long. Mine work. What rank is War God? Wait, isn't this a Smurf? I've seen this name around. I'm pretty sure War God is a Smurf. Rank 45th from Germany. Has only been active this season. This is a Smurf. I mean, Germany's that's what, like 4 maybe? 4, hourly. May? Oh, it's not a Delhi game, so it's probably not May. Fast castle though. 8.5 minutes. He raw dog rushed it. And he done it, by the way, while also going pro scouts. Don't you just love Chinese? Crazy stiff sometimes. We've got the Wallows coming back. We're also being picked up here, but they're getting denied. Nicely played by Duck on the timing. Killjadi's just spamming out the lances with the supervision. He even has his own plane to Monks now to try and pick up someone in return. So it looks like it's going to be a 3-2 split. Wargod does get a slight edge there with the Regnitz play. And has got the Golden Knights now coming in. We're going to just go fast cast this because screw it, why not? Spim and Spam is on the way to block out the Golden Knight play though. Morgod, he's just rushing Imperial Age. Okay, I am sensing that this is a core account. It's an HRE variant, and he's trying to just rush Imperial. That is a signature core maneuver. House of Swabi coming in. Outpost defenses as well. We should be seeing the fortifications to follow this. And das is full Kampja. Not coming out anytime soon. Any play onto the ball is going to get denied over here. Looks like you already cleared it, though. Attempts to go in with the raids. Will be denied and blocked out by the wall laws. Looks like Duck is starting to set up the walls himself to insulate. China will eventually need to look at the farm transition. You can see by this wood that he is going towards the granary soon. Dive coming in though. Wait, what? A 7 ram rush here from Killjadi. Oh my god. No long game. No long game. That's a lot of power right there. He's onto the Regnitz. The cannon placement has come in though. You'd think he'd just commit to the Palace of Swabia. He's down to just 4 rams now. He goes after the outpost instead. E-Repairs is being held in reserve. We'll keep it alive. Villagers are being sacrificed. Is it going to be enough worker kills though? It's decent, but it's not enough against Palace of Swabia. It's going to be a stay of execution. Regnus is also going to survive here. And that is 16 Rams. Okay, come on. Killjoy's like, I've got a series. I've got to play. Please die. Oh my god, I wish we'd had enough time to just cast this from the get-go. This is brilliant. This is peak Killjoy. He's gonna have to stop at 7. Heat drop did come through from War God. Has got the villager pull. E-repairs is gonna be there. It's not gonna work. We have got a castle drop attempt. It's gonna be a fail though. That was a single villager sent to build a keep. And after all is said and done, War God is alive. He has a very healthy economy lead. I'm starting to find myself doubtful about how Killjoy wins this game. By building more Rams. Why? For the love of... Against Landsneck as well. Why? Why are we doing this? Good guy Killjoy is like, I've got to get to my series. It starts soon. Can you please just die? I kind of respect the fact that he's trying to end the game. But instead, surely just a few trebuchets. Yeah, getting a reblob. War God does have a bigger army right now, and he's going to look to dive into the production lines here. Wrap around the back. Duck is going to go for a dive, though. And we are caught up to live. That's right, this game is still not over. Cannon placements are going to make this difficult for Duck. He's stabbing at the farms on multiple sides, though. And War God does not have much safe economy anymore. However, a diving kind here. War God is a little bit cheap on the elites here. The archers aren't that threatening. However, you may be noticing that War God is doing something. He's going after all the villagers. Oh my god, China behind by 33 villages is disgusting. Not your usual Chinese experience. Are we at 0.5 speed? It feels like it, right? I'm telling you, I want to see a faster version of AoE4. No, we have caught up to live. We can't speed anymore. I thought this game would be over one way or the other. So we just stuck to the max X speed. I am regret. Okay, so how does Duck now win this? He has got sacred sites. They are locked behind castles. War God has a very strong economy. The military is a little bit lackluster right now. There's no keep drop on the south side, though. I don't really like Duck's position at all. He needs to go second TC just to try and recover the losses. He's also going to need a keep drop, though, and some serious walls. Alright, ones if you think Duck's going to win, twos if you think War God's going to take. Shall we find out? I don't know, dog. That looks like a scary army. But it is mass men at arms. And it is golden cuirass. And it is inspired warriors. Oh my dear god. 12 melee armor. Luckily, he has got the crossbows. Unluckily, he has got problems in his economy. Sacred site's getting decapped, isn't it? Yeah, that's going to be a blocker. Gonna need a plumber to clear that one out. Second TC coming in. Killjoy is going to commit to clear the outposts. Okay, so we have a gold starvation issue for War God. He has got 3 relics, but You'd be surprised how quick that disappears, but I guess he just called it for the... No, he was dead. There we go. The raid was coming in the back. All right, guys. We sped through that for good reason, so that we can catch the draft live between Wham and Kiljadi. And we have learned a valuable lesson here. Kiljadi's China is not as OP as we thought. That's the takeaway. So, let's switcheroo. Map draft complete. And it's already on way. Okay, so let's list this in, then we'll switch over to that. Frisian. Dry Arabia. Got Oases. Cougars. I like myself some Oases. That was a fun map last time. And then Coastal Cliffs. Oh, that's a Roos pick. Aren't those meant to always get banned out? Usually, yeah. Order the Dragon cannon placements are just dumb. Wait, so it's specifically Order the Dragon ones. But you're absolutely... Just want to clarify this. You're absolutely fine with HRE ones. Just want to make sure that I'm following this correctly. I'm assuming you hate both of them. There we go. Just want to clarify your position. Didn't want to have it mistaken that you are a dirty HRE lover or something, you know? So we do have the Abbasists around the cell. I'm not crazy about Abba, but Wham did have a really good game with them earlier on against Mahodo in... Sorry, SAS, wasn't it? In the round of 8. So there's some potential here. Reminder, by the way, this is semifinals, so winner of this will be going into the grand finals. As for the other side of the bracket, the B versus question mark series will be happening tomorrow. We're weighing up whether we have time for Anatan Numidan. It really will come down to this. If this is like, for example, a 3-hour set, realistically, we're just not going to have time today. It is unfortunate, but the schedule was a little bit tight. We might just have to reweigh how we do or prioritize which games we do. Some in the future, we might just say screw it to some of the round 16s. It's always tricky. All right. Draft complete, though. I'm going to switch over. Well. Will you look at the French priority there? That is quite a lot of respected de Francais picks, isn't it? So opening map, remember, is going to be in Frisian. And the opening pick, I reckon here, you're looking at Mongol versus HRE, no? No, I think Kiljadi's quite likely to do Jean. Mongol Jean is kind of intriguing. I'd lean Mongols if it is that matchup. Maybe Ottomans? Nope. Nope. I was wrong. Guys, of course, I couldn't see the black flag. That's my defense. It's actually a Abbasid versus OOTD. Not really a matchup I would have expected, actually. Yo, what's up, Evil Bob? Thank you much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Look at that, a fresh new subscriber. Welcome on in. Come join us at the campfire. Hope for the first of many months. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. Okay. So, look here. They in game? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. No, okay. I was about to say his UI was just buggy. Missing 1-6. He had to sell the 6 so that he could afford the sub. We appreciate him. Wait, wouldn't a conflicted Bob be like 1-6 going one way, 1 going the other? That sounds more conflicted to me. Just food for thought. All right, guys, we're going to run 3 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game, okay? So 3 minutes of ads, which Bob now doesn't have to worry about because he's subscribed. Yeah, the black flag, dude. I kind of feel like I should have went for a lighter background. That black flag. Might have to adapt it in the UI to have like trims or something, so you can at least see it and not just get you baited by it all the time. Yeah, Abba, Order the Dragon though. I think this is pretty good for Abba. Historically, it's a bit different with Pro Scouts now. I think, have we got the 5-minute delay? Yeah, okay guys. I'm quickly just going to go grab, refill my drink. I'll be right back. I'll leave the music playing for you guys. And when I return, we should be pretty much ready in game, okay? So I'd recommend get yourself a drink as well. Hunkering down because these are BO5s, remember? So BRB. Hello, hello, my beauties. Oh, grabbed a snack while I was at it. Still, I'm starting to feel really hungry. I don't think 2 biscuits is going to, like, make me power through too long, but we'll make do. Sorry, just checking messages. Munching on some birdseed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can't afford birdseed. That's the fancy stuff. Need to go for that grinder down pulp stuff, you know? Alright. Yay. Loads of pings to respond to after stream. Gonna have to kind of hope it isn't a 5-hour series. Alright, let's start predictions. Bird plants? I mean, I don't want to say it, but seed. Anyway. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. We got a fun one. Semi-finals time. In the midweek Muster Furies, we got KillerPigeon's going up against Wham. Man, this is going to be a fun one. We kick off on Frisian. Abbasid seems to be the go-to pick for Wham right now, even though historically he's more of a Mongol guy. Other side, the historical true Mongol guy has gone for Order of the Dented. Yeah, shiny kind of clash here. One that we don't really see as frequently anymore. Abbasids has kind of fallen off of a cliff with the current Pro Scouts meta. OTD is now rising, but before the current meta wasn't really being looked at that seriously. This matchup used to be Hunker multi-TC versus Mass Men at Arms Spam all in. I think you can still make that build work as Order the Dragon. Arguably, it's better now than it ever used to be because of the Pro Scouts play. Plus the fishing on this map. In theory, you have so much food, you should just be able to spam non-stop. Curious if that's the way he wants to go. For Wham, we're more likely going to be looking at an Eco Wing beginning for the Abbasids. We've seen him do it once already on this map today. Typically, it's the way you want to try to go. The whole logic behind going for the Eco Wing is you just get the TC timing really aggressively. You kind of need it as well. And it means if you do get pinned in the corner, you can switch farms. Abba, I think, looks a lot better on these very defensively oriented maps, such as Frisian, where you can sit in your corner for a very long time. In fact, Abbasids is technically the most cost-efficient civ in the game for doing that strategy. Predictions. Ooh. I like that. Pretty tight here. Slight favorability towards KillerPigeon, but no one just being seen as the overall favorite, at least in this game. I think in this matchup, probably people are going to be going with Wham over KillerPigeon. At least in more recent times, we've seen better performances. Arguably, the Wham, actually Puppo as well, that we saw in EGC wasn't really the Wham and Puppo we expected at the start of the year. But historically, between these two, Wham has 5 series wins versus 1. So KPMM All-Stars, 2-0 for Wham. KPMM 2, 2-0 for Wham. Slapfest, you guys remember that tournament? That was a 2-1 victory for KillerPigeon. It's the only time that he was able to beat Wham. Everything else has been 2-0s. So it doesn't really bode well on paper for KillerPigeon. But 2025 is a new year. Going into this year, I don't think many people would have had BC Peg to be beating Marine Lord based on the trajectories towards the end of the year. Same with the fact that most people were expecting Popcorn and Wham to be dominant, and they've kind of started the year with a bit of a fizzle. So what does Wham do when he feels down, when he feels like, should have done better on that EGC tournament? He comes to good old midweek musters to try and get better, get back on top. And what better way to inspire confidence in yourself than taking grand finals again? Actually, sorry to do this to him. I think, if I'm not mistaken, historically, he hasn't taken any grand finals here. Yeah, kind of shocking, because I think Wham has more grand final appearances than anyone in the midweek muster history. But bar the very first edition, that was the one he won, yeah? He won, Wham won the KPMM 1. But then it ended up being a little bit awkward. He got second place to his bros, second place to Vortex. And I think he took a little bit of a break. Glad to have him back, though. I feel like saying all these things is probably going to have him leaving again. But we do have the second TC being gathered for now. And I think KillerPigeon is just going fast Castle Pro Scouts, right? Yeah, we have the gold macro for it. But he's leaving 4 on gold with Arkan. It suggests we're going to be seeing Pro Scouts into FC. He won 2. I'm pretty sure Wham won 1. Say that 10 times. Yeah, Wham only ever won 1 of these. The very first edition. In fact, you know, it kind of a preview of things going rough now that I think about it. Over Christmas, we had the All-Stars event with the round robin group stage, and you know, Wham competed reasonably well, but Poppy Pool had a rough time. Ended up losing every single series there. Maybe KPMM can predict the future. Second TC, no, is going to be on the gold. So I'm not really sure you try to block Pro Scouts here. With 2 TC, it really slows down your timing to do anything. But what you can do instead, you could just come back and shove these deer in close to his base. And then wall them off. No, just basically try to gather from them if you can get them close enough. And instead, you just focus on going castle into military wing. Kind of curious, actually, with this matchup statistically. I want to say Abbas's historically at least should be favored. More recently, I'd lean OOTD. So OOTD versus ABBA, it's actually been played 100 times at the Conk rank since November. 49% win rate for Order of the Dragon. Incredibly tight between the two. Patch before that, it was actually a 16 games played with a 70% win rate for the Order of the Dragon. Kind of crazy that win rate went down. Then again, I think a lot more people have been practicing the OTD builds and doing things kind of wild and different. Pro Scouts in. First year, already on the way back to base. Sheep count, pretty good still. 15 compared to 22. In Pro Scout map, I'd favor OTD, but not on this map. Oh, on this map, not sure rather. I think on this map, I would discount the Pro Scout advantage. I'd agree on like standard Dry Arabia. I'd be like, why did we even pick ABBA? But here, we've already seen it from Wham in the tournament done against Sass. That was Roos versus ABBA on this map. Roos, you'd assume in the current meta, is broken. This map, probably better maps to use it on, but still good. And yet he made it look quite trivial. So Killjadi is going to be leveling up. I assume we're looking at Burgrave. No, he goes full greed. So, presumably, the reason why Killjadi is going Regnits is because it's 2 TC. He's assuming his opponent can't have anything to contest him. He'd actually be right. We've got some Spearmen coming out, but that's not really a big threat. Burgrave just feels very nice for dictating control here, though. You could be diving into your opponent's base at an absurdly early point when they don't have any solution. Instead, it means that Wham can just spam a few spears, be annoying at first against your prelates, and then still tech himself. Because, like, what was the maths we talked about? I think it's when you have Military Academy, once you have Military Academy, Burgrave can save you about 400 resources a minute, I believe there's maths that came out. Remember that relics and regnants are worth an extra 80 gold. Just do the quick maths in your head, and you realize that you'd actually have to get the 5 relics to feel as good as Burgrave. It's crazy. Imagine rallying Gilded Men-at-Arms to the base now. Exactly. There's only one strategy that defends against that, and that's mass outposts. But that strategy is designed to beat off feudal Men-at-Arms. It's not very good against castle Men-at-Arms. At least not the Gilded ones. Killjadi, they're in the cake. We've got Gilded Knights and Archers immediately. Pretty much just countering what he sees and getting the dive point. Wham should be responding with the military wing. That'll give him an answer to the initial Gilded Knights. So not really in a panic mode just yet. 5 relics and then Swabia. Wham won't be able to do much. It's quite the assumption that you'd just be able to rush Swabia. It's got 12 sheep. It's only 2,400 food. So you'd have to make a farm transition first before you do that. The other thing that you, astute viewer, looks like 10th voice, new person here. First time chat, hopefully long time viewer. Someone you may have missed here. It's a very important piece. Do you know what it is? This guy's name is Killjadi. He does not look for greed. He looks for kills. It's in the name. He'll always look for it in the game. So, begins to look for his pressure. Gilded Knight has been seen. Scout is going to reveal that he knows. The Spearmen, you're going to need quite a few of them here, actually. I don't think this is enough. Again, Killjadi also doesn't have Undermesh. The TCs is going to hurt. And first blood should be drawn because that is a cursed Seek Shelter. You even dive past and get another one. Remember, you hit for 36 damage. Textiles is there. Smart move by Wham, so it's actually not going to be a two-hit kill. It's going to be a very depressing 3 health left over. No, I don't think he's getting that either. Nicely micro by Wham. Yeah, so first Knight goes in, only gets 1 worker kill. Not great here. The way Killjoy is going to make himself feel better is, of course, the relics. Already 1 home, second one on the way. Soon to be 4. Nilywing is 15 seconds away. The camel debuff is big here, by the way. There's not really a unit in which camels buff, or rather debuff, bigger than Gilded Knights. Because their base damage is so high, right? So 20% removal, that's the lance charge, losing 9. Your sword attacks are going to lose 7. Start to just feel like a normal knight at that stage. You're still as tanky as you always were. Just kind of ruins your ability to kill. Smart play by Wham. Straight into the crossbows. However, Killjoy has a window now. It's pretty crafty, actually. Gilded Archers against crossbows will win. Better range. On top of that, good damage. Just needs to get the veterancy queued up. Wow. Who's going to contest that? Not able to get the kill. He's going for all relics, right? Yeah. 5 relic OTD. We questioned whether he was going to get enough to make it worth over Burgrave. The answer is yes. And I think actually, you know, in hindsight, it makes sense for Killjoy's comp. Because he wanted to go archers plus knights, he didn't want to go men-at-arms. Burgrave only makes sense if you want to play infantry comp. I think he understood that the dive timing would be too slow. The tech up would come through and the first crossbows come out. So instead he was looking for a pressure build, which is what you get from ranged plus cavalry. Has backed up entirely though. So showing a lot of respect to the Abbasses right now. OTD is broken. I wasn't expecting to read that today. Would you care to elaborate? Do you mean as in like they're so big when they sit in a chair they break it? I'm gonna just blow the mind of male expectations in the 21st century and say bigger isn't always better. OTD feels crazy good until you spread them out wide. Exactly. And what does Age of Empires 4 often turn into? I think that's why Killjoy picked them on Frisian, by the way. Probably anticipating a defensive civ like the Abbasses, but that's awkward, right? Because what you're inviting is a later phase of the game. And Order of the Dragon kind of hate that late game when it turns into military plot because they can't go wide. The cool thing about Frisian is you don't have to. You have a corner that you camp in. So being outnumbered on raw entity count doesn't really kill you as much. Nice interception, though. That would have been the killer if it was a 5 relic game. So Killjoy at least able to deny 1. The knights are raiding in now, though, and the camels aren't in the base. No, not an ideal defense strat for Wham. But this is the trade-off logic of having 2 Gilded Knights versus 4 French Knights. I talked about it in the previous game that I'd rather have the French Knights because the French Knights here would be able to come from multiple angles. They wouldn't get kited. They'd be able to raid multiple locations, i.e. potentially finding more kills. And then on top of that, I'd be able to just corral my opponent around more. With 2 Gilded Knights, he can kite away in a direction quite easily. If I have 2 coming from each side, he's stuck. It's always the cumbersome element about Gilded Knights that's never made me really like the unit. It'll get away and you'll heal it. But, you know, that logic of I'll take it home and heal it. Think about how many times people said that about English Abbey of Kings and Horsemen. And then in reality, it just doesn't matter because it takes too long to get them home. Even the Knights, really, is the same thing later on. You might go, well, Horseman's not really comparative to the Knights. Here, KP. Different point in the game, but still the same issue. What can you afford at the stage of this game? What's the trade-off? Yes, you're going to go Gilded Knights several minutes later than Horseman of English in that build I just talked about. Difference is you're paying quadruple the price per one of these. You feel you inspired Killjoy to play OTD? Yeah, I knew that was you. Fury Crafting, I was like, who is this? And then I saw the Imperial Age Rush. I was like, ah, that is cool. Manchester now coming. Interesting choice against Mass Knights. I mean, Landsknechte are, from a statistical standpoint, overtuned. Mathematically, they're maybe a little bit stronger than they should be. Which never has been a key point of concern, because Order of the Dragon don't perform well historically. Even with that overtunage, you're doing it into Mass Knights and Mass Composite Bow Archers. Reminder, this is a light melee infantry. And if you just take a kind ganders over here, you might notice the archers get double damage against that, which makes you feel like a normal Landsknechte. Kujadi has to go soon. This is getting a bit rough. We've got a lot of stone gathering, so he's looking for a keep drop, presumably. The longer he waits, the worse it now gets. Wham. Oh my god. He actually is going for a very aggressive keep drop here, but the walls are already up to make this a bit awkward. Here's the catch. OTD units are impossible to tear apart. Let's say you have 20 archers. 20 archers doing 15 damage each. If 10 of them hit, that's already going to be 150 damage. He has enough archers to insta-snipe the Landsknechte one by one. You'd have a fair point if we were looking at 20 Landsknechte. We're looking at 4. And he's going to try and build it. No! I'm just immediately commits onto the villages. Crossbowman should be able to save him here. He's going to get the shivs out as well. And the weirder part, Wham backs away. He doesn't actually try to continue to contest that, even though he gets the melee mosh pit. But on the east side, he gets the resounding win. Kites him out, and now can look to come in for the kill. Nice, returning to the fight. Archers can target down those villages. Kujadi, he desperately needs this. He's got enough workers to complete it. But the price is mighty high. 34 villagers to 84. More sacrifices made here than you'll find in a blood ritual Dacorn. And now the immediate Siege Workshop reaction. Wham already has the answer prepped here. The gold on the eastern flank is going to have to be taken, but Kujadi no longer has the raiders. He's got a static army. And no time to really work with anymore. This game looks borderline done. Lost Kujadi's come back. We do have a decent amount of farms. He has got 4 relics. Even when we equate the relics and the buff gathering rates, etc., like Wham's still got, what, probably 25-30 villager lead. Because remember, he's also got the Golden Age of the Abbasids, which is bloody strong. He also has farms coming in. We're up to, what, 15 farms now. Plus, he's also securing the deer. He's securing the fish. He's got plenty of runway here. Needs to go in. The problem for Kujadi is going Imperial Age will take 3 minutes based on the current maths. And that's presuming, like, yeah, does not produce villages. In 3 minutes, Wham could have an army triple your size and be coming towards your base. It's hard, man. Trebs are already knocking. Even when he loses, what you've got to give Kujadi credit for is he plays the game his way. Some people look at this and go, Kujadi, I don't think you really needed that key. I don't think that really done what you think it does. It didn't really achieve what you were looking for. And even still, if he could do it all over, the only difference that Kujadi would make is he would have pulled more villages. Unless, like, Kujadi is going to try to stop half of that castle into Imperial play. Sacred Sight's now being captured to get a little bit of gold trickle. Army is going to start diving in. It's ambitious for a guy who's basically trying to tech behind this. Those are composite bow archers. They're no joke. And remember, he hasn't got many gilded archers. So it's not like he's got that range scale armor technology to contest this. Nice. That is not the way you want to walk. This is good, though, for Kujadi, because it means that Wham hasn't seen the real intent. He looked for the fishing. He didn't get deep enough to confirm there's no fishing at all. He doesn't know the Imperial is coming. However, Wham should be pushing out very aggressively after this. He even has a stockpile of his own building up. Credit to him, Killjoy has dragged this a lot longer than you'd expect for a guy with 41 villages. Now, you want to say this is over, but guys, it's only a 60 villager lead. I say, please use more than 4 villagers to build this landmark. More are being pulled. Pass the Swabian now on the way. It could be worse, guys. It could be 100 villager lead. We're like trying to annotate the thought of Killjadi's brain here. It's pretty much what he's thinking in this game. Castle's going down though. Guys, it's only 68 villages, 69 villager lead. Nice, perfect, easy comeback. Oh wait, Wham's going trade wing. Killjadi looks like he's trying to go straight into Horseman after this. He has got a lot of gilded crossbowmen still. Wow, is he just going to go for a Sacred Site win condition? That's a bit weird against Imperial just triggering here. It's giving a lot of time. It's always tricky against gilded crossbowmen though. They make it so hard to actually breach. Love the fact we do have the Inspired Warriors buff, by the way. It's just, I think we've even seen HRE players revisiting this tech after Order of the Dragon have proven it to be such a core component of their builds. Okay, so ways out of the hole for Killjadi. Hand Cannoneers is pretty slick. Composite Bow Archers is going to be a problem though. The Horseman would be the correct read. I just don't think he has the food income for it right now. It's also scary against the Bastards because their trash units are so good at countering you. It's another example also where one camel ruins you. Wow, we're really now starting to march up. Trevs are in position. We have got cannon placements coming through. Mass man going from Wham. Is he thinking of just switching immediately into adjustable crossbars? Because that's kind of vile. It's a smart play against the Gilded Crossbowmen. And this isn't a minework build, so there's no bodkin. I.e. no way of actually killing the mangoes. E-repair's at least going to slow things down a little bit. See, guys, look, I told you, it's only a 60 villager lead now. And you guys are what? He's gone from 69 to 60. Silly gooses, he's got this. Trade hasn't begun yet, right? No, because he's pop locked. He's like, whoa, 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 I need this gold. Screw this outpost. Not wasting valuable villagers repairing that crap. Uh-oh, Horseman raid though. Catches him trying for the uni switch. It's been enough to scare him away. Am I the only thinks that elite horsemen just kind of look weird for the bastards? The layering of armor with the saddle color just looks odd, right? I would say this is the ugliest horseman in Age of Empires 4. Get back up here. Killjadi just giving over the front of his base. Now, the positive of being so small in your economy, it means you've got a lot of population to go into military. But he still needs time. Ambitious died by Wham. Gonna get mopped up. Gets a little check on how big the army is, though. Should make him think twice about committing too fast. But once again, good thing for Killjadi. Buys vital time. We're talking about a man who has gone Imperial Age. And the only Imperial Age unit he has is the hand cannoneers that are already Imperial when you get there. His comp needs upgrades desperately. He doesn't have the university techs either. There's big issues. Already securing a lot of the gold veins on the map. There's one option left for Kiljadi. He's sneaking out unnoticed. This could be big. It's really what he needs right now. Incendiary arrows is probably going to be one of the highest priorities for him alongside biology. This is such a Kiljadi-esque way to play. You know, we're saying we respect him for playing his way, the aggro way, but the hilarity as well is when that fails, it's not often you just see Kiljadi immediately wave the white flag. No, he sits there and says, you're going to have to make me GG. He's one of the most stubborn players I think we have. Look at that. Yeah, only 40 villagers down. See? We're getting there. The problem is, by the time you get there, it's going to be 40 hand cannoneers with boot camp. Okay, I'm ruining the mood now. There's hope. It may be a very small hope, but there is hope. Little spin raid here. Nicer raid from the crossbows, though. In on the farms. Wait, why is the rest of the army not reacting? So the Treb A clicked into the crossbows, but the rest of the army just didn't. In fairness, they're both losing economy. It's now only a 30 villager lead. Not hold that. We did just get the trader spawn, didn't we? Oh, no, no. Kiljadi doesn't know. He's losing the gold. I mean, he did get enough out of this to start getting his techs. But as soon as he closes the villager count, it's back up to 40. Almost 50, in fact. Oh, dearie, dearie me. How long can a man survive under this level of pressure? It's even more worker kills. Just kind of feels like Wham is playing with his food right now. He could go Imperial Age again at this stage. Realistically, you just go adjustable crossbars in the game. You know, Wham's always like, oh, I don't like when I have to build key. Oh, I don't like when we have to build mass mangoes. He's trying to be that guy who doesn't do it. It is a bit tricky as well. Like, building mass mangoes against most civs works. Against Order of the Dragon, it feels weird. Especially in particular when they've gone and blob horsemen like this. The hand cannoneers are going to be the premium. He's conservative? No, he's Labour. If you're British, you get that joke. And we do have the spice reds now coming through. Trying to weave the way out for Kiljadi. He's going to have to think about raiding at some point. Just a handful of horsemen could be worth it. He's still got the spears over here after all. Like, we're reaching the stage where Wham's probably going to start scaling traders. Not for another 5 minutes at least. He's got 9k gold here. Actually, more than that, 13. We do, however... Is this the Ram shuffle? I think it is. It's Wham's Rams. Yeah, for me, the issue of Kiljadi is just gold. Order of the Dragon is one of the most depressing civs to try and play without gold. We mentioned the top ones before, right? I think the top most awkward civs to try and play without gold is like French, Order of the Dragon, and Japanese. They live off of it, they thrive off of it. I probably put Japanese above OTD, and hold on a second. Speaking of Order of the Dragon, look at this fight! The horsemen get the perfect engagement! And Wham has the reactions of a 96-year-old pensioner. He does nothing. Finally realizes what's happening. Finally starts to step away. But a heavy loss for him. And Kiljadi has already vomited out a new wave of horsemen. Wham's small horseman wave is at least going to make it into the back. The staging point might start to fail him a little here. Walls are continuing to be built up in the middle of the fight. Horsemen are trickling out to at least provide a front line to stop these horsemen getting on top of those vital hand cannoneers. But the Corverin is making new holes. And it feels like the holes that these hand cannoneers are going to make in some chests is just not quick enough. No. Horseman sandwich coming your way. Sounds like something that gets sold at an English supermarket, but we swear that only happened once and it was an accident. Wow, he's getting pushed back. The Sacred Site timer is still ticking, but whether it's a realistic objective now, I'm not so sure. He doesn't have a keep drop over here. He's got more hand cannoneers rallying over to this side. But what we've been seeing so far is mostly horsemen versus hand cannoneers. We've yet to really see the gunner boys of Kiljadi go at Wham's backline. These things will make you melt. There is one thing missing right now for Kiljadi, and that would be the prelate buff. Especially for hand cannoneers, it's huge. It's like having old gunpowder tech again. Adds in an extra, what, 7 damage to your attacks. Torch damage on these bad boys. Everything just starting to melt. If Kiljadi can just wipe this hand cannoneer force, the game entirely changes, but that's a big if. Corverins aren't bad at it. Their bonus against infantry. They can 2-hit, even against boot camp. Could be a valuable use of the units. Wrap around here. Wham is going to try for that backstab. It's like he's going to be a snatch one, the Corverin. Second one should be protected. Third as well. Snipe out is good from Wham, but the hand cannoneers, they're running out of front line. The horsemen are now dead. The HTs from Kiljadi might be in trouble. Needs to retreat. The fact that he's made it this close, though, is unfathomable with how much control Wham had on this game. Wham should be scaling into more traders soon. Yeah, a few additional getting added in. Still plenty of gold to work with. Kiljadi only has this 1.3k vein. He does have... Okay, 3.6 here as well. We have got him shoreline fishing just to remain competitive instead of just lobbing additional farms right now. Currently has 44 farms, 59 food workers. It's all about the horseman vomit. Sacred Site win condition has still not been removed. In fact, it's kind of crazy he didn't try to shuffle out there. It's going wider. It's not looking good for him. We do have outposts up here as well. They have got the emplacement, so no easy raid target either. I don't know, man. I don't think you can go wide like this. Not with the keep drops. Ringing the bell. It's kind of reached that do or die, now or never moment in the game for Kiljadi. What is the play? I'm really scratching my head on this. Oh. No, 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 no! Hast du Befehlchen für mich? Unter Beschuss! The easiest decap you could have ever asked for! And he select all armies! I can't believe this. Is he really about to lose the game because of that? Adjustable crossbars, camel support. I mean, the fights were going to get harder, but at least there would have been an extra runway here. But now he's off the tracks. I can't believe that. Wham completely whiffed on it and didn't even register the Sacred Site. And then Kiljadi just walks off. It's like, oh, this doesn't seem fair. Your pinging system must not work correctly. I want to go to the local MOT and make sure everything's up to scratch. Oh my god. And in fairness to him, if he got that decap, Kiljadi was beginning trade. So the game wasn't entirely over. But now, minute and a half on the clock, adjustable crossbars in 25. This is curtains. We even have keep drops now to protect, plus multiple outbursts. Horsemen are going to try to raid in. Good luck with that, dog. Something tells me we ain't going home to our families. They'll break through the wall, but you and what army? Only 7 horsemen left over. I can't believe this. There was a world in which Killjadi could have the comeback of the tournament. If he just got out of his own way. Trader's now getting cut down as well. We did talk about at the start, when you have to play wide, that's where Order of the Dragon sucks. That's why in theory they look good on Frisian. Because it's quite linear until you try to do this. Trade. Nate sees Artless could get pressured by the adjustable crossbars. Wham needs to change targets. He's looking at the Gilded Hand Cannoneers now. Wallops in return. And this is just too much firepower. That's going to be it. Killjadi, he even pulls the villagers. He needs something done here. Last time, what did it only cost him? A 30 villager deficit? Yeah, there's no biggie. What's 10 more between friends? So game 1 of the semifinals will be going to Wham, but the series is already off to the type of beginning that you expect to see, that you want to see. You can only hope that it carries on this way. I can't believe Killjadi was even this close to turning it around. Might not seem that close in the end, but when you consider this man was down to 34 villagers when his opponent was at, what, 90? The fact you even look up and see the counts like this, the fact that you see that this game went so many more minutes in, double time, it's crazy in itself. Killjadi never won to be counted out, but he's out here. I think I know what we call that one. It's only a 69 villager lead. Oh, wild. All right, let's play out the predictions. So game 1, the Wham. That was the ABBA versus OTD. Let's see where they're taking us next. BC's just constantly watching his game against Reload again and again? Really? Wait, I thought you already done the recap analysis of his M-Lord series yesterday. Huh. I was expecting more smugness in the interview. I guess he just allowed the glasses to do the smugness. I mean, at that point, why not just play the VOD from the previous day? That's Giga Smart. You can just go do other things and just literally... Do you think Order Dragon needs a buff? I think they're fine right now. Let's chill and see what happens after Pro Scouts meta. They might need one after Pro Scouts. But I think it's too early to make that declaration one way or the other. Okay. Did they forget to make the game spectatable? Hopefully not. We'll see in a sec. I think they maybe forgot. No, I think they fudged up. We'll message them. Ain't paying them for no content. Is Jim here? Or do I need to ring them myself? Wait, if you message them in game, does it show up in their game? Well, it doesn't, right? I don't think so, anyway. What I'll do is I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now anyway, because I need to get that sorted. So I'll run the ads, and then we should be good when they're done. Alright, I'm going to ring them, because they won't be looking at their thingy. Did Anno versus... We don't even know if it's Anno. We haven't seen the result of his series against Numadon. It's quite presumptuous. I know Anno's strong, but how dare you write Numadon off like that? One sec. Alright, we're getting this sorted. I mean, obviously they shouldn't be looking at Discord when they're playing the game, right? But most of them have open the background, so when you ring them, ring, ring, they're like, oh, whoops. Might be. Alright, nice. Right, they're remaking. I always feel weird when I have to do this, because it's like, I don't want to interrupt a competitive match to point out, by the way, you guys forgot to do, like, the simple thing and make it spectacle. But at the same time, it's like, as a tournament organizer, I'm not really going to pay for people to play games that aren't viewable. So, we'll get them to remake the lobby. There we go. Basically, I think Cheem sometimes has to do it. Like, if it happens, you just have to ring them. It feels weird when you're streaming and you just go and randomly ring someone, but it's all good. So apologies about that, guys. We should be getting the lobby remade now. I hope it was early enough that it didn't ruin their plans. I did try to like let them know straight away. Likely they were probably about 3 minutes in the game, which is kind of like at the remake mark, technically. Passive aggressive, is that a British thing? I wouldn't say I'm passive aggressive. Like, you're British as well, so like, you should know. It's more just trying to respect like the purity of pro play, but at the same time, it's like you don't run tournaments for them to not be viewable. So we'll get that sorted. Looks like they're starting the game up now. Fantastic. Perfect. All right, so we're going to Coastal Cliffs. It's going to be Jean versus Roos. Interesting. Don't think I feel bad that when they feel didn't follow instructions. Yeah, that's what I try to tell myself, right? It's like once it goes back to the point, it's like you're not going to run an event and pay out players for them to not like make their games viewable. So it's understandable. It's just unfortunate because of the spawn nature of maps and because of like the revelation of strategies. Like if one of them done a Dark Age rush, that may have ruined the strat. And what makes me feel bad about that is that one player is responsible for the lobby host, not both. So it feels bad in that you may be punishing the player for revealing a play, even though it wasn't their fault, if that makes sense. But I guess my counter argument there is you're both responsible for the settings being correct in the lobby. It's what we've highlighted before. Like if someone has an issue with a certain biome because they think it's like exploitable for a certain strat, it's on you to just raise your hand and go, I don't want this. Can we please do European temperate? All right. Let's start predickies though. We'll do it 5 minutes for the predictions. Game 2. A night slugfest? I don't think so. Does Roos really want to contest Jean in H2? No. I think you just want to rush H3. Sorry, checking messages quickly. Don't know if Emma's watching, so I might try and bump her when it looks like the series is close to done. Bless her. She's like, I'll try to cook the curry later so you can not have it cold. I was like, that'd be nice. And by the way, I do have confirmation in. I'll post a reminder on it as well. Let me find it. Tomorrow, semifinals for the B set will be at 16 GMT. I might just reveal the outcome of Anatan versus Numidan. I don't know if we're really going to have time for it, which is unfortunate. But it's tough, especially when you have longer series, right? Like the Dumu B series is very long. Otherwise, there would have been time to sneak in the Anno Numidan as well. But it might be that one just goes uncast, unfortunately. Sorry, let me switch over. I thought I was doing that already. But yeah, tomorrow, 16 GMT, aka 5 p.m. CT, is when we'll have the semis. And then grand finals usually happens like 2 hours after because of that. So yeah, works perfectly. A rare sighting because we're going to be live on a Wednesday. All right, there we go. Sorry, should I type someone out? Hello, Joro. Hope you had a good day, mate. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the semi-finals for Midweek Muster number 13. You know, when your back's up against the wall, if there's anything you can trust as Killjardy, it has to be her fair maiden. Jean picked in game number 2. Wham's reaction is going to be Roos. And a map that we haven't seen them as much on at the moment. As the Pro Scouts meta has developed, admittedly Coastal Cliffs hasn't been as present. I don't think this has been the highest priority, and it's for good reason, folks. Usually this Civ is banned. Roos is one of the most dominant picks in the Civ, only really behind, well, Zhuji Chinese. Zhuji in particular. In fact, most drafts still, at the moment, seem to be encompassing a Zhuji and Roos opening ban. Variants being Chinese HRE, but I'd say we see China and HRE get through the opening phase a lot more than Roos. Maybe we're going to see why here. It's such a tight map, and the Pro Scout time is going to be hard to contest. Likely we have got a Pro Scout showdown on both sides. Jean can play into it. The discount is there. Admittedly, you're not as effective as the French on your timing. Jean can do the timing to get the initial night out while going for pro scouts, but the trade-off, remember, is compared to French, your tech time is going to be later. Curious to see what we get, whether it's going to be ranged or melee Jean, though. Probably ranged Jean, just because the expectation here is that Rus are going to rush castle. If they do that, they're going to have horse archers. You'll get kited with melee. The trade-off, like the alternative option, is that Rus go for feudal pressure, but feudal pressure is going to be backed by knights as well. And that's where Jean can feel really nice, because by having Jean in range form, your opponent could just get sniped on low HP knights. So don't really expect Wham to contest age. He might open Spearman to get more deer carcasses, but his win condition is Castle Age. Sheep all looking pretty damn good for Wham, but that's to be expected with the 2 scout opener. I like this. We've seen maps where free scout makes a lot of sense. I don't really rate free scout highly on coastal. The map's just too slim. Now, after you bring these sheep back, next goal should be to shove the deer in as much as possible. That's a very big edge over Jean, because neither Civ in this matchup can rush the timing. And like we already highlighted, because you only really use Jean to build the landmark here, maybe +1, you're usually expected to be a little bit slower on triggering pro scouts. All right, did we get predictions going? We did. So 58% for Wham, 42% for Killjardy. I'd say that's pretty respectable odds for Jean. Considering she's not like seen as the S tier Civ. She's definitely been ranking up. I put her maybe like high B, maybe low A tier. I rate French higher. Just got to. I think the game plan becomes more flexible for French compared to Jean. Jean just has to keep attack. French at some point can just kind of take a more passive role because the villager lead that builds. We have the deer shoving coming. Third scout is going to join. So, when we talk about alternative food sources a lot, the one that always comes up is crocodiles. What else could we add to the game? Wait, why don't we just add elephants? Oh, that's smart as well. Because from a lore perspective, Muslim civs won't eat the pig, so they can't eat the boar. But they'd eat elephant, I guess. So any civ could eat that. And that could be a big meat source. That's also one that historically has existed in Age of Empires before. Chicken, turkey. Little chickens running around would be kind of funny. Like, basically something that you can easily herd, because I think what you do is you'd have them get scared more easily when anything's nearby, so they freak out and go in all directions. Is elephant not halal? Really? Is it seen as a dirty meat? I mean, the pig one's kind of obvious. Like, funnily enough, in most cultures, pig has been viewed as a dirty meat for a long time. Even in our cultures. You guys know that bacon was one of the most genius marketing plays in food history, right? Bacon, when you go back to, I think it's the 70s, 80s, bacon was the most worthless form of like, meat from a pig. It was a marketing play. A lot of butchers started to market it as, like, a good product, a tasty, amazing product. Lobster was garbage? Okay, I didn't know that one. That's kind of comical. I guess squid was always maybe a delicacy because of the hardship of capturing them compared to lobsters. You'd argue chicken wings. Were chicken wings ever seen as like bad? I guess the Kentucky angle, you know, deep fried, etc. probably made it feel better. First night is here, though. We do have range Jean on the way. And Wham is spread out quite nicely to try and snatch some extra deer. He's also trying to check if Killjardy has got his timing aligned, if he's going very heavy in the scout. So we can see Killjardy actually went heavy for aggression. Double Knights is usually pretty solid in a lot of matchups. It's very difficult to make work against Roots, because you don't have a gold vein to attack. Can, however, attack these poor boys. Lobsters used to be for the poor people? Okay, that is kind of comical. Maybe because it's easier to... I don't know, is lobster easy to cook wrong? I've never had lobster, actually. I think I've been over this on stream before. I struggle with the idea of seafood. The only exception is, like, canned tuna. Now, imagine, like, lobster's easy to cook wrong. super easy to catch and super abundant. So yeah, that kind of makes sense. But like the taste profile is what I would think would. Oh, throwaway parts. Interesting. Chicken wings now are ridiculous. They were always a cheaper part. Okay. Scout gets sniped. That unnecessary losses for Wham. He's getting greedy, trying to get information. Spearmen are coming out, so he does go for the play we were suspecting might occur here. It's night pressure. If you don't add a few, you're going to get dove. But this is tricky. You now need to follow up, and we're going to see that follow-up be the stables play. This is good for Killjadi, actually. You really don't want to play the edge. In an ideal world, Wham can just go castle as quickly as possible. But we don't live in an ideal world. No, we live in one where lobster is insanely expensive and chicken wings cost you an arm and a wing. There you go, I got outraged for you guys. No seafood? Brits having no taste in food isn't meat? Bro! I love hummus. Does that not say everything it needs to? I know good taste. Oh, I just don't... Like, seafood didn't resonate with me. I was a very fussy eater as a kid. And I've gotten over most of that. I've tried so many new foods, but the one that I just can't get over is seafood. Texture, smell, matters a lot to me. And seafood ranks very low on both of those for me. Stockpiling is beginning. Wham is gradually saving up. He's a little bit paranoid, right? There is a world in which Killjadi tries to rush H3. And the Pro Scouts War isn't over yet, so there is still more to fight over. Killjadi just trying to min-max. But... maybe more of the max, less of the min. Wait, more the min, less of the max? Yes. Unnecessary losses. He's trying to min-max the scream that he'd use Divine Restoration. Like, this is perfect to get the most health back. Hello, Paul Noodle. There's someone I have not seen in a long time. Hope you're well, mate. Add camels as a food source. But then it'd be awkward with Aberniabids. No. That's how I train my camels. I walk my camel lancers over and I make them watch us eat the other camels. Because what that is, that's a reminder that if those camels pussy out in the fight, or they don't fight well enough, we'll freaking eat them. That's why everyone's dogs misbehave. Okay, I'm not going to continue that story arc. Wow. He wants that kill. It's just not easy to get, man. That was an expensive engagement. Luckily, broke away just before he'd be low enough to be sniped here. Spearman. Oh, going to give him the cover fire to escape, and we're seeing the plan now. A few more knights, a few more spears, but castle is inevitable. Killjadi, he wants to keep playing the H, though. He's going for the 1-1-1 build. Archer's spears. Now, we've seen this actually can work, even against this greedy fast tech. If you're quick enough at the dive point, the blob just kills, no matter the age. Camels taste terrible? Maybe they used to taste good. Baron the lobster must have tasted like ass for it to just be the peasant's food. Sneaking back. I mean, Wham has done a good job on this part of it. Chivalry's coming in for Killjadi. I get the idea by Killjadi. Is it too soon to commit like this? And therefore, do you just need to go castle? I mean, he's at least covering every angle, every bases, right? So we don't have archer ranges yet. Veterancy is going to take a very long time on the spears. The knight one is only 30 seconds, but the spearmen are going to take forever. Could work. I think what you need, though, is undermesh and siege engineering. Those are two things that Killjadi doesn't have. He doesn't have anything researched in the blacksmith yet. At this point, I think you have to go ram first. Because the risk is, if you dive this wooden fortress can kill everything. Because, for all you know, Wham could just immediately buy a ticket of stone and then upgrade the spring on placement. Or even castle turrets. It's worth it here. He's going to start looking to reap. Nice shift as well. Wham goes over to the other tree line. Admittedly, is not buffed for the extra 20%, but who cares? You take what you can get. Beggars can't be choosers. Get your numbers in for the high trade house. Will it be enough to buy a lobster? Or will you be stuck eating spam? I don't think I've had spam since I was like maybe 8. It was not a pleasant experience. It does sometimes make me wonder what's wrong with people in their 60s. Well, clearly they just don't have taste buds. You can tell we've reached the point in the day where KP is hungry. He's talking about food a lot. Spinman upgrade is going to get in time. We do have the sprint replacement on the way as well. And the archer rangers are coming in. Now, this could be crossbows. Horse archers, maybe a small group to go raid, but for the main engagement, it's not going to feel great. Crossbows will counter everything. Instead, he's just going to go archers. So I guess he's feeling a little bit discounted. Johnny is just still reluctant to go for the siege engineering. It always feels weird when your opponent's an age ahead. And 136 gold. Baron Wolf was just one off. But you were still one off. Then when someone's like, I was so close. You were still wrong. If you're on a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and the answer's A and you choose B, yeah, you were still wrong. You know when, for example, you go to the doctors and you get, the diabetes test? And they're like, well, we've categorized it. You are positive for diabetes. Oh, so close. I was one answer away from not being diabetic. See, it just applies everywhere. Second place in a tournament, that's the first place loser. Just ask any player. Jesus, this is a dark pep talk. No participation ribbons around here. Oh no. Guildhall now on the way. Makes sense. Killjoy doesn't really have the timing for Royal Institute now. So he's going to look to just outscale in the late game. Probably going to see him just take a hunker down line and just try to survive what Wham's cooking. You know what would have been a delicacy back in the olden times to eat? But you probably have plenty of now. Horsemen. Horsemen? Horses. Fair point. Horse is incredibly valuable. More valuable than the men that ride them. Well, unless you're noble. You all know I'm right on that one. We've all played Bannerlords too. We've seen how expensive those things can get. Oof. So Wham is posturing quite aggressively, for good reason. He wants to get out of the base now and go for the relics. That's the next contest point. On Coastal Cliffs, it's a very tight contest as well, because in most cases, you can have 2 relics on one screen spawning. And not one. Not too far away. Arbitrage straight away. I kind of like this. Wider map, you just want to keep playing knights, but Coastal Cliffs is just so tight. And with the way that Wham's playing, he's hunkered down. He's not looking to eagerly rush out. You're going to have to find a way of breaking it. Is the archer a misclick by Wham? It seems so. It might have just been he built them and then realized, nah, I don't want these. Just want units. Crossbows should always be your end goal, but the problem is now that Killjoy's in castle, arbitrary, they just beat you. So what Wham actually needs is horsemen. He just doesn't really have the long-term food for it. Doesn't really have the space to set up farms either. It's Killjoy is posturing very aggressively. We do have Jean running across the field. No capture on the sacred site though. And no rush for the relics. No, only now coming in for Killjoy. Poke on the tree line. damage should be adding up here. It definitely feels like KillerPigeon skimped on the villager production at some phases. Yeah. A little bit surprised by that. Was that maybe because he consecrated late, so he at some point was waiting to consecrate and then wasn't producing villagers? Which makes sense. For those who don't know, if you consecrate and then cancel the villagers, you wouldn't get 50 food back, you get 37 food back. It works that way with a lot of things, actually. Definitely feels like you get ripped off when you play a Basses and you're like, yeah, let me just... Alright, I've got fresh food stuff, so I'm just going to cancel these extra... Wait, why am I not getting my food back? Jump. Well, she's gone. Her body disappears way too quick, by the way. She's definitely a witch. That's teleportation magic right there. I don't know, man. I'm just not really seeing the clear picture right now for KillerPigeon. Once he gets up to like 40 arbitrary, there is one way out, and that's to go for the guild hall pump into Imperial. But are you going to be alive at that point? This fight might dictate it. Flash comes in. There is no war in Monk Path, but there is numbers. Substantially superior numbers. Too much front line and not enough for KillerPigeon. He's going to get broke. And if Sean was alive, you'd at least get level 3 out of this, but now he gets nothing. Denial on the relics, an overwhelming win, and now an A-click to victory in game number 2 for Wham. Well, that was a very abrupt and swift ending. 2 on the board, folks. We might have Wham speedrunning his way to the Grand Finals. Just list it in, Roos, Sean. Yeah, series plan is just completely unraveling for KillerPigeon. He has still got HRE. He's still got French. He actually has his most powerful pick still. So there is some hope here. Wham... Wham's got Byzantines or Mongols for Oases, so that doesn't work. You want somewhere where HRE is kind of undeniable. I don't think Oasis is that. Dry Arabia or Cliffside would make more sense. Most likely, you're looking at Dry Arabia because Wham doesn't have good pro scout civs remaining. Byzantines, Ayabids, Delhi's too slow. You either go HRE or you go French. I think you need HRE for Cliffside because of the Delhi risk, but there's also a Byzantine risk. So you probably go French on Dry Arabia, and you're kind of hoping Wham picks Delhi there. Let's find out. Yep. French versus Delhi. Damn, I know my drafts. Woo-wee! Remember, according to that Redditor, I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm not conk. Oh, dude, that was too comical. By the way, I'm not sure if we'll do Numadon Anatand. It might just be a series that goes uncovered, unfortunately. We'll just have to readjust the schedules for next week to be prepped for that. We had a big change. Those that don't know, this week, we used to always do best of 3s in quarterfinals. We switched to best of 5s, which meant statistically a maximum of an additional 8 games to cover per week. And we didn't quite have time for Anatan and Numadon. My concern is I'm getting really hungry. We've been live for 7 hours. I haven't eaten since maybe in 8 or 9 hours. Yeah. So we might just reveal after this what the outcome is. Need to do a run up to Conk stream to shut those Redditors up? Oh, wait, you're getting thirsty. You know the condition for us doing that. Average viewership across a month, 750 people. That was my promise. That's when we do it. Prove the hate is wrong. Prove that Elo is just a number. Because here's the thing. Those type of people that got that hate, even if you hit Conk, it still won't be good enough. Like, well, you're not top 10. And if you then somehow crack top 10, they're like, well, you're not top 3. And then if you got one on the ladder, like, we haven't beat Marine Lord in a grand finals on LAN. There'll always be a higher expectation. That's the BS of it. Give me something to snack on. You seem to be the wrong stream, the wrong chat. Am I not streaming on OnlyFans right now? Is that not an option? Never give Reddit as a second thought. I know. We're just doing it because like we were waiting between games and we just like opened it up to laugh at the fact he got downvoted into oblivion. Said it before, right? It's like, I think it's hard to get Reddit to champion positivity. Maybe I'm just in the wrong communities. But in general as well, I've said in the past, people who have someone they hate will be more vocal than people that like what they're getting. Right? You don't complain. Like, you're not going to complain because you're getting the thing you want. You're going to complain because you're not getting the thing you want. All right, going to run a minute of ads anyway, so you guys don't have to worry. Boop. Don't you worry about a thing. Right, let's just repeat what their favorite player streamer said. True. Wait, so if I say something, you guys like, am I going to have a bunch of people like repeat me there? Pog. Let's get ready to go. I mean, in theory, let's kill Johnny's game, right? Oh my god, I flipped the score expecting... For God's sake. You'd think if the loading screen had someone on the left, they'd be on the left. Right? Right? Thank you, Tech Sentinel. Appreciate it, mate. Don't play before we enjoy this. That's what I'm talking about. Like, we get people that get to that stage. They're not playing anymore. They're watching. Kind of need that for a thriving esports content creation scene, really. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. And welcome back to Killjohnny's best hope yet. French up against the Delhi. One of the best performers against one of the worst performers in current competitive AoE4. Gotta say though, so far the execution has maybe been where Killjohnny has been getting executed. At least in that first game. Second one felt a little bit like a mismatch on the draft. So maybe, just maybe, the Finn can get on the board in the third. Delhi. Historically, a lot of people look at this civ and think, oh my god, OP. But as we've been seeing recently, they can struggle against a lot of these pro scout civs, of which French is one of the kings. One of the more subtle kings. People knew about Juji, they knew about Chinese, obvious, Rus as well, HRE. But then you think, well, if we're going to say HRE is OP pro scout civ, why is French not? They get more villages over time. They get a cheaper tech. They don't have to build a stables. They already have it with School of Cavalry. There's a lot of reasons why I'd say from a pro scout timing logic and the control of the map, HRE and French are more comparative than you'd think. Admittedly, the Spearmen are definitely better for HRE. But upsides, downsides exist for both. How do you guys vote, by the way? Let us have a look. 60% for Wham. Yeah. Funny thing is, if we covered the player names, I think it would be more heavily the other way. But Wham has definitely looked a little bit more switched on the series so far. Maybe the Finn is just a late bloomer. I mean, Killjohnny, he has this reputation as the old man who needs to go sneak, but he has a very polarizing play schedule. I've heard players say this before, like, you're just never really able to pin down when Killjohnny's online. It used to be around the midday, now sometimes you'll see him hyper late in the evening. It's not as simple as say, oh yeah, Dimu's going to play between X and Y hours. Marine Lord's always going to come on late at night. This guy just always seems to be on around the clock, it feels like. So Sock on the way. Thermofaith on the other side. See, SOC works as an acronym. Saying DOTF. I guess you could call it DF. Eh. Look at the spawn as well. Wide deer spread is difficult for Wham to shut down. Gold spawn's going to be a little bit rough for Killjadi in the mid game. But his starting gold is safe. Berry spawns are really nice for Wham. Flank and kind of more tight. This one in particular is really nice and somewhat easily defendable with just one outpost here. You'd see everything coming. Got blood god calls? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, wait. How many Warhammer 40k nerds do I have in chat? One's if you're a W40k person. I guess maybe we'll accept fantasy people as well. I feel like a lot more people in the gaming sphere got into the Warhammer courtesy of the Total War games, right? Okay, we got some there. Not this again? Dude, you need to expose yourself to the Warhammer 40k. Expose yourself to the warp a little. I was reading up recently on the secret 5th Chaos God. I kind of want to see them do it. Pull the trigger, make him a real thing. Okay, so sheeple. Oh no, no. Nightmare fuel. How many times have we seen French or Jean lose because they have only 5 sheep? Maybe we're 4.5 minutes in the game, but that's pathetic. He has at least got deer on the way, so that's going to make things a little bit better. Is there now a world in which Wham over-aggroes him, blocks any sort of food gathering? He's going racks, so timing would definitely be stagnant in that regard. Another Ultramarine Lieutenant. Ooh. Not got enough of them? This is why I keep harping on about food sources, by the way. The sheep game really is a toxic element of AO4 the more you think about it. It's never fun to think like a game could be decided by sheep. Same reason why we've done away with like the Roost bounty system. The old one anyway. It's kind of BS. Good dive. Oh no. Horrible start. No worker kills so far. Love what Wham's doing with Scout, by the way. Just sticking it here so there's no charging. Because he's being... Okay, he wasn't greedy. He did go textiles. The whole idea is like this blocks the lance charge. And remember, over time, the Scout can just heal. It's a great read here. In the meantime, though, we do have Pro Scouts play underway. Wow, I'm reluctant to come out of the base in a rush. Wizard and Warriors? So, I think the one that I do watch a decent amount of, I forgot his name. Not Wizards and Warriors. There's a guy. Oh, I've forgotten his name. I think it's Wes Hammer I watch a decent amount of. Guy's very passionate about Warhammer. Random question, what sort of PC build is good for mid-tier gaming PC? So mid-tier is like, I want to say it's almost a speculative element of what mid-tier is. In some people's eyes, you know, 7900 XTXs or 4080s would, I don't say it'd be outright mid-tier, but because it's not a 4090 or 5090, it's not like the absolute peak tier. So it really comes down to what your bandwidth is. The easier question, the more important question that I always emphasize for people when they're trying to think about PC builds, etc. Don't go, is this PC going to last me X years? Is it going to do, like, what's your budget? Your budget is what tells you what your mid-tier is. Mid-tier to you might actually be $500 to $1,000. But mid-tier to, like, someone else might be, you know, 1.5K to $2,000. Price matters more. Price dictates what you can do, right? But, you know, in terms of GPU pricing, I still consider the 7900 XTX, while it's on the higher end, to be, like, I don't want to say mid-tier in performance, definitely not, but like pricing, it feels like it compared to a lot of the NVIDIA prices. But, you know, 7900 XT, 7800 even I've heard very good things about. Worth checking out. And then, like, CPU as well. You know, Usually having something around the Ryzen 7 gen is definitely good. 7700 type series. X3D models are definitely worth getting into for gaming. Yeah, so £2,000-ish. You get like a 7900 XTX for 800. You get a motherboard, a recent motherboard for like £150, £200. You can get the Ryzen X3D edition CPUs. I think the 9800 X3D right now is maybe £450, £500. So that leaves you like, what, £500 to get your cooling, PSU. You can get a PSU, a decent one for like 100, 150. RAM for about 100-ish. And then, like, you can go for a slower SSD, Gen 4. Get like a terabyte of that. And then you just need to get fans, which can be, depending on which like level you want to go on fans, maybe 100, 200 extra in the case for 100. That'd be 2,300. So, gives you a rough idea. You can make some sacrifices in different areas. Little raid coming in, though. And I don't really feel like Wham's done enough damage yet, but what you should be able to do is pick up the sacred sites afterwards. I mean, it's already been the... Wait, no, actually. What was that for? I thought Killjoy took more from the enemy side. It's only one deer. He's taking 2 back in return. Yeah, like £2,000 is considered high-end, for sure. I'd say mid-tier, probably most people is somewhere around 1,000 to 1,300. Budget is like 500 to 600, 500 to 800 maybe. But like I said, I recommend checking out the AMD cards. The Nvidia ones are just very overpriced by comparison. You pay like a few £100 more for some features that most players don't even use. And actually, there's also a lot of myths going around. Exclamation mark PC if you want to see our components. We also did do a video on the channel going over it. I recommend having a look at it. I recommend like everyone checks it out. Support the sponsors that support us. But it's a very good video. I'm trying to remember what we called it. It was... Yeah, I changed to full AMD. The results were incredible. It really was surprising, the results we got out of that. And there's a lot of taboo lies, like the outdated information about, you know, software. Old school AMD GPUs, they had issues. Now they don't. Ray tracing performance being much better from videos, just a lie. And actually, a lot of games are designing themselves in a way that they're good for AMD systems now. Case in point, like most recent Call of Duty, optimized for AMD. So Clash coming in here, focus on the game a little bit. We have got these night raids to intercept, but Wham has got a lot of the deer home now, right? Considering how weak Delhi are meant to be in the Pro Scouts meta, I actually don't think Wham looks weak at all. He's even setting up for the berries on top of this. Sacred sites have been trickling in gold also. Killjoy is blobbing archers quite rapidly though, and the night count is still threatened. And we saw this matchup earlier today between B and Dumu. And it's meant to be a very good matchup for French, if you micro correctly. That's really what it comes down to in the end. You need to bait your opponent's spears out of position, snipe them, and not lose knights. Best site for bundles, or is it always better to buy components and build? I mean, bundles is still building, right? Like, sometimes you can actually find, like, deals that are worth it. Sometimes it's worth checking multiple sites. It depends on whether they have delivery freeze. Sometimes even things like secondhand GPUs is worth it. I've had good luck with GPUs secondhand, but you never know if it's going to be good or bad. This is bad, though. I don't think this is how you can afford to fight. Killjoy overextended. He loses all of the archers. That was wild. I can't believe that. Killjoy, I mean, he doesn't have defender's advantage. He doesn't even have neutral ground there. He's so deep at this phase without having an advantage at all. He just gave the entire control of the game over to Wham. Yeah, only a 4-worker lead at this stage. Sacred sites haven't been decapped, so that's making up for a bigger lead for Wham. And look at the macro. It's Castle. He's bypassing. Killjoy, this is going to be a struggle to remass quick enough. That is absolutely brutal. Yes, most of the time when you buy a pre-config PC, you're going to pay a premium. When I first got my first like proper gaming PC, I was quite fortunate because it was a PC company that didn't really add much of a premium. They had good like cuts on prices to make it worth it. Nowadays, if you can build your own PC, build your own PC. Most companies have an absurd markup. Some of the smaller ones won't charge you as much. Class coming in, though. I think the price has already been paid too highly for Killjadi. House of Learning coming in for Wham. 6 goals in play. He's in position as well. Look at this on the flanks. He's ready to take the relic down here. We won't see him grab in the center, but it should at least be 2 relics easily for Wham. Sequence of the clashes around the deer. Oh, he needs more of that. Well, it needs more objectives to clash around. And it needs the deer to not be so quickly removed from the equation. I also think, generally, relics need something different. The play with relics that makes them such a crap element of AoE4, they start off so epic. Fights over relics, clashes back and forth. Wow. And then they get taken home. And they're never heard from again. I'd love to see them change relics so that they generate resources based on proximity to sacred sites. That would be a sick change. So if you're really frightened that your opponent's going to do too much relics, you can take them away. You're not just getting the same quantity of resources. There's an enticement to do something different. So tech up complete. Killjadi is committing to the dive here. Backside is going to get scouted. Wham. Needs to get in the towers. Should have just about enough time to do so. And that should be buying time for the veteran seas. There's a minute and a half away for the Spearmen. Ghazi are looking to raid in. Some damage in return. And the Spearmen are going to start poking at this. First Lancers are queued up. And remember, Wham does have the double production rate. Should be able to get them out fast here. Killjadi needs some scalps. He needs them fast. Ghazi actually got off the mill. Really would benefit from diving deeper into the base here. Wham's a little bit distracted. That's at least one of the villagers. Others are going to try to shuffle away. The Spearmen need to cover that escape plan. It's 15 knights. If there was ever a position, ever a game in this series where Killjadi could do it, this is the position. But he needs to find the villagers. In fact, he's already started off attacking empty outposts. Wham is getting ready to pull towards the stealth forest. I think he's just going to have to lose a few villies here. Meantime, the Ghazi do nothing. Not worth it. And more work is now going to die. Yeah, this is the tricky thing about Wham's build. Because he wanted to be out on the relics and returning them home, he slowed his tech timing. The veteran C is still not in. It's 20 seconds out. Lancer spam, not really as strong as he was looking for after the idle time forced on the berries as well. Being said, it is an entire age advantage. It is still a sacred site and soon to be 2 relics. So it does make up for most of the eco gap between them. Killjadi is still wholly committed to knights. And one thing that has me a bit scared, or would have if Wham, oh for God's sake, this man in his belly. Is there ever going to be a Delhi game I cast where this doesn't happen? Okay, it's not every single game, but it's become synonymous with Wham/Puppypaw replays. They usually win when they forget these techs, though, is the crazy part. Honed Blades would have been the difference maker here. Steady brute forces into the fight prematurely. I don't like that. Wham. All Spearmen gone. It's just Lancers left over and a lot of Knights to contest that. I have to start wondering, like, would it made more sense to go crossbows? Most definitely, considering that he completely whiffed and forgot about Honed Blades. Oh, unbelievable. Great around the back. This could be big if he hits. One will be quick on the peel away. He's actually holding the relic ready to respond. But this is going to be 3 relics swiftly into the base. Killjadi still showing 0 signs of teching up here. It's Killjadi, what do you expect? You tell this man he's winning the game, he's going to send more into the enemy base. It's just kind of in his DNA at this stage. Ghazi at least going to be shut down there. Nice stab in from the side. You can shrink the archer count just a little bit more. Spearman becomes feasible again. And there we go. He finally realized. So Home Blade's on the way in 2.5 minutes. Archers aren't going to appeal to try to go hunting. Wham, quick to pull the villagers away, though. The Lancers, again, just this outnumbering is a problem. Killjadi still maintaining the lead. We've got stockpiling starting to occur, but as soon as you think he's going castle, 3 more knights get queued up every time. Does this actually benefit Killjadi any longer? You're building a villager lead, but the reality check here Bit of a weird rally, but the reality check here is we've got relics being grabbed gradually. He needs it now. Looks like he's getting ready to pounce on it. Lancer stabbing again. Still no home blades. A lot of injured Lancers here that would benefit from some healing instead of being the first line of defense. I think Killjadi's micro is just looking a lot better here. The macro is really the problem. Relic is pretty much home. So this is going to be a 4 relic deli game. Unless Killjadi can somehow stay here consistently. He's going to try. Scholars are going for the heals. Nice wrapping around there. That's turned into a concave. It just feels like every time Wham is forced to defend earlier than he can. Nice spread out, getting a little bit rough though. Look at those health bars. So many of them are close to dead. He just needs to target them down individually. If he does, then this dive fails. This is too much of a commitment. Killjadi, he's not even leaving anymore. What? All that lead, all those possibilities, and it's thrown away like this. He just had to tech. Worker lead is at least big, right? He's up by 13, but it's going to be 4 relics home for the deli. Hone Blades is going to complete. He doesn't have Ruin Institute. He doesn't have a Night Mass. And instead, he's now gathering stone. The insanity of that. Well, yeah, here's the math difference, guys. Lancers are going to have 40 more health, or rather Castle Age Cavalry is going to have 40 more health. They're also going to have additional melee and ranged armor and higher damage. Right? It's 21 compared to, as you can see here, 24. It adds up. Killjadi does have a healthy economy lead. But there is a window now for Wham to punish him. Look at how wide Killjadi is. Definitely stretched thin. Especially now that he's switching Arbitrary without walls. Wham still has more gold to get off the map. The sacred sites are still a real objective for him to benefit from. It's just crazy. I mean, what you saw Killjadi do there is kind of taboo. Most of the time, when you're planning to tech up, you don't dive the enemy base. Not unless you're absolutely sure they have nothing to fight you with. Starting to wonder if Killjadi was maybe expecting that many knights. If he was expecting something of a weaker hold from Wham. Now we just have double the military count to cavalry for Wham. Only a small handful of arbitrary. Wham is going to hesitate about the static emplacements. Killjadi is going to begin to play even wider than he has so far. This is not going to be a TC drop. Now, you see, Killjadi learned something on this stream, folks. And I'm not even making that up. He came in the chat, didn't know it. We taught. When you're going to say you taught someone, it's great that you can't even say the words correctly. We taught Killjadi about keep discounts. He didn't know. We were casting one day, he went, wait, that's a thing? Remember, with French, you get 10% off your keeps. Only 810 stones. Still a lot. All of a sudden, Killjadi's very interesting. Wham, in the meantime, is going to look to utilize his knight advantage. It's be a big crunch if he can get it. Get it, he will. Killjadi just tries to skirt with the charge and get away. Sacred sites are starting to be capped and decapped all over the place. Is Wham just going Imperial? This looks like an Imperial strat. He's queued up 6 scholars, no more knights. This is Imperial. Yeah, so Mass Arbitrary have a weakness, guys. Elephants. They'll beat War Elephants, but you don't really commit hard into War Elephants and Imperial. It's more Castle Age play. But you can commit hard into is Tower Elephants. In particular, a certain gun variety. Okay, scrap that for it. He just... he's just keeping more lances. Ah, so I think Wham was paranoid his opponent was going to sit in the base. So now he's reinvesting. And we do actually have Wall Offense, which is bad into Arbitrary. However, Wham does also have the keep drops coming in. So Village Fortresses now on the way, just 2 minutes out. Red Palace rush into the double gold. What, here? Hell no. If you're going to Red Palace, by the time you're going to Red Palace, you drop here. You need an 8k. Here's perfect. You block Sacred Sites as well. And then, yeah, you have the 4k far back. Here's the thing. When you play Mass Knights, Mass Arbitrary, either way you cut it, your gold's going to disappear fast. Guildhall only at 520 food. We're nowhere near the timing yet for Killjardy. Ones if you think Wham's going to win. Twos if you think Killjardy is. Two War Elephants does a lot, especially without Royal Bloodlines, but 17 Arbitrary should be able to make quick work of it. Keep drop's going to be a problem, though. You can see Wham's trying to get this with keeps, and he walks straight to the War Elephants! These psychopaths are no joke! Elephant's like, look at me! Look at me! What kind of person wears a mask like this? Ask yourself that question. Wait, are they making them wear the... Oh, they're so thoughtful as well. They put little iron claddings on their tusks. So considerate of the people that are basically weaponizing elephants. It's only because they want them to tusk ram more. It's important to keep those tusks in good shape. No, I'm not going to go for the whole poacher comment. Hey, you can use them for ivory afterwards. But wait, have you considered more keeps? No one coming in. Well, elephants just on patrol. Lancers have been absolutely falling the side. No elephants were harmed in the making this game? Exactly, because we gave them those nice little tusk caps. So they wouldn't feel pain. We then juiced them up on an interesting cocktail of drugs to send them into a frenzy. And from there on out, the elephants knew no pain. But they sure knew how to give it. It's like watching a 17-year-old boy push over a 5-year-old. Jesus. I think we know what historical Hindus think of Christianity. Sorry, Catholicism. And now the Tower Elephants. This is the scary point in the game for Killjardy. He doesn't have an answer to the mass Tower Elephants. He has 10 knights. We do, however, have a get out of jail free card for Killjardy. An answer to the elephants, at least in one area of the map. The food pool is almost ready. I think they're both getting ready for Imperial, to be honest with you. Wham doesn't mind scaling a bit here. You just get so much tech for free. As Delhi, it's absurd. It's got almost 20 scholars. Ideal for Imperial. Then again, we do like elephants. Is there any other unit that can one-shot another unit? I want to say Jean, but then someone's going to come and chat again and moan that Jean's OP. Musafadi Gunner? They still have the stealth bonus damage thing, right? Or I could have sworn someone's telling me that you can get like 120 damage on a gunner for one shot with first strike and the stealth. So this, by the way, is the secret most OP tech that Delhi has. I really wish we saw more of it. It's useless in this particular build, because Force March doesn't work with elephants. Because the developers weren't absolutely high on amphetamines when they made the game. Amphetamines? Doesn't sound right. I mean, there's antihistamines, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Something amphetamines. Amphetamines. There we go. Dude, you can tell it's been a long day. Well, I think it's safe to say that KP doesn't do drugs. Can't afford them. Nightray coming in again. With a fishing expedition for kills. Surely Killjadi sees the very big blue blob. Yeah, he'll be able to pull away quick enough. Or will he? This is intentional. Wham is pulling him back here to safely tech. Doesn't want to risk a dive like last time. And when was the last time you saw someone build 60 Arbitrie? I feel like it usually caps at 40, maybe 50. 60 is a little bit nuts. Still has the guild hall to pull as well. So Imperial's going to be on the way for both of them here. And remember, he's already in position to secure not just one 8k gold, but 2. Wait, if you make a meme about amphetamines, is that an amphetamine? The night is getting old. House of Sultan is coming in, though. And we already mentioned that he doesn't have an answer to the Tower Elephants. This is a Tower Elephant as well. Yes, a long time ago, Delhi players realized, gun beat elephant. But elephant with gun? They're going to be bloody tanky. Armored Beast is on the way. The War Elephants. It's going to make it quite hard to just insta-snipe them out. Especially if you add in biology as well. I imagine we are going to have... What? We are going to have an aggressive Red Palace. Oh, yes. Killjadi. There's only one place this landmark belongs. In the base of the Delhi. Unfortunately, all the houses means he can't get it deeper towards the landmarks. There's a good staging point to reset to every single time you get pushed out. Wham is like, what is this memery? What has happened in this game? Siege Workshop being prepped. It's correct from Wham. Needs to get into the trebs ASAP. Killjadi immediately looking to get into the cannons. Sorry, the cannon. More stone being gathered. Wham has got a lot of keeps. Bloody hell, up to 3 already. Plenty of stone to repair any injured ones here. Might need it as well with the cannons on the way. Wow, well, that is quite peculiar, actually. He's going cannons instead of trebuchets. And what? No. No, just delete that building yourself. Don't even keybind it. That was expensive. That's 1,000 resource unit that just disappeared. Garrison units? He could do. I don't know why Killjadi isn't. We never question the whys of Killjadi's mind. It's a deep enigma of a place. Like, for example, why don't we have 3 sacred sites locked in right now while you've pinned your opponent? He is now answering that. He just wanted the keeps first, so he's going to go for it. An ironic way of beating the Delhi, actually. With their own usual win condition. Cannons are hitting into the castle now. The elephants are on the way. You have to be careful, though. You can't dive anywhere near the Red Palace. It's only one gunpowder elephant right now. War elephants immediately just disappear. It's so difficult, man. The Red Palace is hitting into this. Look at the health. That's without garrison. My God, I think he might have done it. But he's got to be careful. He is diving underneath the boiling oil still. The castle is going to go down. No attempt to repair by Wham. Got triple bombard. God, I really wonder why the hell we don't just have trebuchets, though. Horseman is being prepped. And Wham may be about to sink his teeth into a sour apple here. Because he's only building tower elephants. We do not have any more war elephants coming. He's getting a flank raid. This is now out of range of the Red Palace, though. Villagers are just going to try to repair. Apparently, they don't care about their own well-being. I guess that's just making space for more military. No, wait, he's doing it again. No, wait, no, please. Like, the boiling oil actually does hurt. Why does it feel like Kiljadi's gradually losing this? It's a lot of unnecessarily injured arbitrarie. I mean, it's 3 villagers. There's no way he's ever repairing, right? It's just so easy to forget about boiling oil these days. It feels like a meme tech a lot of the time, right? You barely register the damage consciously. But apparently he registered enough to go, oh yeah, that's strong. I think I want that too. We do have the Ghazis getting upgraded here. The biotechs are in, so the Ghazi are going to be quite tanky. A lot of economy, not much to do with it right now. Gold was a problem, but he has got that 4K vein, so a little bit of life here. The Red Palace is still a significant issue. Commands are going to start moving in, though. He's had enough of it. He's going to go for it. He's going to commit underneath it. This is where you garrison. This is 100% where you garrison. And the horsemen, they ride in. But those aren't just range units. They're melee too. Can he get through it? It's 4 gunner elephants, 7 tower elephants. The repair crew's coming, but might not be quick enough here. The bombards. Get rid of it. No way. After all this effort. Kiljadi's dead. And that is why, despite the win rate of the Delhi, people say elephants are not reasonable. That they might even be OP. Look at these things. Unbelievable. Kiljadi, he didn't garrison the Red Palace. He didn't just creep for the landmark victory. I don't know what the hell this was. Surely not the elephants. It's crazy because Red Palace Garrison can usually be accused of overkilling. But against elephants, it's perfect. And now, the perfect secure on the gold here. I mean, even if he loses the villages, he can afford it at this stage. Remember, every single keep dropped is just another TC. I can't believe that. Wow, able to dive a Red Palace like that, not having to go trebuchets. Completely goes against the logic of what you're meant to do in this situation. But Kiljadi, I just don't know what that Red Palace was meant for, other than to look pretty. And now, Kiljadi looks pretty dead. Game that felt like it was in his palms. The best opportunity he's had all series. And it still wasn't enough to smash the Canadian. Jesus. Unbelievable, man. I can't believe that's a 3-0. I mean, it feels like it shouldn't be, right? Absolutely wild. So, that means it will be Wham returning the grand final appearances here in the Midweek Musters. One sec. I need to go eat. I know that much. I think we're just, like, we've been live for 7.5 hours. I think it's unfortunate, but we're probably not going to cast the Anatan Numidan series. So I guess I'll reveal that now. I feel bad because it was a close series. It was 3-2. So Anatan won that series, which means tomorrow we are going to be opening up with Anatan versus B. I know it's unfortunate, but guys, like, be real about this. We cast almost every series, and this week we had the potential for an additional 8 games to occur. So we still done pretty damn well. I think we need to just... I don't know, we'll figure it out. I think we might just have to sacrifice a round of 16 here or there to guarantee we always get quarterfinals covered, because I don't like having to skip a quarterfinals, but it happens. Like, dude, last 2 days, we've done collectively almost 20 hours of content. So, it's not your set, so we can go off. Oh, thank God. But yeah, so apologies if you want to see that series. It did go to 5 games. My understanding is one of the games was an hour long, which is why I'm like, I have to be real about this. That game alone. Yeah. So, it'll be B versus Anatan at 4 p.m. UK time. That's 5 p.m. CET. That's when the day will start. We'll have B versus Anatan, and then the winner will be going up against Wham in the grand finals. So potentially 12 games tomorrow. Very rare sight. We're basically doing a stream on the Wednesday. We normally do not, but had to do a Wednesday stream this week. It was just unavoidable. So next week we should return to Thursdays, but yes, the next week KPM will also still start on Friday. It's just this time around for this specific edition, 13th edition, grand finals is tomorrow. So yeah, reminder to check it out then. I'm gonna get ready to end the YouTube side of things, and then we'll find someone to run Twitch. So reminder, YouTubers, be here 4 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. CET, Central Europe, whatever it is, convert to your local